I just asked you a question. Why didn't?
I would go to if I could go back and like go back to them and then live everything again with the knowledge I have now. Obviously, you have an advantage over everyone else, so you probably leave that situation, get out of that situation really quickly and out of the hole. So, I don't know. What am I saying?
No one knows. Are you ready to play?
Yeah. Yeah. Stop a lot of things that happened to me if I could go back to them with all the knowledge I have now.
Okay, what do you want? Mini golf?
Yep.
Do you think
just myself, a bad thing happens to others as well?
So do you know that this hole is possible to get done in two? But it's very difficult. So you have an invitation. It's all you, baby. That's a terrible shot. One of the worst shots we've ever seen. You took out all the trees.
Alright, if you could go back to the top, what year would you go to?
I mean, saying 2009 is probably not bad because it's. Oh, what a good shot, Zoo. You just buy Bitcoin and you'd be like a trillionaire now. What are you doing? What are you doing? Zoo, you fucked me. And I fucked you. Oh, no, not that well, though. I almost fucked you. Harry Potter, Obama sounded taking you.
You're not going to make enough money just buying Ethereum and Bitcoin from
I understand. But it's for the egregore, baby.
You should be in the top holder to everything. Actually, you put a Harry Potter on this one. With all the money you have from like, the original Bitcoin, you can make it go to like fucking 50 billion market cap with all that money.
Easily.
For like $100 million, I think it would cost probably about $500 million to get something to 50 billion market cap.
Zoo, are you proud of that shot? What did you think of my shot? There's no way you make this.
Yo, Miss Aquarius, how are you?
Okay, doke, sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
And I came in you was asleep.
I know. Apologies, Aquarius.
So we will play tomorrow, okay?
God willing. Hey, your Georgia Bulldogs are SEC champions.
Sweet
Sweet dreams. Dude, I would tell you to go. You would have a really good shot there. I don't know. I don't live in the past, man. I live in the future.
That was the zero.
Dude, you know that was a good shot. Seven.
Fairly short.
6 of 10. Dude, what are your thoughts on this hole?
What do you feel is an invitation to show?
Oh, is that how it goes? Dude, do you remember that there is a hole on which you've never finished?
Yeah.
Like you've played this game like thousands of times, and yet there's still a hole that you've never finished. Just an incredible factoid about the world. When Zoot, you know if you do this, you're in trouble. Zoot, you know if you do this, you're in trouble, son. You know if you do this, you're in trouble.
Nine out of 10.
You know it was amazing. What up, the true shy?
I'm Omni-Duck, by the way, Rabbi. I'm Omni-Duck. I just changed my name to White Duck.
Okay.
Alright.
No, I'm not, Zoot. Omni Duck, how was your day?
Good. I haven't tweaked out today yet, so I'm good.
That's good. Can I still call you Omni Duck?
It's fine, yeah, you can.
Okay, I'll try to
So I've
change.
been on Discord, and we got along really fine. Then she told me she's like her family, like in the mafia. So I made jokes about it, like, hey, can I do it? And now she's weirded out.
Okay, which mafia?
I don't know. Probably Italian, because she's from America, but it could be Russian, but she doesn't look Ukrainian, so probably not.
Okay. How was your day, big dog?
Decent.
Did you watch any college football?
Not really. I don't really watch that stuff.
When did you?
This animal was the vessel by which a person did a terrible avera, and therefore the pasuk says the animal be put to death.
Who's your college football team?
There's another explanation for this. As to what animals put to
I don't know.
death. Why should look to hate the evil averas themselves? The over off on Zoom this before the other. Well, that's the in for this animal that this following person put to death. We saw a similar concept, not exactly the same thing.
What a good shot, Zoot. Did you see that? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, Riser was here yesterday, and we hung out for like 8 hours. Not that long, but a long time. Zoot, are you doing stand-up comedy on Monday?
No.
Not you, Omni Duck. Zoot. 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 Zoot, are you doing stand-up comedy Monday?
No.
Why not? Okay. Are you ready to lose darts?
My chances of getting
Oh yeah, definitely. Why don't you just go and hang out?
That's what I do Friday night.
Life's not fair. Life's not fair. The human dignity takes precedence. You got to remember the human dignity of an Bavarian. And again, we didn't even mention this first time.
I got play show.
So rare.
Play shows.
Like this will ever happen. And even if a case like this happens, the probability of case of the NISA, the capital
Oh,
punishment
fuck.
actually being carried out.
You know I just
qualify for the capital punishment to happen.
Zoot.
It's very difficult. We'll get to this later on.
I don't think you won.
It's very difficult to actually adjudicate a case.
If I hit this shot, you're done.
So even the rare case of the person who was so brazen,
It's over for you, Zoot.
they were warned, like,
Zoot, you're done.
and there's nothing else, no possible excuses that came out.
Zoot,
The person went ahead and brazenly-
we're going to play the 501 one. I'm just playing a game of Zoot. Zoot, we're going to play the 501 one. And, oh, dog, I messed up.
How do we know this is a fiat skila
I messed up.
for a person who engages in-
We're going to play the 501 one. And I'm going to dominate you. You have yet to beat me on 501.
Oh, you're so deep,
Okay. Zoot, you're going to get 501.
Both of them shall be given the punishment of Misa.
Dude, there's no way you beat me here. You and I both know that the longer the game, the opportunity I have to win. 5 points. Are you proud of that?
It's the interesting thing we had to do this yesterday. Why do you have to exclude a cut? So actually, at the end of today's tomorrow, we're gonna if we get to the end of
So did you know I had the lead on you? You had just got 26 points. 420, Zoot. Blaze it.
Which is basically, since this is from the 7 minutes,
Oh, that was terrible.
so you don't fight
Zoot, I'm only up by 19 points, Zoot. Now's your chance. Take advantage of it. 20, 20, 20. You got 60 points, dog.
That's always going to be the case, and therefore makes no difference between the Zakar
Zoot.
and a Gadol. Therefore, Ish, Trap, Lakata.
I'm up 19 points on you, big dog. 20, 20, 20. All right, I need to get a 60 right here.
In the case is a child, it's still going to be a problem. In other words, as long as the Boel is a Gadol.
That was not good, but it was okay.
Whether or not the
on Wednesday, social media is on the 16th.
Are you happy about that?
They should have done that like 15, 20 years ago.
I'm in agreement with you.
In other words, the Pasuk includes the Mishkevei Isha.
I think it should be banned for anyone under 18, frankly.
It's possible for a person to be called Kedarka and Shalom Kedarka. By Zakar, obviously, the only way to be called is only Kedarka. That's his Mishkevei.
Dude, remember I told you that was going to happen in Australia and you told me it was full of shit?
No, I didn't just say
Which is a problem.
people like that is going to be able to people are going to figure out ways around it.
Oh, for sure. Dude, do you see what the score is? Dude, do you see what the score is?
A person who engages with a Zakar Shloka doctor, because that's the only way to possibly do it when it comes to a Zakar. And that's the answer of Mishkav Zakar.
Dude,
It comes to teach you something about Mishkav Isha. Whenever we reference Mishkav Isha to teach us halacha about a Zakar, what we learn, by the way, when we mention that, when it comes to Isha, a person engages with a woman who's not allowed to engage with, whether it's Kedarka or Shloka.
dude, you're making a comeback, baby.
They're going to be tied Misa, the Skila. The tied Skila after over the Skila, more depth, it's hold on. Is it really
Dude, you could win.
Maybe this is referring to.
No way. Dude, this would be the greatest comeback I have. Are you for this, Zoot? No doubt, baby. I left no doubt. Dude, that's one win in a row. You haven't beaten me in 501 in like months. You should be able to dominate me. Look at this. Look at this domination, son. Get it.
But also think
Whoa, dude, you just got 50. Dude, you just got 78.
also think on the 16-year-olds should have a curfew and all that be out past 7 p.m.
Okay. Dude, you're dominating me.
Without
Zoo, 64. Dude, you're dominating. Zoo, you've got an 81-point lead. Dude, you keep hitting 20s. Finally, you missed one. Now I'm going to strike.
And this context is referred to abominable actions. Therefore, that adds in.
Dude, I'm making a comeback on you, big dog.
We have this possibility over here in Milwaukee, which helps us divide the possibility. When you punish the day strong, when you punish the day strong is in the bar. So that be as hard for the Mishka. That's how you small it.
Dude,
Very important to keep this in mind.
I just got 140 points, baby.
But clearly, according to Rabbi Shmuel, there's an extra puzzle of
Dude, you just got a bullseye. Dude, 88 points, dog.
Additional puzzle, which is the Azhar. However, when Kiva disagrees, and he says,
Zoo.
Need to have the puzzle of Lo Yekaresh, and therefore you're not mentioning it. Already, Omer, that's the Zachar Lo Siskav.
12, 4,
With the Nekudas of
9.
Siskav, Mishka Isha. So, yes, when you use the Nekudas of Lo Siskav, it refers to the actionable member, the member who's acting.
Nope. It's over for you, son.
In other words, there's no abuse in the Torah. So therefore, it's possible that you could actually read the same word, lo tishakeh, so it has a dual definition. One definition of lo tishkav versus shkav would be its activity. The other one, lo tishakeh, should not be the subject of the activity.
Dude, you lost by 144 points.
Shokeh and nishkav in the same place.
Next demo.
So we have it as
Are you sure about that? You want to bet Ethereum? You want to bet Ethereum?
Yeah, sure.
Shut up. You know I'll dominate you.
He gives his
3, 9. Wow, Zoo. You got 15 points. You worked hard for those 15 points.
That was bad.
We understand this skila. We might have to say something we've asked many times before. Over the skila, or either elevation comments and mitzvahs and work for Torah. Adding that skila, maybe it's one of the other types of capital person. Never can tarogu.
Zoo, what are your thoughts on my getting 140 points?
It says also by, I believe it's Medea.
That was good. Dude, get it, dog. 20. That was 80. That was good. But I'm going to show you pure domination right now. Baby, that's 100 points. Do you recognize how sick I am? 20, 5, 12. You got 37 points.
You learn the punishment for the person who sleeps. The person is the subject of this behavior.
Big dog. You're done, son. Oh, that was good. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again.
We don't need to tell the halacha for a person who is the action-based person of the year. Why? Because we already have a pasuk for that.
Okay, big man. Do you think that you sucking dick and darts should have been banned as well? Zoo, remember when you said you were going to beat me? Zoo, you lost this time by 185. Oh, maybe not. Maybe 1, 16. Okay, you lost by 118, Zoot.
I'm going to pay you on the next one.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm 100% sure.
Okay, I'm ready for you. I think I'm going to show.
It's good, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's the way to do it.
When this comes to the subject united, would you have a warning for the subject? So if you use the same possible view earlier, person is going to be involved in znus, and we have to do
Oh, dog, that was great. 90.
What's the longest?
As a warning for any type of znus. Now, the words of Dick Bishmal.
Dick in the world? Mine, baby.
No, that's not true.
You don't know where my dick starts. It could start in my throat.
I mean, I can go back to I can take you out.
Yeah, but you can't go and see what my anatomy looks like underneath my skin. That's true.
Which means you can also pronounce that as Site Shechiva Sakar. Don't place any of your Shechiva. So whether the person is the
Dude, are you proud of that shot?
who is the subject, in that case, in any case, is going to be Azhar. Now, the Mark is going to actually find it's interesting. Generally, we don't find that we have drashas, that we get so deep into the drashas that we're going to find an nafkamina in the drasha. But here, because there is a halachic nafkamina, we want to go through it.
Dude, you're playing like a baller.
Whenever you see Zakor with the vav, it refers to the place of the Zakar that a person is engaging with. So Aval Zakar in this case means a person is the one who is the serpent, the one who is, which is called the one who is sleeping with the other Zakar. So he be a law Zakar. Now he actually, in the same time, also brought himself in the other way, as having a zakar with it.
Zoot.
Exactly the same time with the same hella. You refer to the person who's bringing the topic to here, so the exact same forgetting the person violated a zakar by being the shul.
Zoot, are you ready?
Violated as a zakar and being the nishkar. Now, the subject is over the vote. You think about this. It says the Dvara,
Zoot.
even Rabbi Shmuel, according to Rabbi Shmuel, type twice. Why? Because there's a separate azhara for
Zoot, get it, big dog. Squid Game. Zoot, do you know what Squid Game is? Zoot, I just dominated you, big dog. Zoot. Oh, not really. No, you're done. You lost by 110. All right, you ready for Squid Game on the next game?
Yeah, this is Squid Game.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm going to play the sound. Dude, you got 25 on that one. Are you happy? Dude, you got 25 and I got 80. That means that I got more than you did. 55 more, baby. Dude, it's Coast to Coast AM. Zoot.
I just smacked it.
No, you didn't, Zoot. Why would you say such a thing? Hey, there you go. Get the lead. Zoot, you got the lead. Are you proud? Zoot, are you proud of the lead that you had? Zoot, it's Squid Game. Zoot, you took the lead back.
I'm only 100 points.
showcase in the event. So it's very clear. We call showcase in the event that's you guys. The main meaning of the showcase. You don't need it.
Zoot, you are 58 points behind.
Just apply to this guy. That's the rule. That's some second. If you have a possible which is repetitive, you don't need it for textual.
Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? Zoot.
So the same concept.
I'm only 16 questions.
In this case, you don't need it for because you're going to have a Torah.
You're more than that, big dog. You are 73 points.
Only 10 questions.
That would be 11.
And Torah for the showcase. This guy, so we come to the subject. There's no names, there's a punishment, and there's Azhara.
Rabbi, you're going to.
A nirva with Zachar.
Are you sure?
A nirva shur Zachar is the subject of this Zachar relationship. The nirva with Ahela is also
Zoot, Squid Game.
However, to animal.
Ah,
So again,
Zoot. Zoot, Squid Game, baby. All right, I'm gonna beat you to 315 wins, and then you're just. I can't do anything more for you.
well, I'm not doing this.
Because I'm superior to you. The student has become the master.
Everyone put it down.
Wow, calm down, Zoot. Calm down with your questions. Zoot, I've got the lead on you. Oh, that was good. Get a triple 20. Okay. 65 points. Zoot, what are your thoughts on my going up 69 points on you, baby?
You know,
Zoot, you took the lead back. Are you proud of yourself?
So all those cases together. Now,
Zoot, you're doing really well.
Let's go for the Torah about it.
Zoot, you're doing, man. Triple 20. Get another one. Okay, get it just a 20. Dude, 2 triple 20s. 140 points, dude. Zoot, you have the lead by 56 points. Dude, I have to shut you off.
We did not make the bia of a
won.
child who's
No.
9, who's less than 9, like a child who is 9. We'll explain this in a minute. Shmuel Amar, Shmuel says,
No,
"Well,
I
also,
agree.
it's called us to bet Shalosh Shanim,
Not
bet
that
Shebed, so we didn't make the bia of a bet Shalosh.
Let's see what happens, Zoot.
3 years.
20.
3 years.
Get it.
I could win it.
Get it. That was a major bust.
You have to win this. You have to win.
We know that Allah is that
It all comes down to this, Zoot.
under the age of 9 is not considered a bia. We do not
Another major bust.
has the ability to be able to
Zoot.
perform a bia. Similarly, halachically speaking, a bia of a girl Palkas Mishalosh
Zoot,
is not considered to be a bia.
you did really well there.
When you have a child,
Yeah, you did. You only lost by 45. And you had 2 busts.
the question just
How about when the next
you
one?
equate
And
a
then we go
male
for one.
child
Zoot, you're
to a
done.
female child.
This is the last Dark Game, then Match Monsters, then I need a break.
The age sorry, cannot perform a being until the age of 9.
Zoot.
Therefore, the subject,
Okay,
child is the
that sounds
subject,
really nice.
and will not be considered to be a being until the child is 9. Or we say that hold on, Mishkele Isha, it's like Mishkele Isha, just like when it comes to a girl, it means the cutoff.
We are tied.
That's my focus. That's what Gemara says. Right? But what's my focus? Rob summer complete the shokeh. He's a Nishka. The child is old enough to be the shokeh.
What are you gonna do, big dog?
Less than shokeh. He's not old enough to be a shokeh. In other words, he's less than 9. He's less than Nishka. If a male is going to engage with him, an older, a gadol to engage with him,
You know what?
then less than Nishka is not. Again, no one's condoning this behavior. The question just is whether there's a key of Nisa in this case.
Let's see it. That's a huge miss.
This is bad.
You're down 40.
3 years old, and therefore you'll give the zakar the halacha of the female.
Zoot, I just scored 100 points.
Everyone has.
Yeah, but I'm going to score 180 points right here.
You did not.
I don't think I'm
When we begin today's daf, Sanhedrin, daf and Daled, we begin by thanking all of our sponsors.
Big dog. You're down by 140 points.
The annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of 5785, the Tulsa Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael is close to the Surah Torah School of Am Yisrael. We also thank the learning was sponsored by Elio Roseborough in honor of his upcoming marriage to Miriam Ruth Benjamin. Mazel Tov Elio. Joseph Shibana by Estella of Yisrael. Joseph is a tremendous amount of nachas. House was filled with bracha, hatzlacha, simcha, and kol tov.
Are you ready for this?
We also thank our week of learning sponsors. We thank Beryl and Rachel Gawker for sponsoring the shiur of this week in honor of Beryl's grandfather's yahrzeit.
Dude, I just fucked up. I got 2 points, Zoot.
Beryl Ben Chaim's final Brooklyn's yahrzeit is today with our Shvat and Shomash Aliyah, and the families should have in the Kabbalah. Today's daf is daf and Daled. We are going to pick up literally the first word on daf and Daled of an Aleph in Sefer Sanhedrin. Yesterday we were discussing
Dude, I busted.
that took place in the Mishnah.
You could win.
The Mishnah between Rabbi Yuna and
Let's see
Chachamim.
if you could win. 60,
What the
100,
halacha is,
maybe.
a person is Boel, his mother. Is he chayiv
Zoot.
once because it's his mother, or twice because it's his mother, and also his father's wife? So the Mishnah, just quickly to recap the Mishnah tells us.
Zoot, I busted again.
In Gimel Amud Aleph, it says.
Zoot, now's your chance.
Chayiv alem, a person's chayiv
1.
once because she is his mother.
25.
Also because this woman is his father's wife.
5.
He disagrees. He says, only chayiv once because.
Zoot, I busted again.
We discussed this yesterday. What's the difference? How many is chayiv for? He's being put to death, as we discussed yesterday. Person can only be put to death once. So the
3.
again, today's Gemara is a little more clear about this. But the here is going to be
Bust.
if there is a shogeg, if it was done by mistake, if for some
And
reason
you
there
did.
was a lapse of knowledge about what is going on over here, in such a case, how many cartels will he have to get? Whether a person decides Malchus twice, we question for other cases, but in a case where it's a chayav,
And I busted, Zoot.
or it is something that comes with the carbon, the question will be how many carbonos a person has to bring. So now the Gemara was trying to bring from the source from Yehuda, only chayav one.
Yeah, that is embarrassing.
And that was the majority of yesterday's Amud. And at the end, we had the opinion of Rava. At the end,
Oh,
we
you
had
almost got
the
it.
opinion of Amar Rava. So again, to recap the last 4 lines of Dr. Gimel, Rava told us that the way to be the darshan the pasuk was Erbas Avicha did not refer to, as you may have thought, that Erbas Avicha refers to the father's
Don't
erba.
fuck up.
When it said Erbas Avicha in the pasuk, you may have thought that was talking about a person having this
I got
relationship
you,
with his father. Rather, he understands Erbas Avicha refers to his father's wife.
That was your chance.
Therefore, Imcha is going to be extra. If Imcha is going to be extra, that comes to be the Raya.
Zoot, that was your chance.
That's what the end of the Gemara yesterday. Now the Gemara wants to bring a Raya to Rabba's way of understanding the Yehuda. The Gemara is going to bring a long Brisa. At the end of the Brisa, we're going to
You
see
just
what
lost
the Raya
6
is.
straight
I don't have to say
games.
to Rabba. We learned a Brisa like Rabba. Ish, it says in the pasuk Ish. What is this referring to? Again, this is the pasuk. You have the pasuk on the side. So let's look into the number of psukim. The to talk about this. It says the ish asher yishkas es eishes aviv ervas
Zoot, you're done.
aviv gila lois yumsu shneim me'abab. So it says the ish and the man should yishkas
Tranquil
es
Falls.
eishes aviv who will sleep with his father's wife. Ervas aviv
They did an update to
reveal
this.
the nakedness of his father. Most yumsu shneim me'abab. They both have the chiyuv of Misa. Now, if you remember yesterday, we also quoted the pasuk, this was the pasuk in Vayikra Parashat. We also quoted the pasuk yesterday of Ervas Avicha.
Okay, what do you want me to do about it?
So that says Ervas Avicha, which refers, simple translation should mean the father's Ervas, Ervas Imcha, and the mother's Erva, Losagali Imchahi. So he says again, Imchahi, the mother, Losagali Ervas. Now we're actually the other pasuk. Now let's read it together. Ish. It says in the pasuk Ish. Amen. What does Ish come to say? What does it come to exclude? Practically, when it says Ish, it always comes to exclude a child. Asher Yishkav es Ashes Aviv, who will sleep with his father's wife. Mashka made Ashes Aviv.
Zoot, go.
This clearly says it's his father's wife. So it's regardless of whether it's a woman.
No, they'll just like
or not.
do memory erasure and like
Ashes Aviv.
make it so that you don't remember, like you're punished virtually.
Now, how do you know? Elo, She'eno Ashes.
Word, dog.
How do you know that a woman?
Oh, Zoot.
Sorry.
Heel
his
leaf,
mother,
Zoot.
who's not his father's wife. Hamalomar, Erbas of it. The pasuk repeats itself at the end. It says,
So like if you did something wrong, you would just go into like a chamber and it would feel like a long punishment, but in reality it would just like take like 10 seconds off your life.
Erbas of his Gila. What's the necessity, right? That's what the Gemara says.
Zoot, did you know that I just evolved?
Erbas of his Gila, which are extra words. Mufta, that's now extra.
I'm bonsaier, baby.
To create this juxtaposition. And what do we do once we have this?
How? It didn't take away a turn?
Therefore, we can learn that there's a chiyuv for a mother who's
So
not
if
a
you
father's
kill
wife.
someone, you go into a chamber.
Okay, so what's that
like
law? The pasuk tells us
10 seconds.
most
Why?
yumsu.
Like I don't want to
You're
kill
gonna
anyone.
they're kind
Word,
of
dog.
how are they punished? So which means is it? This skila, the person is going to be put to death with skila with stone. Now on to Omer.
Same shit.
Similar to Torah, similar to what we saw yesterday. How do you know? Why are you
Zoot.
Because it says most to us that he can be put to death with skila. Maybe it's going to be one of the other types of capital punishment. More answers never kind of me and bomb.
Zoot, you know that you haven't evolved yet?
It says by Obi Yadoni, you mentioned yesterday, it's clear.
You make big rule big in the future.
Therefore, we learn
More forgiving.
Sometimes the sorceries we discussed yesterday, and sometimes it's communication with the dead. Just like
I think that the level of empathy that people have, just in general in the world, is going up. Dude, I have the max amount of hit points. One thing for which they will not have empathy is for how dog shit you are at Match Monsters. That was for certain.
We're still in the middle of the race.
Look at you, Zoot. Are you going to do it?
The kind of possible tells us what the punishment is for engaging in this kind of behavior.
Look at you, Zoot.
Weirdly, we have a warning. Now we have a cloud that whenever there's a halacha or isser in the Torah, and there's a punishment, you can't just
Oh,
have a
Zoot,
pasuk
that was big time.
You have to have a verse. The pasuk clearly writes that there's an isser, there's a prohibition to do it, and then if the person is going to violate the isser, then it's going to come with the punishments. Now,
you're up, big man.
We never found the azhar, the warning. So where does that come from? The verse says, "Kamalomar erbas avicha lo."
Hydro rush.
It says erbas avicha lo sigale.
Zoot.
Father's erbas should not be revealed. Erbas
Oh, this is giant.
Zu Ashes avicha. This is what we were talking about yesterday. We mentioned yesterday that says the pasuk erbas avicha lo sigale. Person should not reveal the erba of his father. Now,
this is giant.
The simple translation of that word is the father's erba, the father's actual erba. This is the word.
Dude, I just did 25 damage to you.
Now the word says after Omer Ashes avicha o eino ela erba avicha mamish. How do you know if this is talking about the father's actual erba, or as the Christ just told us, it's referring to the father's wife? In other words, the father's erba can be referring to his own personal erba, or can be referring to the erba that he has access to, which is his wife. Which one does it mean? The Gemara says never comes. Erbas avicha. It says here erbas avicha lo sigal. It should not be revealed. Never allow Erebas, Ovid, Gila, it says in the later
Dude,
pasuk,
what should I
Erebas,
do?
These are the two psukim that I mentioned at the beginning of the shir. You have
Oh,
two
dog,
psukim.
I
One
fucked
of them
up.
is in Vayikra Yudchas, and one of them is Vayikra Chaf. So two prakim apart from each other. And Mala Allah.
Dude, you haven't even evolved yet.
Just like later on, it's clear that it's talking about his
You have 0 berries, son.
Ishus Akas Medaber over here as well. It must be talking about Ishus, and therefore
Dude.
it's not talking about the person engaging in his relationship
Go,
with his father.
Dude.
Rather, it's talking about a person engaging in a relationship with his father's wife. Now, the Gemara goes on. In other words, that was the main
Dude's
point.
done.
The point that we just brought out was
It's
what
over,
it says,
folks.
clearly, it's possible. Erebas Avicha.
Dude, it's over.
Yeah, when it says Erebas
Dude's
Avicha,
done.
or Erebas Avicha, the Erebas
What are you
Avicha
saying,
Skali,
wild
Erebas
person?
Avicha is not referring to the father himself, rather it's referring to Ishus, and that's where you can have
Hey, Rabbi, can
power for this. It's
we'll be able to bring
yesterday
bacon back from the dead
in the drasha for Rabbi.
Perhaps.
And the Gemara says Mashma.
Dude, look at this.
Right?
Yeah,
You
dude, look
take
at
from that
this.
lesson, that's whether this
I
woman
just
whether
evolved.
his father is his mother.
Dude, I just evolved.
Whether this woman is not actually
I've
mother,
evolved 2 of my guys, dude. You have
now,
evolved 0.
She'eno Ashes of the Midnight. We're going to be having an
Can you bring
Asara,
someone
a warning for
back from the dead
this
after that
person,
they cremated?
or this person's
Yeah.
mother, who is not his father's wife. So again, they must have had this child out of wedlock. So therefore, there was this that took place when the child was born.
Dude,
So again, the same way we asked earlier, that when you have
I'm gonna do some
punishment
major
for it,
damage
now the
to you,
Gemara wants to know
son.
where you can have the Asara for it. Now you tell the Pasuk tells us, Erebas Imcha.
He'll leave, dude. I might be able to get you here. Dude.
Now we know that. Now we have that Asara.
Dude. Dude, it is 65 to 10.
That the punishment is going to be the same. Never can ever savicha, never learn ever saviv gila. Now, the Gemara explains, Maba Azhara, just like when it came to Azhara,
Dude.
Asa HaKasav Imo, when
Big
it came
dog.
to the warning, Asa HaKasav Imo She'ena Eishes Aviv, Gima, the pasuk compared and equated a mother who was the father's wife, just like a regular mother, Shehi Eishes Aviv, just like a married mother to the father,
Dude.
Asa HaKasav Imo. When it comes to the punishment as well, the pasuk makes the
It's
Imo,
over
his
for
mother,
you, son.
who's not married to the father.
You're done, baby. It's over for
exactly
you.
the same as a mother who is married to the father. But now, the Gemara says imchahi. In other words, now you have this imcha, you have this extra word imcha, because again, if Erebas Ovid referred to the wife, so then imcha, the mother's now going to be extra, because it's the same thing. Like Gemara says, this is ultimately the end of Rabbi Yehuda. That's what Rabbi Yehuda comes for. In other words, since he uses Erebas Avicha to tell you the first the father's wife, so now imchahi is extra. If you have the imchahi being extra, now you have Xeris Akasa finally after all this to tell you Yehuda is correct in saying there's only one chiyuv if this person engages in this activity with this woman. So there's only going to be one chiyuv, not two chiyuvim, one for mother and one for father's wife. Rather, it's only going to be one. That is the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. This is the Tanya, this is the Brisa that we're actually bringing to back up the way that Chachamim learned this, the way that Rabbi learned this on the previous summit. So it's a long Brisa, but ultimately to bring us back to the same exact conclusion. The Erebas Avicha tells us already that's referred to the life. Imchahi is redundant, and therefore we have this Xeris Akasa, which is the person engages in this relationship with his mother, who's also his father's wife, then he can be chayav because of his mother, but not chayav because of the father's wife. Okay, now, that was the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. Yehuda told us there's only one chiyuv. However, the Chachamim now have a problem. The Gemara says, Rabbanan, Erebas Avicha, what are they going to do with the redundancy of Erebas Avicha and Imcha? Both of those seem to be saying the same thing. So why do we argue with Yehuda and tell us that there's only one chiyuv? The Gemara tells us, according to the Rabbanan, they didn't learn the pasuk that way. Therefore, the Rabbanan, Erebas Avicha Mamish. And the pasuk tells us very clearly, Erebas Avicha, Erebas Ikolo Sagale. Person should not reveal the erba of his father. You know what that meant? That meant literally a person should not sleep with his father. Gemara says, hold on a second. There's another problem over there. Hi, we need to ask Zachar Nafla. We know that there is a prohibition against a relationship between two men, and therefore his father is a man. He is a man. So therefore you already have a problem with this. Why do you have to have a pasuk telling you the person should not reveal the erba of his father? Where it says, the Chayvai alav shtayim. The Chayv twice. In other words, the chacham of the problem, they mentioned already in the Mishnah is Chayv twice. Now, why do you have a pasuk telling you not to reveal your father's erba? There are two specific isurim with the person engaging in a relationship with his father. One, the typical chiyuv of the zachar l'sishta mishna isha. The second one is the chiyuv of a person having this intimate relationship with his father. Who could Rav Yehuda? Not Rebbe Yehuda. It's very important because the Chachamim argue on Rebbe Yehuda. So it says Rav Yehuda here, it's a different person. Who could the Rav Yehuda, the Amr of Yehuda, Nachri haba al avid. Rashi tells us, the Gemara tells us in that one line, that this Nachri over here does not refer to actual Nachri, which is typically someone who's not Jewish. In this case, it's talking about a Jewish person. So why do we call him a Nachri? We can't fathom that Yisrael would engage in such behavior. Therefore, we use a list of the Ma'aliyah. When we say a Nachri, a stranger, Haba al Aviv, who engages in a relationship with his father, Chayev alav shtayim. He's Chayev twice. Who could Rav Yehuda, Nachri Haba al Aviv, Chayev shtayim. The person is Chayev twice. Al Ache Aviv, the person has a relationship with his uncle, Chayev shtayim, he is Chayev too as well. Amar Rava. Now Rava explains. Stavra, it makes sense. Stavra Milson of Yehuda makes sense. What Yehuda was saying was the Yisrael Bishtaikers. This case was talking about a story where this Nachri was not a Nachri, like I mentioned before. It's a Yisrael, it's a Jewish person engaged in this relationship with either his father or his uncle Bishtaikers. Whatever, his mind was not there. He didn't understand what was going on. Wasn't paying attention. Maybe he got drunk or something. But ultimately, the bottom line is Bishtaikers. Carbon. What's the discussion over here? It's the discussion of whether or not it's time to bring one carbon or two different carbonos. Now, the high the Amar Nachri. Why does it say Nachri? Why does it refer to this Yisrael as Nachri? Lishna Na'al Yahu. We wanted to use the Pina Lashon. Again, it's very hard for us to express some things from out. These Akadaita, if you're going to say Nachri Mamish, you actually talk about a real Nachri. And hold on a second, we have a much more significant problem. What's the halacha with the Nachri engaged in this kind of behavior? Remember, this is something which is from the 7 mitzvahs of Nedaya. Therefore, nobody's exempt from Gilui Arayos. What's the halacha? The Nachri who engaged in Gilui Arayos, the halacha is Ma'niyu Ketela. He is going to be punished with Ketela, with execution. Now, betray Katlas Lay. You actually give the person capital punishment twice, and therefore the whole thing would not be relevant. Have a discussion about a Nachri who's Chayev Misa twice. Obviously, that's not going to be relevant, and therefore, when we say Nachri, we're talking about a Yisrael. What is the discussion over here? The discussion over here is whether he's Chayev one carbon or two different carbonos. Tani Nami Hafid, the rights is similar to this. Baal of it, person who is Boel, his father, Chayev two things, one for his Kazakh, one of them for his father. Baal Ache of it, person has intimate his father's brothers, Chayev Shtayim, again, same thing, his brothers, and because of this Kazakh. Because I read those who say the love from Rebbe Yehuda. Some say that this does not Rebbe Yehuda. Confusing over here, because the whole thing comes from the Rav Yehuda. Now, some would say that this Rav Yehuda cannot work together with Rebbe Yehuda of our Mishnah. Because our Mishnah says we only Chayev once. So, Ika the Amri, some say that when a person has this relationship with their father, with their uncle, and he's Chayev twice from Yehuda, that's really not going like Rebbe Yehuda from our Mishnah. Because the Amri, there are those who say, if you came a Rebbe Yehuda, you can even make this work together with Rebbe Yehuda. Why? How would Yehuda be able to say that a person who has this relationship with his father would be Chayev twice, but with his mother not? He brings it from from his uncles. Why? When it comes to the father's brother, the Korban, what's the problem with this person having this relationship with his uncle? Aside from the fact that it's Mishkan Zachar. It's not enough problem as it is. But aside from the Mishkan Zachar problem, it is because it's his father's brother. In other words, the whole thing comes by way of the fact that this is his father's brother. In other words, it's too close. It's too close to the family. It's an uncle. Now, still, it's going to be Chayev twice. Chaim, Aviv lo kol shekain. I mean, the father's even closer, and therefore you can make a kal v'chomer to say the person will be Chaim twice. Now, how can you argue on this? It seems like a very simple kal v'chomer. What would be the machlokas whether you can make this kal v'chomer or not? Bar savar, onshin minadin. Bar savar, ain't onshin minadin. Over here, you're right. Logically, it would make sense that a person would be chayav twice in this relationship with their father. Why? Because the person is chayav twice in this relationship with their uncle, and the whole problem with the uncle, again, aside from it being Mishkav Zachar, is that he is related to his father. So father would be even worse. So it's a very simple, logical inference you can make from this to say that the father would be even worse and at least the same. Now the problem is, when it comes to Oshin, giving a punishment, we never use Kal v'chomer to be able to give an extra punishment. There's a lot of reasons for this, a lot of discussion about this. Because beyond the scope of today's year, but the most simple understanding of Ein Oshin Adin is that even though logically everyone in this room might come to a conclusion saying that yes, it's worse for a person to engage in that kind of relationship with a father than for an uncle. At the end of the day, we only go so far with our logic. You know when you stop using logic? When it comes to punishing other people. In other words, when it comes to Kal v'chomer, you know what? Sometimes you find a pircha. You find a little time in Shas, makes Kal v'chomer. You always assume this is more chomer than that. But Pito, you find something which says, you know what? That thing that you thought was more Kal, actually was more chomer. And the whole logical inference falls apart. And therefore, when it comes to giving someone an onesh, we don't give onshin just because of our logical inference. Therefore, even though from a logical understanding it makes sense that the father is worse than uncle, still ain't no onshin. Okay, now the Gemara goes through fitting all these psukim together, both with Rabbanan and with the Rabbanan of Azhara La'eshes Avid Binalu. Where do they find the Azhara? Remember, according to them, they used Erbas Avicha to mean actual relationship with the father. So where do they have the Azhara from? Nafkulahu, the Erbas Ashes Avicha Lo Segal. They learned it out from the words Erbas Ashes Avicha Lo Segal. Hold on. Rabbi Yehuda, so what does Rabbi Yehuda do with that? That should be extra. Again, that's in the pasuk of that's the parak Kinchas of Erbas Ashes Avicha Lo Segali Erbas Avicha He. That's the actual according to the Chacham. Now, what does Rabbi Yehuda do with that? Yehuda Hahu the Boyle. We need that Azharas Ashes Aviv La'achar Misa. Look, we need that for the Azhara to warn us about Ashes Aviv La'achar Misa after he dies. In other words, there will be a problem even post death. Rabbanan, so what do they do with that? In other words, how are they going to know that after death is a problem? The movie safe to cross. Now, if they learn that the pasuk, which is says clearly after that pasuk, Erbas Avicha, the repetition of the words Erbas Avicha, your father's Erba. That's how they learn even after the father dies. Yehuda, now what does Yehuda do with that extra word? He needs it. Mishum Ashes Av Atam Chayvai. You tie him, like we said earlier, because of Ashes Av, because being father's wife. Yet to the time of Mishum Ashes is there's no problem with Ashes. Now hold on a second, that's a big problem. Tomorrow's going to say, hold on, why not? We learned in our Mishnah that you do pile on Ashes Ish on top of Ashes Av. Why not? Abal Ashes Av. His Boel, his father's wife, Chayav Alav Mishum Ashes Av, a person is Chayav because of his father's wife, Mishum Ashes Ish, and because of Ashes Ish. And it says clearly in the Mishnah, Bein B'Chayi Aviv, Bein Lacham Ashes Aviv, and guess what? You're waiting for Yehuda to show up and say, no, only Chayav Ala'achaf, just like you said earlier in the Mishnah, when it comes to a mother, it's only Chayav once, not twice. You expect Yehuda to pop up and say, when it comes to his father's wife, he's only tied once and not twice because it's his father's wife. And Ashes Ish, below Palag of Yehuda, does not come and argue. Therefore, it can't be that he uses that, teaches the halacha that he's tied twice, tied only once. Rabbi, sorry, Mishnah did not report it. However, Palag of Brisa can't stop learning after you know the Mishnah. You got to learn all the Brises because there's a Brise which does argue that since a person is Boel, his father's wife, it's only chayiv once and not twice because of Ashes Ish and Ashes Av. Okay, Rabbanan Onish the Ashes Aviv La'achar Misa Minalu. So we found in Azhara. Where do you find the Onish for a father's wife after he dies? More sufficient number of Yehuda, according to everything makes sense. because nice loving Zera Shava. He made this Zera Shava. El Rabbanon, just remember we mentioned earlier on today's oven that it was left open. El Rabbanon, we don't know where do they get it from? Amri La, Hahu Erbes Avicha Gila. They get that from whoever's Avicha Gila, the Mafik Lord Yudo, the Zera Shava, Mafilate, Lake Inu, the Onish, in other words, whatever he used, the Zera Shava, they use that as the Onish for H's Oven. Which was the Achamisa after he passed away. Rabbanan, Onish, the Emo, Eno H's Oven, Minasu. How do you know that there's a punishment for a person who is both his mother, who's not his father's wife? Where did he get that from? Amr of Shisha Bred Davidi, to all those who were sitting at the end of their chair after yesterday's Oven, March reference to Shisha Bred Davidi, didn't tell us who he was, where he was coming from. Got some good news for you. Here he is. He finally shows up here at the Gemara, which is Amar Kra in Fahi. The pasuk says in Fahi, Asa Kasim L'Imo She'ene Eishus Aviv Ki'imo She'i Eishus Aviv. The pasuk says in Fahi and equates that whether to a married mother, so it makes the difference whether she's married or not married. Any case is going to be a problem. Back to Mishnah Ba Kalasa. The person who's Boel is daughter-in-law. Now the Gemara asks, "L'chayv nami yishum eishus beno." The Mishnah does not mention that there's a violation of eishus beno. Rabbi pasuk kasim kalaso. The pasuk opens up. In other words, there's two separate problems. There's one problem that it's the father's daughter-in-law. Just make sure to understand this correctly. There's the idea that it's the father's daughter-in-law. There's a relationship between this woman and this man because she is his daughter-in-law. In other words, daughter-in-law is not just a phrase. In law, halachically, there's something called the daughter-in-law. She becomes the daughter-in-law by virtue of the fact that she married the son, and there's now a direct relationship with daughter-in-law. So at least what the Gemara thinks. And there's a separate relationship, which is that this woman is his father's son. The Gemara wants to say she be chayiv twice. One for being his daughter-in-law, another one for being his son's wife. Gemara says, the Chayiv Yishud Eishus Beno, Rabbi Apostle Kasim Kalaso, the Sayin Eishus Beno, Lomar Lach, Zui Kalaso, Zu Eishus Beno. No, there's no difference between the daughter-in-law and your son's wife. At the end of the day, the problem is exactly the same. In other words, you would have thought, like we were saying before, it's a direct relationship of daughter-in-law, which is, again, it's impossible to separate the two. You would have thought that this is of daughter-in-law and son's wife. No, it's actually exactly one and the same. It's just a semantic difference whether you refer to this person as your daughter-in-law or your son's wife. In any case, it's going to be forbidden, and it's only going to be one issue. Mishnah continues. Haba ala zafar. A person is boel, a male. Ala behema, the person is boel, an animal. The isha mevia es behema beskila. A woman who brings an animal upon herself. The halacha is that there is skila for all parties involved. Now the Mishnah, in perhaps atypical fashion, the Mishnah asks a question: If Adam chote, the person did something wrong here. Animals can't do averos. Why is the animal being punished? The animal is just an animal. Animals can't make good choices. There's no kira for an animal. Why is the animal being punished? Gemara says, "El lafisha ba la'adam takala al yada lefikach amar kasim tisakel." This animal was the vessel by which a person did a terrible avera, and therefore the pasuk says the animal is put to death. The Mishnah has another explanation for this as to why the animal is put to death. Why shlo tehei behema overes kashov over hazuish l'boni al yada. That's the infamous animal that this following person is put to death. We saw a similar concept, not exactly the same thing, when it came to lo salim nevlaso ala AIDS. That when it says when a person shall be hanged, we don't leave the person there. We mentioned it last week on Shabbos that if a person is ever going to be hanged, hanging is literally for a second. It's after the person's already dead. The hanged body is immediately taken down. Why not? Because we don't want a person to say, "Ooh, you know why this person is hanging? Because this person went ahead, the God was Barak Hashem, was always about the Zara." Such a chilul Hashem comes out about that because it kind of publicizes the story. We didn't want to publicize such a tremendous chilul Hashem. I think this is a similar concept that if a person engages in this kind of behavior with an animal, and a person is going to be put to death as a result of it. So whenever this animal walks by in the street, it says, oh, that's the infamous cow. You know what happened with that cow? Everyone's whispering, everyone's tapping each other on the shoulder. That's the cow that's going down the block. What a chilul Hashem comes out. First of all, it's a chilul Hashem that this happened. And second of all, even though the person has to be put to death, it's a bizayon. It's a tremendous bizayon to the person. The people should go around talking about that. And therefore, we're just going to put the animal to death. Why is that fair to the animal? Life's not fair. Very good. Life's not fair. The human dignity takes precedence. You got to remember the human dignity of an avario. And again, we didn't even mention this so many times. It's so rare that a case like this will ever happen. And even if a case like this happens, the probabilities of the misa, the capital punishment, actually being carried out, in other words, to qualify for the capital punishment to happen, it's difficult. We'll get to this first Shabbat because of the again. It's very difficult to actually adjudicate a case which is going to result in the death penalty. So even for the rare case of the person who was so brazen, they were warned right then and there, the Eidim were there with the Sukkot, and there's nothing else, no possible excuses that came up. The person went in front of the Eidim, and the Eidim could not be caught up on anything. In such a case, still, human dignity takes precedence. Human dignity of the Avari takes precedence. Zachar minolad. How do we know that the is skila for a person who engages in this relationship with the Zachar? Where it says, the Tanur Rabbanan, we learned, Ish, it says in the Pasuk, just to read the Pasuk, it says, the Ish asher yishkav es Zachar mishkevei isha. And the Ish asher yishkav es Zachar will sleep with his Zachar, mishkevei isha, in the way that a person sleeps with a woman. So Eva also, it's an abomination what was done. Shneim, most, Basu, both of them shall be given the punishment of Misa, the Mayim Bam, should be punished with their blood. Now, the Gemara dashes the pasuk as follows: Ish, it says in the pasuk, Ish, Prat Lekata. That excludes the Kata. Asher Yishkav es Zachar. It's interesting, we went through this yesterday. Why do you have to exclude a Kata? So actually, at the end of today's Gemara, we're going to, if we get to the end of the Dado business, we'll describe this a little bit more. But I mean, Ketana are always excluded. Why do you have to have a pasuk for this? There are those who say that an interesting idea, which is basically, since this is from the 7 days of Bnei Noach, so you don't find the concept of Katan and Zachar by Bnei Noach. So you might think the concept of a Katan, a bar mitzvah boy, is only a Jewish concept. What is a boy chayav mitzvahs when it comes to bar mitzvah? But that's only with regard to the chiyuvim that are relevant to a yid. Maybe when it comes to the chiyuvim that are relevant to a ben Noach, that's always going to be the case, and therefore it makes no difference between the Zachar, a Katan, and a Gadol. Therefore, Ish Prat Lekata. That excludes a child. Asher Yishkav es Zachar, Bein Gadol, Bein Katan. So if the subject in the case is a child, it's still going to be a problem. In other words, as long as the Boel is a Gadol, then whether or not the subject is a Katan, it's going to be a problem. Mishkevei Isha, when it says in the passage Mishkevei Isha, Magid Lacha Kasav, Shnei Mishkavot Isha. The pasuk teaches you that there are 2 types of Mishkavos Isha. In other words, the pasuk includes the Mishkevei Isha. It's essentially telling you that by an Isha, it's possible for a person to be both Kedarka and Shalom Kedarka. By Zachar, obviously the only way to be both is only Kedarka. That's Mishkevei Isha twice to tell you that the Mishkevei Isha, the second type of Shalom Kedarka of the Isha, is also considered to be a Bia, which is a problem, and that's going to be the problem by man. So I'm Rabbi Shmuel tells me, he says, I raised the Bola Lame Nitzalama. This passage of Mishkevei Isha says to teach the halacha by Zachar that a person who engages with a Zachar Shloka doctor, that's the only way to possibly do it when it comes to a Zachar, and that's the Isser of Mishkav Zachar. It comes to teach you something about Mishkevei Isha, whenever we reference Mishkevei Isha to teach us halacha about a Zachar, what we learn, by the way, here we mentioned that when it comes to Isha, the person who engages with a woman who is not allowed to engage with, whether it's Kedarka or Shloka is going to be a problem. Most Pasuk tells us you're going to be tied Visa, the Sila. The tied Sila, Achol, the Sila, more doubts to hold on. The Sila, so Eino, Ella, maybe This is referring to all other mitzvahs which are relevant to Torah. Maybe it's going to be straight for Harag or Karek. Gemara says no, never comes to the above. It says here to the above. Never go be done to the above. The very destruction that he's done before. Since the Odi Yodoni is saying above. Mara on the skila. Just like the son of Yodoni. The punishment is skila. So too over here. It says the above. Therefore it will be. All right, so the Gemara is down on the base. Top of the number. Onish, Shamanu, fine, it's very clear. We have an onish over here. Torah, we really find that Torah for this stuff, okay? And as you mentioned, we have a possible to say onish, we have another possible to do Torah, the warning, the Lomar, the ask, the Zaka, the Shishka, another possible. So very clearly, it doesn't come with positive, it's a very clear instruction. That's Zaka, the Shishka, the Isha, the Eva, it is the Bible. The Magnu, as Harel the showcase in Gemara, right? Imagine as Harel the person who is the showcase, as Harel the Mishkav, and you know the subject is word as well. Which is showcase, the active member of the group. Now we find it as Harel because it says that Zachar Lo Mishkav. Now how do you know about the Mishkav? Right? On the Lomar, Lo Yiyah Kadesh Today. So first you navigate yourself with Yud today. So Omar, back to something the word Kadesh actually is Yud. The God, Kadosh, Hayu, the Eretz, Asu, Kufah, Shevas, Agayim, Asher, Hadish. You see clearly that the word Kadosh in this context is referred to Evos, to abominable actions. And therefore, that adds in, that extra possibility is added in. Even though we have this possible over here in Malachim, which helps us define the possible of Yisrael, is in the bar. So that's the Azhara for the Mishkan. That's Rabbi Shmuel. It's very important to keep this in mind. We'll see very soon that these drushes are going to have an after. But clearly, according to Rabbi Shmuel, there's an extra pasuk of Lo Yiyah Kadesh. That extra pasuk, Lo Yiyah Kadesh, is the additional pasuk to the Azhara. However, Rabbi Shmuel disagreed, and he said, "Eino tzara, you do not need to have the pasuk of Lo Yiyah Kadesh. Therefore, you got to forget. Hareyu Omer Bet Zachar Lo Tishkav." We read the pasuk with the nekudas of Tishkav, So again, when you use the nekudas of Lo Tishkav, it refers to the actionable member, the member who is active. However, Karibeh Lo Si Sa Case. In other words, there's no nekudas in this Torah. So therefore, it's possible that you can actually use the same word Lo Si Sa Case, so it has a dual definition. One definition is Lo Tishkav versus activity. The other one is Lo Si Sa Case should not be subject to the activity. Therefore, you have the Azhara both for the showcase and the Mishkav. Okay, we have an Azhara for the showcase, we have an Azhara for the Mishkav, and we have an Onish for the showcase and for the Mishkav. That's very clear. Now, Behema Minala. How do you know a person engages in this act with the Behema? Guys, you look at Rabbanon, it says the muscle. Muscle tells you it. It says before, Prat the Kasha. The child, Asher Yite, Shechal the Behema. He gives his Shekiva with the Behema. Vein Gedola Bekatana, the animal's Gedola Bekatana, definitely no suspicion of the other or the animal, no size, no age, no relative to the other one. All of them are going to be a problem. Pasuk says most, not the skila. Pasuk says skila. Pasuk says most, not, and we understand this skila. More asks the same question asked the time before. Ashta, Omer, the skila, or even Elah, how do you know skila? Maybe it's one of the other types of calculus. Nebar Khan Tarogu. Over here it says Tarogu. That says also by possible there is Yarot again God to see above the Shona, Lamis Yatsa Bakota, are either A or something where it says that he was talking about a person who was an issue, but yeah, who was trying to public away from his market from his Shara. There it says clearly Yatsa. In that case, Mala the skila, just like in that case, it says very clearly it's about skila. Al-Kab, skila, you have that red targenu, those words in the being of speaking of it. Okay, fine. Of course, Manu Onish, the shofar. We learned the Onish, the punishment for the person who onates with Mishkav, the person is the subject of this behavior with animal in no one. How do you know that? Clear, open shafas. It says anybody who shoots an animal is a person. We don't need it to tell us the lesson for a person who is the action-based person over here. Why? Because we already have a lesson for that. The Indian, we discussed, therefore, if it's repeated and it's not necessary, just say the Madu Onish, very good, Madu Onish. However, as you mentioned many times in the summer, the Onish is not enough. Then the social thing with this guy by Cardinal, we even have an Akara, a warning in the second for a person who gives something to the animal. On the lower, the person says, the fall, the Hema, or Suke, the time of that person does not put himself in his Shakiva in front of the animal. Very good. Remember, there's going to be four cases over here. There is the Shokay, and the Mishkav, and the Azhara, and the Onish. So fine, you got me one more pasuk to give you the Azhara. However, it's supposed to keep the Talaba. In the Madu Azhara, we found the warning, the Shokay for the Shokay. The Mishkav to the subject, when you have an Azhara, a warning to the subject, so he used the same pasuk we used earlier. First, he's going to be involved in snow, behavior. That is the word. Omar told the back to the Aras, as he said earlier, this pasuk can be used as a word for the now, the Gemara says, Mishmal. That is where Mishmal learns. Mishmal learns it from Yekaz. Mishmal from before. It learns it from Mishmal Zachar. It learns the same exact word Yekaz when it comes to the Be'eda. The Kiva, he learned earlier that he didn't learn from Yekaz Zachar. Rather, he said the words were best Zachar lo Sishkav, and Sishkav either be pronounced Sishkav or Shisha. Okay? So therefore, both are included. What is the Kiva Omer? Enosar Harei Omer lo Site, Yosaf Kafah, which means you also pronounce that as lo Site Shakiva. Don't place any of your students, whether the person is the actionable person or the one who is the subject. In that case, in any case, it's going to be outside. Rabbi Morris is going to actually find this interesting. Generally, we don't find, and we have drushes, and we get so deep into the drushes that we're going to find enough community in the drushes. Here, because there is a halachic nafkamina, where it's going to go. Habal and Zachar, a person who is Baal and Zachar. Now, Rashi points out, whenever you see Zachar above, it refers to the place of the Zachar that a person is engaging with. So, Habal and Zachar in this case means a person is the one who is the showcase, the one who is called the one who's sleeping with the other Zachar. Behavior loves that. Now, he actually, at the same time, also puts himself the other way as having a Zachar with it. It doesn't necessarily mean exactly the same time, the same element. It refers to a person doing the exact same forgetting this person violated his Zachar by being the showcase, and he was also violated as the Zachar as being the Mishkan. Now, the subject is unremovable. You think about this. So, the Gemara, the Divin Rabbi Yishmael, first Rabbi Yishmael, type twice. Why? Because it's a separate Azhara for a Zaka, for a Shokeh, and a Mishkan. So, if a person is indeed both as a Shokeh and a Mishkan, it's Zaka Averos. Now, type, Kadri Divin Yekiva, his Azhara was not a second pasuk. It just was the Kudos. You say Shishkav or Shishakeh, it's the same pasuk. So therefore, it can't be what? You need to keep it in the kind of Achar. Why? Because those Shishkav and those Shishakeh, Abal Behema, person is Baal animal, Behema love, and also has the animal in the other way. So again, Amr Babal said we probably be true. Never if you saw type first we saw the separate Rosh of Loya Kadesh type twice, two separate issue, like being the Shokhi and the Mishkan. Father will keep it from Father will Loya Kadesh. The person keep it in the title Asaf, or type one, what talk the color let's go. Again, it's just a matter of pronunciation of the word. Just a matter of pronunciation of the word. So therefore, the isser of being the active one with an animal, or the subject with an animal, is the same isser. Therefore, the person violates both at the same time, only decides once. Abai disagrees with the well. He says, Abai Amar, Afilu Zibri Bishmal, Nami Edekai Nora. Even for it to be small, you only tie it once. Why? In other words, even though it said, Lo Yia Kaddish, and that's as Para, says Abaya, he said Lo Yia Kaddish, the God received. That was a mitzvah that was given to people. And therefore, you can't apply that to today. If you can tell me that it's not true, you can't use love via covenant to warn a person about this kind of engagement with this animal. So where does he know? The Azhara. In other words, you just misquote what we said before. When it says that's the way it should be called showcase the game. It says very clearly, call showcase the game of most of us. We don't need a piece of Azhara for the one who is the actor. Remember? In English, guys, you just apply to this guy. That's the rule. That's the second. If they're possible competitive, you don't need it for actual. They actually need the concept. You can always apply it to the same thing, but the same concept, but a different part of that. In this case, you don't need it for the shelter because you're going to have an Akara and you have Onish, and therefore you can apply to the Nishkab. Now, after I follow the Nishkab, why did the Torah do that? Why the Torah used Lashon Shokeh to describe the subject? Mash Shokeh Onish here, just like you saw, you took it to tell us that there's Onish and Akara for the Shokeh. Nishkab Onish here comes from the subject. Onish, punishment, and the Zachar. More said down. A nirva with Zachar. A person is nirva who is Zachar, is the subject of this Zachar relationship. The nirva of Behema. He's also nirva in the same telem to an animal. So again, Omar of Rabbi Abo, Rabbi says, the Dibri of Akiva, according to Akiva, Chayiv Shtayim. You can be Chayiv twice. Why? Because again, separate Isurim. So according to Akiva, it makes sense. It's two separate Isurim. It's not Lo Yekadeh. Keep that to the good. Talking about this, just talking about the you may be small, this word comes up to me, according to be small as that. In the Chayiv, the laugh, that's going to Chayiv one. Both comes from Lo Yekadeh. This is what the Yekadeh twice. Abaya Omar, even for small, not a type style. You still have type style, the Zachar and animals and Sid, called Shokeh, the end of the Humas, in the Shokeh, the end of the Shokeh. You don't need that box to tell you the halacha. That's before. The Shokeh, borrow it from the Shokeh. But after I learned this, Shokeh, we said before, the Torah uses the Shokeh, the discount, the Shokeh, not Shokeh, get the same word, just as the Shokeh, punishment, warning, I will the person who is the active member is the Boal Zachar. The Zachar Allah. And also Boal Zachar Allah. Or Habal Behema. Person who's Boal Behema, Behema Allah. All those cases together. Now, Bain Rebel, Bain Labaya, is a small type cell. It's going to be small type time. The Cuba type time, according to the whole type twice. Let's go a little further. Talk about it. Zachar. It says in the pasuk Zachar with the vav. Lo asibal papa kugam. Did not make the papa like a gun. Now, as we said, when it came to an animal, we equated Zachar as the papa with the gun. Behema, when it came to a person who showcased with the Behema, Ashiva, Kitana, Kikitola. We did equate it, Kitana, Kikitola. And the person, what does this mean? Nine will Ashiva, what does it mean? You didn't make a child like the government. I'm around, will Ashiva, Papa, Kiventation, Shadu. He did not make the Bia of a child who's 9, but who's less than 9, but like a child who is 9. We'll explain this in a minute. Well, of our school says, "Lo asibiyah papa kiven shalom shanim kiven shalom." You make the Bia of a Ben Shalosh of less than 3 years, like 3 years. Right? What's the argument over here? Rather, so we're told to use the shot, Mishkav, for the less Mishkav, if the person can be a Boel, he could be Mishkav, I love Mishkav, that's the Mishkav. In other words, we know that Allah is that the Bia of a male child under the 9 is not just the Bia, we do not assume the child under the 9 as the perform the Bia. Similarly, unlessly speaking, a Bia of a girl plus a child is not considered to be a Bia. The question just is, when you have the male child who is the subject, disturbing this whole conversation is, the question just is, you equate a male child.
Oh, what is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? Look at this athleticism.
Cannot perform a Bia until the age of 9. Therefore, the subject, the child is the subject, then it will not be considered to be a Bia until the child is 9. Or we say, and hold on, this Nikisha, it's girl, reads the bottle and not that. That's my focus. That's what Gemara says. Like, if the child's old enough to be the shokeh, he's old enough to be the nishka. So the less the shokeh, he's not old enough to be a shokeh. In other words, he's less than 9. That's the nishka. If the male's going to engage with him, the older, a goggle, engage with him, then less of a nishka is not, again, no one's condoning this behavior. The question just is whether there's a fee of Nisa in this case, then less of the Nishkav, then not going to qualify as a Nishkav in that case. Full summary, full says, Mishkave Isha sin has to be Mishkave Isha, and therefore Mishkave Isha, what's the concept of Mishkave Isha? 3 years old, and therefore you'll give the Zachar, the Allah of the female, in this doctrine today. Everyone has a wonderful day. What's so fun? Okay, good morning, everyone. Today's daf is daf Mendal. We left off yesterday on daf Mendal with 8, and we're going to see 4 lines up from the bottom. So what we were dealing with there was that in the Mishnah we had a machlokes between the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. The Tanakama held that if someone has relations with his mother, that person is liable for 2 lavim, for two Isurei lav. What are they? First of all, because it's his mother, and second of all, because it is the wife of his father. We also talked about the fact that it could, as Tosis mentioned yesterday, it could also be HPC. But in any event, that the Tanakama holds that they're chayav for both for the father and for both he's chayav for both over there, the father's wife and the mother. And the Rabbi Yehuda held that he's only chayav for the mother. We spent time yesterday trying to figure out what Rabbi Yehuda's source. So the first source that we tried to bring was Abaye, and actually we have it here. But Abaye tried to bring it from the pasuk in Vayikra Yosef, where it says Imcha Hi, it is your mother, to say that you're only liable for Imcha. What happened? That we rejected that for 2 reasons. The Gemara asked two kashas on that. The Gemara's first kasha was that if that's true, that Imcha Hi tells you that it's just your mother and not your father's wife, then similarly you should darshan the pasuk that says Erva Savika, who that we say in Vayikra which is so that therefore it's so Erva Savika who should tell you that Erva Savika should tell you also that you're chayav only for your father's wife, but not for the mother, which would produce this strange result, as the Gemara mentioned yesterday, that you would have a man who has relations with his mother who's not his father's wife is chayav, or with his father's wife who's not his mother is chayav, but if it was his mother who was also his father's wife, then he wouldn't be chayav. That would be a bizarre result. That was question number 1. And question number 2 was
if Inkahi is a valid limud to tell you that someone is only chayav for relations with their mother, but not for their father's wife, then why would then the Rabbanan would have to deal with that pasuk and they should produce the same result, and they should say like Rabbi Yehuda that someone is chayav only for their mother, but not for Eishes Avicha. So we rejected that answer. The Gemara is actually going to go back to that answer to say that it's in Kadi, but we're going to do it in a way that answers those two questions. So what is that? Rava says, because Rabbi Yehuda's opinion that he's chayav only for relations with his mother comes from the pasuk as follows: Ervas Avicha. So that's this pasuk. But what's different now is that we've generally understood Ervas Avicha lo Segala, that a person should not have relations with his father. What Rabbi is saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds that those words, Ervas Avicha, we're going to see in today's how we learned this, but Ervas Avicha is a reference to the wife of the father, whether it's his mother or not. So this is Eishes Avicha. And then, so the Gemara says, Eishes Avicha. We're going to see soon in Xer Shava how does he know that Ervas Avicha is a reference to the father's wife. So in other words, it seems to imply that regardless of whether or not it's his mother, this is the wife of his father, right? So that's how you know wife of the father. And then Imo Shano Eishes David Minayin. What happens for his mother who is not the husband of his father, i.e. that this child was born, the child who had relations with his mother was born out of wedlock. Hamalomar Ervat Imcha Lo Tegala. So that's the second part of the pasuk. So we say that's how we know his mother who was not married to his father. Then the pasuk continues Imchahi, and the way we're understanding now is Mishum Ima that he's only chayav for his mother, not for the wife of his father. So what do we have? We have the first pasuk, the way that we're understanding that Ervas Avicha is a reference to father's wife, whether his mother or not. Ervas Imcha Lo Segala is a reference to his mother, whether married or not. And Imcha, he then comes back and modifies Ervas Avicha. So we were saying Ervas Avicha includes whether it's his mother or not, and now we're saying, no, the part that it says, even if it's his mother, that we're knocking out. Because Imcha, he knocks out the part that says it's his mother, and tells you that if we're dealing in a case where it is both the wife of the father and his mother, is only chayav for Imchahi. Okay, so how does this answer the two questions we had yesterday when we tried using Imchahi? The first question was, you produce, if you say that Imchahi tells you your mother and not the wife of your father, the Gemara asked and said, Ervas Avicha, who should tell you the opposite, that it's the wife of your father, but not your mother. So that you would produce this strange result that if it was his mother and the wife of his father, he'll be putter. So we say, no, now it's not a problem, because once you understand that Ervas Avicha is a reference to the wife of the father, right? So now you have wife of the father and mother who's not a wife in the same pasuk, and Imchahi can then modify something that's in the pasuk, which would be wife of the father. However, Ervas Avicha who cannot be modifying, in other words, the Gemara's chapter was let that modify versus his mother who's not the wife of the father. That's not mentioned in this pasuk, right? Because this pasuk is only talking about wife of the father, not actual mother. So Ervas Avicha who has nothing to go on to negate it and say it's not that he can't be chayav for relations with his mother, as opposed to this pasuk has both categories in it. It has Ervas Avicha, which is wife of the father, and mother, and therefore Imchahi can come and modify Ervas Avicha. So that's why we're not worried that we darshan Imchahi but don't darshan Ervas Avicha. So that's the answer to the Gemara's first question. The Gemara's second question was, if you're right that Imchahi is such a good drasha, then the Rabbanan should also make the same drasha. And if they're going to make the same drasha, then they should produce the same result as Rabbi Yehuda, where Imchahi modified Ervas Avicha to say that he's only chayav for his mother, but not for his father's wife. The Gemara is going to say, no, we're not worried about that, because this whole thing is based on Rabbi Yehuda's understanding of Eretz Avika, which we're going to learn in the Meir Shabbat. Rabbi Yehuda's understanding that Eretz Avika actually refers to wife of his father, and that's why inside he can modify it. But according to the Rabbanan, the pasuk Eretz Avika is actually according to the Rabbanan, coming to tell us that he shouldn't have a relationship with his father, that he shouldn't have mixed himself with his father. It has nothing to do with wife of the husband. So therefore, according to that, if you only have ever Infa Lo Sigala, which is talking about his mother, so then Infa, he has nothing to go on where it's talking about the wife of the father to negate it. So that's why it doesn't work for the Rabbanan. So we now answered, we're not worried about Eretz Avika because there's nothing to modify. Only Infa he has something to modify. And we're not worried that Chazal can make the same drasha as Yehuda from Infa because they disagree fundamentally about what the beginning of the passage is talking about. Whereas when Yehuda holds that it's talking about the wife of the father, Rabbanan holds it's talking about having the relations with the father. Okay, so that is the answer for how Rabbi Yehuda knows it. Now, we reference Rabbi Yehuda making their Shabbat. The Gemara is going to bring a brayta that supports Rava's answer, and we're going to get into this whole thing in a little bit more detail. And it's technical, that's why we're doing a visual aid today. We'll see if this works. Okay, so we learned the brayta in accordance with Rabbi. Rabbi was explaining that the main chiddush of Rabbi was that Rabbi Yehuda learns Eretz Avika to include the wife of the husband. Now, Rashi points out, how do you know that this brayta you're going to bring is in fact the view of Rabbi Yehuda? Because the brayta is going to bring it from Safra, and we know that Sam Safra Rabbi Yehuda. That anytime we want to bring the Safra, anytime that you have plain Safra, that's Rabbi Yehuda. So we know this is Rabbi Yehuda's opinion, and we're going to bring from Safra. We're going to see that Rabbi Yehuda in fact holds like Rabbi just said and how he dies in this passage. So here we go. Ish Trapla Katan. So it's talking about someone who the Ish after Yishkav is agent of it, right? That's the passage we're going to die from. We can't follow. Ish Trapla Katan. We tell you that if a Katan has relations with the wife of his father, he's not chayav. After Yishkav is agent of it, so he says who has relations with the wife of his father, Mashma Vein Ashes of it, Imo, Vein Ashes of it, Shalom Imo, right? So this is telling you that relations with the wife of his father, whether it's his mother or not, is now we're talking about the end of the pasuk is written most yimsu shneim d'meim bam. So what are we talking about? It's telling you the punishment. So we know every avera in the Torah, we need the onesh and the atara. We need both the punishment and the warning. So the punishment we're going to deal with first. Isha sheyiskav eshes David tells you wife or father, whether his mother or not, is an onesh. So he's going to get killed. Now the pasuk continues. Imo she'eno eshes David. What about his mother, who's not married to his father, i.e., he was born out of wedlock? That's covered. Where do you know that from? Tamaloma Erbas Avos Gila. He says, I'm going to learn it from this pasuk Erbas Avos Gila that he exposed the erba of his father. Now, that does not in any way apply to a woman who is not married to his father. Why? Because a woman who's not married to his father is not considered Erbas Avos. It's not considered the erba of his father. So rather, how does he learn it? He's saying Mufna Lahakit V'Logon Yumenim Der Shabbat. Therefore, these words, what do you need these words? These are the Aces of should be enough. Why do you need to say Erbas Avos Gila? It must be coming based on the Der Shabbat that we're going to learn shortly to tell you that not only is he chayav for wife of his father, but also chayav for his mother who is not married to his father. And then the Gemara can continue back from the pasuk. Most young too that they will surely die to skila. That this is with stoning. Now the Gemara says, "I don't want to skila in all actions coming to come with the Torah." The Gemara says, well, how do I know it's stoning? Now, we should know this from yesterday, what the Gemara is about to say. The Gemara says, remember, come to May and Bum. Remember, Ba'obi, don't need to May and Bum. That we know that it says here, the pasuk continues, most Yinsu Mayhem to May and Bum. And we know that the pasuk by Obi Yadoni, which explicitly says that when you have someone who serves Obi Yadoni, who does Obi-Doni, that uses the dead, that person that says that you stole them, was just like I Obi-Doni you stole, so here also you stole. And we had this yesterday when we were talking about Rabbi and Ravina, that the limud of Obi-Doni is from the word Tamei and Bar. Okay, so that's where we are. Malahel Meskila, not come Meskila, so that tells you that this is Kila. Okay, so the Gemara says fine. So we now have Onish. Onish Shemanu, we've heard this. Azhara Minayin. Where do we know the Azhara? So the Onish, wife or father, whether it's mother or not. Mother, whether wife or father or not. Okay. Talmud Lomer. So now, how do we know the Azhara? Talmud Lomer. Ervat Avicha Lo Sigala. That the erva of the father you should not uncover. Erva Avicha Du Eishes Avicha. So he said this is talking about the wife of the father. So right here, by the way, is where we're going to know that this Brisa is Rabbi Yehuda, because what did we say just now in our base? Rabbi's answer. The Kiddush of Rabbi's understanding of Rabbi Yehuda is that he understands these words, Erva Avicha, to mean the wife of the father, not talking about having relations with his father. So therefore, this is the proof, by the way, that Rabbi Yehuda, with this whole purpose for bringing this crisis, because we wanted to show, like Rabbi, that Rabbi Yehuda darshan these words, Erva Tavicha, to mean the wife of the husband. So the crisis says, Erva Tavicha lo tegala, Erva Tavicha du eishes Tavicha. This is a reference to the wife of the father. So the Gemara says, well, how do I know? So he says, well, how do I know that? Maybe it is a case of that is talking about he shouldn't have misconduct with his father. So the Gemara says no, because Nemer Khan, Erva Tzadika Lo Sigala, the Nemer Lahalan, Erva Tavis Dilo. So he says that he's going to make as follows. Remember, we said these words were extra. We're going to make Xer Shava. We're going to keep Xer Shava now. So he says as follows. It says Erva in Erva Tzadika Lo Sigala. It says Erva Tzadika Lo Sigala, following like that. So it says that there. We want to figure out is that talking about a wife of the husband. He says, I'm going to make a Xer Shava to Erva of his Dila, this pasuk up here. Once I have that Xer Shava, this pasuk is very clearly talking about someone who has relations with the wife of his father. So they just as here, the pasuk is talking about wife of the father. So too here, we're going to be talking, Erva Tzadika Lo Sigala, talking about wife of the father. So that's how Rabbi Yehuda knows his kiddush, to darshan that Erva Tzadika is not talking about misconduct with the father, but rather is talking about wife of the father. So Malahalam the Isha Sakasim Medaber, just like in this passage, clearly it's talking about in marriage, Eshet of it. Tam the Isha Sakasim Medaber, therefore here also is talking about wife of the father. The Mashma and the fact that it says Erva Tzadika, it doesn't distinguish between whether it's his mother or not. Not from Bein Eshet of it to Imo, Bein Eshet of it to Eino Imo, that regardless of whether or not it's his mother, if it's the wife of his father, then he's Kaya. Now continues the pasuk. Imo, or continues the limud. Imo she'eno eishav minayin. How do I know if his mother bore him out of wedlock, meaning she was not married to the father? Hamalomer ervat impa lo sigala. That it says ervat impa lo sigala is coming to tell you that even his mother, who was not married to the father. Okay. So he said. Now the Gemara is going to have a little bit of a funny language. So basically, what it's coming back to is saying as follows. Amy Elabaz Para Safa Imo Sheino Eshes Avid, Imo Shehi Eshes Avid. Onus Unai. So he says as follows. So now this is really the Xer Shava that we referenced earlier. What he's saying as follows. That I see in the Atara, in the pasuk of Atara, that it compares his mother that is not the wife of his father to the mother who is the wife of the father, so you have both of them in the same pasuk. But how do I know that at the Onesh level? So we say Nemer Kan Erva Tzadika Lo Sigala. It's written here Erva Tzadika Lo Sigala. The Nemer Lahalon is written up here Erva of Gilo. Ma Biazhara Asa Kasas Imo She'eno Eshes Avid Imo She Eshes Avid. Just like in this pasuk, it compares when it's the wife of the father and it's the mother who is not married to him. So too, therefore, this pasuk also is talking about both, which tells you that both for purposes of Onesh and for Azhara, that the psukim based on that Xer Shava between Erva Tzadika, Lo Sigala, and Erva Tavis Dilo is coming to tell you that both of them, both the Onesh and Azhara, apply to wife of the father as well as his mother who's not the wife of the father. Okay? So therefore, so therefore, just like in Azhara, we have both wife of father and mother. So to here, by the ones, we have wife of father and mother. So now, continue the Brisa, and this is the second aspect of what we're proving, Rabbi. The pasuk continues, Imchahi. What Imchahi tells you? Mishum imo asamakaivo, the asamakaivo mishum ejisav of. That we're going to say that Imchahi comes to negate what we were learning from Eretz Avicha. From Eretz Avicha, we were learning wife of the father, whether it's his mother or not. And now we're saying Imchahi tells you, sorry, he's not kaya for wife of his father if it's also his mother. Right? So therefore, this is coming to tell you only wife of the father who's not his mother, and this is coming to tell you mother who's not the wife of the father. But if there would be only a case of mother, Infahi negates the limud that Eretz Avicha, wife of the father, applies even when it's his mother, and therefore, if this negates that aspect of Eretz Avicha, what are we left with? We're left with that when a person has relations with his mother, who's also the wife of the father, that person is only kaya for Infahi, because Infahi took out of Eretz Avicha the liability for relations with his mother who's married to his father, Eretz Avicha. So that's how we're going to learn. Okay, so now we've completed the Brisa. What have we seen from this Brisa? On the page that we actually did this morning, Rabbi said that the reason Imchahi can modify this pasuk, but we're not worried about Eretz Avicha, is because Imchahi negates half of what we learned from Eretz Avicha to say that Imchahi tells you he's only kaya for relations with his mother, who's the wife of his father, he's only kaya for the mother part because of the word Imchahi. So we've now seen a Brisa that very clearly says exactly the way Rabbi explained Rabbi Yehuda. Okay? So now we have to figure out some things that are missing. Rabbanan, Rabbanan, what does Rabbanan do with this pasuk of Eretz Avicha? So we had Eretz Avicha, which should come to tell us Eretz Avicha, which is modified by Imchahi, should come to tell you that you're chayav only on relations with the mother, but not for the wife of his father. When he has relations with his mother, who is the wife of his father, why don't the Rabbanan learn like that? So the Rabbanan say very simple why I don't learn like that, because I don't believe that Eretz Avicha is talking about relations with the wife of the father. I think Eretz Avicha is talking about having relations with your father. So that's what it says. Rabbanan, what do the Rabbanan say? They say Eretz Avicha mamish. So the Gemara says, well, if you're coming to tell me that the pasuk is coming to tell you that you can't have relations with your father, what do I need this pasuk for? Time made as zakar nafka. He says the pasuk says he has zakar like this, that a person should not have a homosexual relation. So what do I need it to tell me that I shouldn't have relations with my father? I'm not having relations with any man. So the Gemara says, to make him chayav for two. And what does that mean? We learned yesterday that obviously, if we're talking about killing him, he gets killed for even one. What's the point of two? Is to say that if somehow he did it by accident, and by accident doesn't include accident, for whatever reason he thought it was permitted, that he has to bring two katas also. Because Rabbi Yehuda, which is similar like we learned like Rabbi Yehuda, which is different than Rabbi Yehuda, who we've been dealing with is Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda, Nakri Habala Aviv Kayev Shtayim. That it says a Nakri. Now, we're going to see in the Gemara in a moment that this does not mean really a Nakri, it means a Jew. Because a Jew who comes on his father is Kayev Shtayim. What is the two? He's Kayev for Eretz Avicha Lo Segala, that you shouldn't have relations with your father, and he's chayav for the Zakar Lo Tishkam Mishleisha, that you shouldn't have Mishkam Zakar, so he's chayav too. Similarly, Habala Fi Aviv Chayav Time, that someone who has relations, who has homosexual relations with his uncle, is also chayav. Why? Because how do we know? Because the pasuk says. It says Eretz Avicha Lo Segala. I'm sorry. Basically, the pasuk says that someone cannot uncover the erba. Okay, the erba achi avisa lo segala. The pasuk says that the erba of the brother of your father you should not uncover. Now you might say, so you might say that is maybe that's talking about his wife and not about having relations with the uncle himself. So we say no, because at the end of the pasuk it says his wife expressly. So therefore, in the beginning when it says achi avisa, it must be talking about not having homosexual relations with him. So what do you see? So you are saying that you're chayav two, right? So if you're chayav two, that if you're chayav two, it must be one because of Eretz Avicha or Eretz Achi Avicha, and the other because of the general prohibition on homosexuality. Okay. So Amar Rabba says, Sabra Milka, the Rabbi Yehuda, Yisrael, Shogeg, Ubukarbo. So he says, what we're focused on right now is why does it say nothing? If you tell me it's a Jew, and we're talking about where he did it by accident, meaning he didn't realize that he was doing something wrong, and we're talking about karbanos, so then it's significant to understand why he would be chayav twice. But if we're talking behind the cover Nafri, and then why would it say Nafri? Let's Ramali. So that makes sense. But the Esau Kedaita, but if you would think that Nafri Mamri, so if you think that it's literally saying that a guy is chayav double misa, what's the halacha of a guy who has homosexual relations? Kafla, he gets killed. Betrayed Kafla play, are you going to kill him twice? It doesn't make sense. So if you're talking about being over on two death penalties, it's only relevant to talking about a Jew who did it without realizing he did it, so we're not actually killing him. And now he has to bring a korban. He has to bring two korbanos because he was over on two lavins. So what do you see? You see that literally that the Rabbanan explained Ervat Avicha to mean a prohibition literally on having relations, a man to have relations with his father, and that's why we know he's chayav twice. Once for Ervat Avicha and once for the regular prohibition on Mishkav Daka. Okay? So the Gemara says, Tani Nami Hafi. So we learned another brayta that says similar to this. Haba Alavis Chayav Shayim. Haba Iavis Chayav Shayim. That someone who comes, has relations with his father, man has relations with his father, is Chayav to Lavin. And similarly, someone has relations with his uncle, is Chayav twice. Okay, so now the question would be, on its face, this would seem to negate the most Rabbi Yehuda. So some say that this brayta that talks about him being chayav twice is not like Rabbi Yehuda. Why? Because remember, Rabbi Yehuda learned that Erva Sadiqa is talking about wife of his father. It's not talking about homosexual relations with his father. So therefore, the only thing that Rabbi Yehuda has, if someone has relations with his father, is the general prohibition on Mitzvah Zaka. It does not have this pasuk. So when the brayta says that he's chayav twice, it has to be the Rabbanan and not Rabbi Yehuda. That's one version. There are others who said, I feel the same Rabbi Yehuda. You can even say that price is Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda would agree that when a person has a relationship with his father, he's over on two lavin and he needs two chatas offerings. Why? How would he bring it? He's going to say, I'm going to bring you a kavachomer that when someone has relations with his father, he's over on two isurim. So why? Because uma'aki oven the korban the oven who chayev science oven will coach you. So he says, what's the kavachomer? He says as follows. We have a pasuk that says you can't have mitzvah zachar with your father's brother, right? What's his relationship with his father's brother? It's through his father, right? So if his uncle, if he's chayev for relations with his uncle, he surely should be chayev for relations with his father. So therefore, you have a kavachomer that from the uncle that the father also has a few. And then you add on top of that the general prohibition on mitzvah zachar, and you end up with two sources for Mitzvah, even according to Rabbi Yehuda, who does not understand Eretz Avicha to be talking about relations with his father. Okay, so we have one group who says that, in fact, this brayta that says you're over on two is not like Rabbi Yehuda because it can't use Eretz Avicha to talk about relations with his father. And the other brayta says, no, even Rabbi Yehuda can agree that someone has relations with his father is over on two because they have a kavachomer. What are they arguing about? Because this will be the book of the Bible. They're arguing about them. My cousin of the Bible, which we're going to see later on in Sanhedrin. So he says that one of them holds that you can punish someone using a logical argument like a kavachomer. chomer, the other holds you can't. So if you understand that you can make a kal chomer to punish someone and make him chayav a chata, so then it's fine because Rabbi Yehuda can agree that he's over on two lines for his father, one because of the general prohibition on Mishkov Zavar, and one for the kal chomer from his uncle. But if you understand that you cannot make a kal chomer to be Mekayim from a mitzvah, so then you no longer have the kal chomer, and you don't have the pasuk Erev Avika to tell you relations with the father. So all you're left with is the general prohibition on Mishkov Zavar, and then therefore the Brisa that says that you're a Chayav on two must be not much like Rabbanan and not like Rabbi Yehuda, because Rabbi Yehuda would say Erev Avika is used up for talking about wife of the father. Okay, Rabbanan Azhara Leishis Avid Minalu. So where do the Rabbanan learn the Azhara from Eishis Avid? Because remember what happened here is this pasuk, which is the Azhara pasuk, is a pasuk that teaches you about relations with your father's wife or the mother. He learned Erev Avika talking about Mishkov Zavar, right? So that's what the Rabbanan learned. So then therefore you know Erev Imcha, you know mother who's not married to the father. But how do you know where is the Azhara for the wife of the father? The Gemara says, not Lume Erev Eishes Avika Lo Sigala. We have this other pasuk down here, which says Erev Eishes Avika Lo Sigala tells you that that's the Azhara according to the Rabbanan, to tell you that a man cannot have relations with the wife of his father, even if it's not his mother. Okay, so we say Rabbi Yehuda. So why does Rabbi Yehuda have to learn it from Erev Avika? Why not? Why does he learn it from a very explicit pasuk? Because everything should be called the Galah. He learns that he needs that pasuk to tell you that a person is kind of, we actually saw in our mission yesterday, that if a man has relations with the wife of his father, that applies even if his father dies. So if his father married a woman who's not his mother, and then his father died, he has relations with that woman, he's been over on the Isser of Eishes Avos. That's how the Yehuda would use this pasuk. Okay, so the Gemara says Rabbanan, where would the Rabbanan know the halakha in our Mishnah, a man is chayav for relations with his wife's father even after his father died? So the Gemara says, Havu Mishtef in the Kranafka, Erev Avika. So the end of the pasuk says everything to be called Erev Avika. Those words are extra, and so therefore that's what the Rabbanan used to learn that a man is chayav for relations with his wife's father even after his father is no longer living. Rabbi Yehuda, what about Rabbi Yehuda? What does he do with those words? So he says he's coming to teach you that these words, Erev Avika, comes to tell you that when a person has relations with the wife of his father, who's married to his father, so that he's only chayav for relations with the wife of the father, he's not chayav for the general prohibition on HSE. That's what Rabbi Yehuda learned from the word Erev Avika. Now, hopefully someone will ask the question, maybe, that yesterday's Mishnah we said expressly not like that. Well, no, we learned in the Mishnah. Habal Eishes Av, someone who comes on to have relations with the wife of his father, Chayav Alei Mishum Eishes Av, and Mishum Eishes Ish. That the person is chayav both for Eishes Av and for Eishes Ish. Bein B'chayav and Bein Lachar Mitzvah, this whether the father is living or not. And what happened? This is an uncontested statement in the Mishnah. Who apolog Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Yehuda never argues. So if Rabbi Yehuda learned from Erev Avika that when a person has relations with the wife of his father, he's chayav only for wife of the father, but not for general prohibition and HSE. So then Rabbi Yehuda, who dashes that pasuk, could have argued on the Mishnah and said, hold on, you're only chayav for relations with the wife of the father. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, Polish for Brisa. And apparently Rabbi Yehuda does argue. And it just happens to be in the Mishnah he didn't say, but in a Brisa somewhere it must be that he said it. Okay. Rabbanan, owner station, Elvin Va'aka Musa Minalu. Okay, so we said that we talked about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda we talked about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda learned from Erev Eishes Avika Lo Sigala I'm sorry. So that was our Torah. So I'm sorry. So we have as follows. That we're talking now about the halakha that whether the Ashes of Lakamisa, that if a man has relations with the wife of his father after he dies, so Rabbi Yehuda learned that from Eretz Ashes of Ikolo Tegala, the Rabbanan learned it from Eretz of Ikohu. So now the question here is, that's the Azhara, that's the warning. But remember, we need a punishment also. So where do we learn the punishment? So now the Gemara says, this woman, Rabbi Yehuda, might do like their Shava. For Rabbi Yehuda, it's not a problem, because Rabbi Yehuda would learn the Azhara from Eretz Ashes of Ikolo Tegala. How would he know the Omen? Because remember, we had a Gzera Shava that we compared Eretz of Ikolo Tegala to Eretz of Gila to tell you that there's a Gzera Shava between Onish and Azhara, and if you know one, you know the other. So therefore, once Rabbi Yehuda knows Eretz Ashes of Ikolo Tegala comes to tell you that there's a warning not to have relations with the wife of his father, so then the Gzera Shava tells you that there's also an Onish. But according to the Rabbanan, who A, didn't make that Gzera Shava, and B, learning it from the word Eretz of Ikohu, that's how they know Azhara. But how do they know Onish? So we say, El Rabbanan Minolahu, where do they know it from? Amri Lako, who Eretz of Gila, the Maftikla of Yehuda was there, Shava Maftikla Inhu, Lo Onish Ages of Lachamisa. They said as follows, that if you remember, that Rabbi Yehuda used these words Eretz of Gila, which were extra, to connect a Gzera Shava between Eretz of Gila and Eretz of Ikolo Tegala, right? But and that was to teach a number of things. It was to teach that first of all that this pasuk is not talking about relationship with his father, but rather it's talking about the wife of the father, and it was also talking about the Gzera Shava to show how you know the mother even without marriage. But that was only a Gzera Shava according to Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbanan didn't start from that Gzera Shava. So as Rabbi Yehuda pointed out, these words are extra. And the Rabbanan did not use it for Gzera Shava. So we're saying, okay, these words, Eretz Havet Gila, are extra, come to tell you the Onesh, the punishment. Because remember, this pasuk is again a punishment pasuk. It says, most Yom Tushneim the man bum. So it's coming to tell you the Onesh for someone who has relations with the wife of his father, even after his father died. So these words are extra. Okay? Rabbanan, Onesh, Imo Shena Ashes Aviv, okay, so remember that we had, according to the Rabbanan, we had the Eretz Imkolo Tegala was an Azhara that he shouldn't have relations with his mother, he's not the wife of his father. And we have an Azhara of Eretz Ashes of Ikolo Tegala that the wife of Eretz Imkolo Tegala, which the Rabbanan says to be an Azhara for his mother who's not married to his father. And then you have Eretz Ashes of Ikolo Tegala to tell you that there's an Azhara on the wife of the father, right? So we have Azhara for both mother and wife of father. But Onish, remember, we only know the Isha Yashir Yishkav is Ashes of it, which tells you wife of the father. But how do we know an Onish for mother who is not married to the father? Well, now remember, by the way, we referenced to Shisha Breder Levi. I told you we were going to learn today. That's this. Amar Kra, the pasuk says Imkahi. The pasuk says it is his mother. Asa Kasabli Imo Sheina Sheishes Avim Ki Imo Sheishes Avim. So he says as follows, that we have Eretz Imkolo Tegala, which is talking about his mother, and then the pasuk needlessly said Imkahi, it's his mother. So that comes to tell you it's his mother no matter what, whether his mother was married to his father or wasn't married to his father. So that's how they learn Onesh for the case of the mother who's not married to the father. That's how the Rabbanan learn it from Imkahi. Okay, so now we're finished with our chart. Okay, Haba al Kalaso. So someone who has relations with his daughter-in-law. The Gemara says, so what is the pasuk that says by son-in-law? It says, the pasuk says, Erva Kalasa Lo Segala, the Erva of your daughter-in-law you should not uncover. Ashes Bincha he Lo Segala Ervasa. It's the wife of your son, you should not uncover her erva. So what do you see? You see two things the pasuk is telling you. It's repeating itself. The one says Erva Kalasa Lo Segala, and then the other one says Ashes Bincha he Lo Segala. It implies that there's two lavin that someone is over when they have relations with his daughter-in-law. So the Gemara says as follows: why did you tell me in the Mishnah that he's for two lavin? One for his daughter-in-law and one for having relations with a married woman. It should be one for married woman, one for his daughter-in-law, and another for his daughter-in-law, because there's two things in the pasuk that imply there's two lavins for the daughter-in-law. Rabbi, Lama Zuhi Kalaso Zuhi Ashes to know. He says, no, you're figuring out that it's two psukim. When it says Erva Kalaso, Lo Tigala, Ashes Finfa, he Lo Tigala Erbasi, you're saying that two psukim. It's not really two psukim, it's the same person. It's both talking about the daughter-in-law, and therefore there's only one lab of the daughter-in-law and one lab of Ashes. This is what our Mishnah told us. So you might ask, well, if so, why does the pasuk repeat it twice? So they say, Rashi points out that this is in order to be Machayev, and even Akar Isha, it says twice his daughter-in-law, once for his daughter-in-law when his son is still alive, once for his daughter-in-law even after the son dies. So at the end of the day, still only one lot. Okay, and that's why I mentioned that he's over on two lots, one for daughter-in-law and one the general prohibition on relationship. Okay, Mishnah, Habala Zakabel Behema. The Isha Maviyat Behema, the Skila. We said in the Mishnah before, we had 18 cases. This is the first 3 of them. Someone who has a relationship who engages affirmatively in an homosexual act, and Al Behema, someone who engages in bestiality, and a woman who engages in bestiality by bringing a Behema on her. All of those get the Skila. Now the Gemara asks the question. The Mishnah, now we know the Allah the Torah tells us that if someone has relations with a behemoth, not only does he get killed, but the animal gets killed. So the Mishnah inquires about this. This is an interesting halacha. He said, what did the animal do wrong? I get it. The man said, okay, what does the behemoth do? We're going to see what this means in the Gemara. But it says, since this animal brought a person to takala, to sin, therefore the pasuk says it should be stoned. We'll see in the Gemara what that means. Another possibility. We don't want it to be that people see Betsy the cow walking around and people say, oh, Betsy, that's the one who Reuben, whatever, had relations with. So again, we'll see in the Gemara what these two answers are about, but that's the reason the animal gets killed. Okay, so the Gemara says, Zakar Minolan, how do I know that someone is Kaya for Kila for Mitzvah Zakar? Because the Pasuk says, the Bryce says, the Darsh is about to eat, so it says Katan, that's saying it's talking about a man but not a Katan. After Yishkava Zakar, who has relations with a Zakar, Ben Gadol Ben Katan. So it's saying that if someone has relations with a katan, so if someone sodomizes a 10-year-old, that he's kaya, even though the recipient of his act was a katan. Conversely, if the katan was 10 years old and had relations, had Mr. Dacha with a 30-year-old, so then the 30-year-old is kaya, even though the person who was performing the act was a katan. So we see that applies at some level. We'll get into a little more clarification on detail. Hopefully we can get to the end of the dot. Okay, Mishkavei Isha, the pasuk continues, Mishkavei Isha which implies plural form of relationship similar to a woman. So we say as follows, that is actually, it's not coming to teach us anything about Mishkavei, it's coming to teach us about relations with a woman. As follows, because since it says Mishkavei Isha plural, comes to tell you that if a man has relations, let's say with his sister, anyone who's not permitted to, it's coming to tell you that not only is that true if he has ordinary relations with his sister, but even if he has, anal intercourse with his sister, that would also be a violation of the Arab, and he would be chayav misa. Because interestingly, this you would think was coming to tell you a lot of Mishkav Zakar, but actually it's coming to teach you from Mishkav Zakar that says Mishkav Isha, and it equates the two forms of intercourse with a woman, with a woman, comes to tell you that therefore any case that relation with a woman is impermissible, that's true, whether it's in the natural or unnatural way. Okay. Most Yom the pasuk continues they should surely die with skila, with stoning. The Gemara says that with skila, how do you know? How do you know it's skila when it says they should die? Maybe it means straight or heritage or fennec. The Gemara says never come to man above, never above you come to man above. So we've had it before that since here by Mr. Zucker and by Obi Yadoni says the man above Malaham the skila and Afkam skila, just like in the case of Obi Yadoni, it's clear that it's skila. So through here in Mr. Zucker, it's clear that it is skila. Okay, so the Gemara says fine. So now I have a pasuk that teaches us that people who engage in Mishkav Zakar get killed. So that's the Onish Shemanu. That's hard to deny. How do I know that you're not supposed to have, that you have to be warned in the Torah to tell you that you're not allowed to have mishkav zacher. Tamalomar, that zacher lo tishkav mishkav isha toevahu. So we say, the pasuk says, you should not have, it's another pasuk that says you shouldn't have homosexual relations with toeva. Lamadnu atara, Lamadnu atara l'sholkev, atara l'nishkav minayin. So he says as follows. So what have we proven so far? We had an one, which talks about both of them, right? So both the person, it says that two people should not have it, the may and bum, both of them are chayav. So the one we know is true both for the performer, the actor, and the recipient of the mishkav zacher. But in the case of atara, we learned from the pasuk that as zacher l'tishkav mishkav isha, you should not engage in homosexual relations with a man. That's talking about an actor. But how do we know that the recipient has an atara? Okay, atara l'nishkav minayin. Tamalomar lo yiyah kadesh libnei Yisrael. The pasuk says in Devarim that there should not be a kadesh libnei Yisrael. Omer, and we have a pasuk in Malachim Aleph which says the gam kadesh ba'aretz. The gam kadesh ba'aretz. There was kadesh in the land. That you did like all of the toevos of the Goyim that the Rebbeinu Shalom kicked out of Eretz Yisrael. So what do you see? So you see that it says the word kadesh in Malachim Aleph by dealing with toevos, right? And we know that one of the toevos that's dealt with in the Torah is mishkav zacher. And so once we know that when it talks about kadesh being done in Eretz Yisrael, it includes mishkav zacher. Then when the pasuk in the Devarim says, "Well, yeah, kadesh means make sure that there should be a kadesh," it's coming to tell you that there should not be mishkav zacher. So you see that it is a azhara. How do you know that it's for the recipient? Because since we see by the onay that it's true whether the person gets punished, whether they're the actor or the recipient. So too here in the Torah, it applies when it says kadesh, lo yeh kadesh, it's saying even the recipient. Okay, these are very small. Rabbi Kiva says, Eino tzara. I don't need to come onto this whole lo yeh kadesh business. Why? Because Hareyu Omer, it's written in the pasuk. We brought the Atara, which we understood to be talking about only the actor, because it says the Zafer Leishishka Mishleisha. He says the Zafer Leishishka Mishleisha Kribe Lo Tishafe. He says that pasuk that says you should not engage in acts of Mishka Zafer can be read Lo Tishka. You should not be the actor, or Lo Tishafe. You should not have the act done upon you. So the same pasuk can teach us both cases, actor and recipient, for purposes of an atara. Behema minalan. How do I know that a person gets skila for relations with a behema? Because the Rabbanan learned each. It says a man brought a katan to tell you that if a katan has relations with a behema, he's not chayav mitzvah. The pasuk continues that the behema that he so he says that he put that he engages in relations with the behema, ben gedola, ben ketana, whether the animal is old, young, it doesn't matter. We're going to get into this because by people there's a distinction, but by animals there's no distinction. An animal could be 1 hour old and your chayav for doing it, could be 50 years old and your chayav for doing it. Okay? Most you must, the pasuk continues, you should surely be killed. We say it's the skila. Same question we've had a bunch of times. So it says, how do you know it's skila? Maybe it's say Faharis Makana. Where it says, Nemar Khan, it's written here, Taharogu. The Nemar, so it's written in our pasuk, Taharogu. The Nemar Lahalan Ki Harak Tehargenu, that we have a pasuk later. That's written in Dvarim Gimel, which I think was talking about. I don't remember. Maybe talking by Dachas. I don't remember. But it says Harag Targenu they strongly killed. No, it's not I don't remember. But the pasuk is talking about Skila. Malaham the Skila Akam the Skila we learned from that there Shabbat. And even though Tehare that even though that Tarogu, it says here, is technically speaking about the behema, we assume that the man and the behema get the same punishment. So you see that a person gets the punishment of skila who engages in relations with a behema. Lamanu onesh l'shokev, onesh l'nishkav minala. So he said, okay, this pasuk that told us that the person dies is talking about ish that puts his skiva in the behema implies that he's the actor and that he gets killed. How do I know that a person who allows himself to be sodomized, a man who allows himself to be sodomized by an animal gets death. Kamalomer, Koshoki, and Behemo Motumos. So now the pasuk says any person who lies over the Behemo gets killed. Now technically this pasuk seems to apply to someone who's an actor. We're looking for something of someone who's a recipient. But why is it relevant? Because since we've already established that the actor gets killed, so what do you need this pasuk Koshoki and Behemo Motumos? We already teach us that you can shit over the Behemo. So the Gemara said, therefore it's an extra pasuk telling us that he gets killed. So that if we have this concept that if you don't need it for a person who's the actor, then we'll use it instead for the person who's the recipient. Lamano Onesh, okay, fine, I accept that, Joshua. So we've learned the Onesh, if there's a punishment, whether the person is the one performing the Mishkazah or the one who's the recipient of the Mishkazah. And how do I know Azara? Malomar, will hold the Hamel of Kite Shikasa, okay, so it says that in any animal you shouldn't put I'm sorry. So he says that is the Azhara says that you should not have relation with the behemoth, the Tamabah. So that's the Azhara for the Roman Azhara Lashokin. So we see the warning that a person should not be the actor. And in this Minayin, how do I know that he shouldn't be the recipient? So we've now established onus for both actor and recipient, and we've established Azhara warning for the actor. How do I know for the recipient? Kamalom lo yeh kadesh b'nei Yisrael. The same drasha we had before, that when it says it's reference to things that are toeva. Before we used it for mishka zafer, now we're using it for mishka behema because that's also considered a toeva. And once it's toeva, it's covered under the gam kadesh shivaret, which then translates back to kadesh is a form of azhara. So different Rabbi Shmuel, he goes very small. Rabbi Akiva, much like he did before, Rabbi Akiva says ain't a tarif. Which we said was the actor. He says that the fact that the Torah picked a funny way to say it, you could also read it or understand it to tell you that you should not be a recipient either. Okay, so now we have both the Azhara for the actor and the recipient, and we have the owner for the actor and recipient for the Behemoth. So now we're going to say as follows: someone somehow both performed Mishkav Zafar and received Mishkav Zafar by accident somehow, or without realizing was wrong. So according to Rabbi Shmuel, he's over on two things. That he needs to bring two katas. Why? Because one is the pasuk that says that Lotishka would tell you that he should not have relations where he's the actor. Because Loyia Kadesh was where we learned that he should not be the recipient. Right? So according to Rabbi Shmuel, it worked well. He has to bring two carbon contractors because we had one pasuk that tells us he shouldn't be the actor, one pasuk that he shouldn't be the recipient. The Divrei Akiva ain't a chayv al achas because lo tishkav lo tishavkei kadagi. Because according to Rabbi Akiva, the isser of being an actor and the recipient both come from the pasuk. It's just read two different ways. Lo tishkav or lo tishavkei. But that's still at the end of the day only one law. So therefore, this is a nafkamina between how Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva learned in Lamaisa, which would be is that if in the same period of unawareness that it was usher, he both performed and had performed on him an act of homosexuality. According to Rabbi Shmuel, there are two separate laws implicated here, and therefore he brings two chatos. And according to Rabbi Akiva, even though he holds both are usher, he brings them from the same law. Okay, similarly, someone somehow without realizing that it was usher, both had engaged in relations with the behemoth and had a behemoth engaged in relations with him. The different Rabbi Shmuel Chayiv Stein. So he says, Rabbi Avo says, according to Rabbi Shmuel, he's chayav to why? One, because it says the one that said he shouldn't be the actor, and one that said with a behemoth, and one that said that he shouldn't be a toeva, then that he's the recipient. The different Rabbi Akiva in a chayav al achas. But according to Rabbi Akiva, he would only be chayav one because why? Rabbi Akiva learned both actor and recipient by Mishkav Zachar. By Mr. Behemoth from the same pasuk, and then we darshan the Shchiva say, but they're both coming from one pasuk, so therefore there's only one lav. That's one lav. Okay. A fire Amar. Abaya says no. According to Rabbi Shmuel, he's also only chayav one. Why? Because why did he think he was chayav two? Because one, lo sitein shechavteka. Number two, because lo yeh kaddish. But he said, Abaya argues. He says the feet lo yeh kaddish, the Gabri stick. He says that pasuk lo yeh kaddish is when it talks about a toeva, it's speaking specifically about a toeva of mishkav dacher. So therefore, he doesn't have a problem with saying that Rabbi Shmuel holds this two in the case of mishkav dacher. For Mishka Behema, he has a problem because he says Losia Kadesh is not talking about Mishka Behema, it's only talking about Mishka Dacher. So we say, okay, so then according to Rabbiya, if you're saying that Losia Kadesh can't be talking about Mishka Behema, we just use that pasuk to be our source for an Azhara on the recipient of Mishka Behema. So Ella Rabbi Shmuel, Azhara Mishka Minole. How would he know it? Because we just knocked out using Losia Kadesh from telling us an Azhara for the recipient of an bestiality. So Gemara says, not the way he learns it out. Mikol Shofet in the Hema most you must. That it says that if someone lies in the Hema should surely die. Now that's an extra pasuk. We have this already, right? So we had before. This is how we learned the onesh. I'm sorry. This is how we learned the Azhara on someone who is the recipient, because we said the pasuk, we have an extra pasuk written by Onish. Since we don't need it by Onish, we use it for Azhara. But the Gemara wants to know, at the end of the day, if you were trying to teach Azhara, why would the Torah put it in the language? If you were trying to teach the recipient, why would the Torah put it in the language of the actor? The Gemara says, and it chose to do that to tell you, so he says, how do I know that a person has an Azhara, a warning not to be a recipient? Is because since the way I knew Azhara of an actor was because the pasuk had an extra pasuk written by actor, and I'm sorry, the way I knew Azhara by recipient is because there was an extra pasuk written by actor. If it doesn't apply to actor, let it apply to recipient. You know, how do I know Azhara of the recipient? I'm sorry, how do I know Azhara of the actor? How do I know Azhara of the recipient? Is because why did the Torah at the end of the day, if it wanted to tell you the Azhara of the actor as opposed to the onus of the actor, so you should have said it by Azhara. Why are you telling it to me by onus? It's coming to tell you that there's a comparison between a shokev and a nishkav, and therefore he's warned even by a recipient. I'm sorry, I didn't say that very well, but at the end I think that is the correct thing. Okay, so the Gemara says, okay, so now we're going to talk about someone who had a little bit of a bad day. So if someone got sodomized by both a man and a behema, I'm sorry. This is someone who did. Okay, so he says he's chayav for two. One because it's called the sister of Mishka behema, and the other because it says. But according to Rabbi Shmuel, because why? Because how did he learn the recipient? According to Rabbi Shmuel, the recipient at the end of the day is that the way we learned out is that according to Rabbi Shmuel, that someone who is the recipient of Mishkan Dafer from Leah Kadesh, and according to Rabbi Shmuel and the view of Rabbi Albo, that the source is someone who is the recipient of a behemoth is also Leah Kadesh. So therefore, we'd only be chayav one. Abaya says, Rabbi Shmuel, Nami chayav shayim. Abaya says, now if you remember, before Abaya argued and said a recipient who is the recipient of Mishkan Behemoth cannot be learned from Leah Kadesh, because Leah Kadesh cannot be referring to an animal, it only refers to a man. So he therefore learned it out from so therefore, Abaya is consistent when he says, you're also chayav too because they don't consist of shochiv and behema, most you must, meno in the shochiv, and meno in the nishkav, the after Rahmano and nishkav, the lots of shochiv, my shochiv on the shveder, after nishkav on his behavior. So that limud that Abaya just learned, so Abaya is saying, according to me, Rabbi Shmuel learned from two different sukkim the recipient of Mishkav Dafer and Mishkav Behema, and so therefore he is chayav for two chayav ekato. Now here's someone who really had an interesting day. Habal Dafer, Behevi Dafer Love. He both he was the actor in Mishkav Dafer and the recipient of Mishkav Dafer, and Habal Behema Behevi Behema Love, and he was also the actor in bestiality and the recipient of bestiality. So he had all four going on. So Ben Rabbi Avo, Ben Abaya, that whether you say like Rabbi Avo or you say like Abaya, Rabbi Shmuel Chayav Shalach, Rabbi Akiva Chayav Shtayim. Why? All right, so it's as follows. So remember, so he did all four things. He was the actor for Mr. Ducker and Mr. Behema. He was the recipient for Mr. Ducker and Mr. Behema. So according to Rabbi, so how do we know actor? One is as Ducker Lotishka, that's one lav. So, that's the actor by Ducker. How do we know the actor by Behema? That's two lavim. Then when he's the recipient, according to Rabbi Shmuel, he knows Ducker from Lo Yeh Kadesh. So that is three, right? And then Rabbi Avo, according to Rabbi Avo, he learned out the recipient of Behema also from Lo Yeh Kadesh. But therefore, that you don't get a fourth because you can't use Lo Yeh Kadesh a second time. So therefore, according to Rabbi Avo, it's three. Now, according to Abaye, you also have only three because you have Ezdachar Losif that tells you Ezdachar is the actor. Because Behema, like he takes the custom that tells you actor by Behema. Lo Yeh Kadesh tells you a recipient by Zachar. But where did Abaye learn the recipient by Behema? He learned it from Behema, which is the same source for where he learned an actor by Behema. So he also only had three. But according to Rabbi Akiva, he's only chayav for two because why? Rabbi Akiva held in both the case of Zachar and Behema, you learn from the pasuk just how you read it. Lo tishka, lo tishamei, and similarly by Behema, it's called Behema lo titin shekataka or shviva say. But at the end of the day, for all four issues, he only has two lavins. So Rabbi Akiva says you have two. All right, we'll have to stop here. Thank you.
It's funny that made you positive close to that's always been. What's funny to me is even with all that, the worst thing is still this record. It still works. Like you can forgive the other stuff because I was gonna say you can forgive it because he had a great game. But the hoodie is so awful. It's so awful. Why would anyone buy an orange dry fast little gash for them? It was like it works really good.
Good morning, with us. Begin by taking over our responsible for this morning take the day.
He's too old for that.
How it comes to us on support. Touch shield and I don't know how to go back to social but I start to get to the overshoot of Rothschild this year. Because he's hosting
Something about this.
and so it's all about this that's what he's called just for throw in carrying gold. Formerly of Baltimore now located in Jersey, very unfolded father Bruce Gold is a very lucky again, American commentary. The show had it on the other family, which is also an official to see the least of the other contribution. This Shabbos and meditation of the coming days are holy soldiers to be successful. They call it non-stable. Let's go back to us because the days back is young days 52. We have to be up on the out of the days 51B.
That's all right. Let's see what else we got.
51B. Did we get to that Akiva Omer?
Dermabrasion.
We saw that. Okay, good. So let's say the United States. Let's pick up 2, 4, 6, 8, and up. This lines up in the 40 lines. Remember again, so steep in the conversation about the straight up. And we'll get straight down. The interesting idea is that the going out of the skies is hello. So now the problem is that some more. Because then I have seen some no catch and some of lots of law. The low box was so new grade that you small. So I ended up literally like in the middle of the smallest position. So also nice again, the universe is like it's very cool, and everything you conventionally understood approach as well. That how often nice and you need to be a slave up for about calling, but when you're doing her. It doesn't apply to her accomplice in the crime rights and manifestation committee adultery, nor does it apply to the zone. Now again, remember, everyone is going to get a death penalty, right? So in other words, the manifestation committee adultery is going to get a death penalty. The witnesses will also get the reciprocal death penalty, but they do not charge her straight up. Her unique straight up is for her and her alone. But you can repeat it says, after the Afghans in the Su'a, you have to put the straight up. So you repeat it says, whether the best coin is on the sun, or whether she is in the Su'a, either way, the punishment is going to be straight up. You have to take it through. You would have thought that this applies to the civil. In other words, maybe a bas coin, is held to such a high standard that Allah even if she commits an act of immorality as a single woman, maybe she's going to be subject to straight up. Never, so you saw this already yesterday. So it says here at the it says in the previous context that we are in the says over here Avia by the case of Baskoi. It says Avia in the context of incest. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, it says in both the Suki Avia, Nala Allah is listening to it as well, Afghan is listening to it as well. This is only talking about again active immorality. Where there is elements of marriage, so too again Allah Raisa over here is talking about elements of marriage. I'm going to be small. Nala Allah, Nala, Via Lisa, Afghan Nala, Via. It's the first one line of us in the bottom of Nur House number 51b. I, which was if that's the case, here you see just like the one part of the context is that she's a Nala and she's a Lisa. So too over here, the second part of it should also be only applying if she's a Nala and she's a Lisa. I'm going to be keeping Shmalaki, Bas, Ubas, and Garish. It's interesting enough, so the kid is about to be small. The Pastor just says Bas, but it says Ubas, the bar. Now, Bas is usually a boy, and Bas comes to include. But it comes to include, so what's it going to be? So other parts of the Sutra in Nara, who is an Amusa, the Bas constitution that includes all cases of a married Bas Chol. So you might say, I'm aware, if you would make the other way to be listening to so let me slow, so that's Rabbi Akiva. And it's like this. He says, interestingly enough, if he McMary, second one, he makes on going to Bas. No, it's easy to say, such guy, he died, he back, he died to the bar. The first one, he says that's a good job. So because you died an extra bar, therefore you take this for extra skate bars. Have you ever been so clear? Remember, the only disagreement you have to do with death penalty for adultery. Remember, what's the disagreement of the else? What's the death penalty? So the Gemara says, the Mashra Hadis Hasua, there is a Mia. The Mashra Hotzi as a Mia, Hotzi as a Sua. So remember, so like this. If we're going to be to include the Sua, then by definition also include the Mia. Like when we include all kinds of basketball which is unmarried. The Mashra Hotzi as a Mia is going to exclude a single girl, Hotzi as a Sua. But that we should exclude ultimately the Sua as well. Rabbi Akiva says as follows, Ahani B'Zeh Shabbat, Lema'ikut Kiyah, Ba'ani Bas, Rabbi says Hasua. Rabbi Akiva will say like this, the B'Zeh Shabbat will help to exclude the Kiyah, when a single girl, a single Bas Kohen, is not subject to any of these halachas, and ultimately again be involved or Bas to Bas, the exclusion, Rabbi as Hasua, comes to include the Hasua. Rabbi Shmuel will say, if you come in Bas, which one says from the fact that it's in Bas, two Bas, and it's the same as going in any control. Small, high Bas, two Bas, my birthday. So you remember, that the Akiva uses the two Bas, the Vav to all different cases of a Bas married. The Yishmael rejects that. But the Yishmael also has to mix the Bas. The Torah said Bas Kohen. Why does it say the Bas? What does it do with the extra Bas? So the Bible determines really Yishmael Ba'al. Very true. The Yishmael Matzil Shekhalek HaKasha discovering the meaning of the Bible. So I'm going to talk like this. It's very interesting. I'm going to talk the same way. The Torah makes a distinction about Kohanim and non-Kohanim. It's what they're called blemished and unblemished Kohanim. I think that there's a distinction. But I've also raised the Kohen is about more. It's not going to give you Avodah. So there's a distinction between blemished and unblemished Kohanim. I might have thought that same distinction applies to a Bas Kohen. Interesting, right? The thing of Bas Kohen, specifically the bitter stiffer by a Bas Kohen, only applies to an unblemished Bas Kohen, to which the Gemara says, I will on my Bas, get the extra Bas, is Uvoy. And tell us that whenever you use a dinner apart to a Bas Kohen, it doesn't make a difference. There's no dinner meaning by a Bas Kohen. Only the main battle of Rabbi Akiva. But we're going to keep on the Safra of Rabbi Akiva with the hammer of Makridim of Ahi Kodesh. Rabbi Akiva says, you have to pass it up. They Makridim, they will offer up the Kabbalahs for Ahi Kodesh and they'll be sent out to us what? That the sanctity of a male Kohen is fundamentally tethered to his we'll call it unblemished state. But that's only because that by male Kohen is out of the Hakwa of Kabbalahs. But by a Bas Kohen, because there is no element of Hakwa of Kabbalahs, therefore again, her status is independent of whether or not she has a name. Incredible. But Yisrael says, in Yahweh, how many about the saying though. So again, Rabbi Shmuel says from that time I thought that maybe many people are cutting status, are calling themselves. Maybe they're getting so bad at all. How much more on life? Okay. Yes, Rabbi Shmuel, so let's take up a minute. Rabbi Shmuel, why SRV my
He's filming the chips he's eating on the plane.
So what does Rabbi Shmuel do with the phrase SRV so we might say, this is my brother, this is the Sangha. So we read it for the following, what can we learn? So we might say, this is higher than there and then. Not Kamala Sabi in the Kabbalah. What does it mean when the Pasuk says that she is a father? What does that mean? This is how you know about Kodesh, you know about Kol. The Pasuk is actually telling us how to relate to the father of the basket. So number one, let's figure this out. All things Rachel means whatever. I would say it's what you don't know. She Rachel means the brother of Adam is the brother. Rachel not means adultery. So the Pasuk says, through Rachel's adultery, maybe that's not she profanes her father. What does it mean practically that she profanes her father? So the Gemara says, it means that her father's status changes as a result of her behavior. So for example, the Gemara says, she only won't let you put it. If again, they let me speak to him in a more exalted, in a more exalted way, like in a holy way. No, you don't call it, to treat him in a more mundane way. Covered, if you're not being covered, no, I can vote Israel. In a clear disparaging way. The idea is that because of the brother's behavior, the father, again, to be clear, he's still a Kohen, right? He's still a Kohen, and he can still do the Avodah, but he's stripped of cover. We don't give him cover anymore. You know, so why is that? So the Gemara says, he said, Chris is the person who birthed such a child. Person is the person who raised such a child. Person is the person who will be again. Such a person, I guess the translation, issues forth from their loins.
You're excited now, but then how many
So it's like this is according to you they say, when a person that's terrible for you tell them, on Russia, the son of a Russia, even though your parents may really be a sadist, even though they really may be a Russian Mitzvah, so who is that Kiman? Guy kind of this time. So it's like, this is a fascinating discussion. This definitely goes into the notebook of the only topics that we need to find the time to really delve into it. Because what you might say over here is that there is parental culpability for the actions and decisions of a child. Right? And therefore, again, Rachel, the daughter, commits adultery. So clearly, there's something fundamentally flawed in the gift you gave your child. There's something fundamentally flawed in the home in which you raised your child. Because for a child to make this type of lifestyle decisions,
you know what? I'm not really liking this whole word. I feel like Texas is
something wrong. And the Gemara says, this has an impact on the father. So that father will no longer give you the honor you deserve because this is the child you raised. This is the person who raised your child. This is the person. So it's sort of like that. You find this fascinating. And it's sort of like that thing has found themselves in. There is such a fundamental machlokes about reliability and responsibility of parents for how they treat their children. And it's very difficult to know fix the chazal. And you can notice as parents, there are times where parents do every single thing right.
As if Texas is going to be like, no, we don't put up with that kind of stuff around here. They're going to, that's probably going to be much better for Texas.
Every single thing, every single junction they're supposed to do, my kid is still going to make the decision. But, on the other hand, it is also quite possible that the decisions that children make are absolutely
Why is it not
in the upbringing and the values or lack of values.
that make that serious?
And that's a difficult point to swallow because says, you know, says, like, so that's right. So that's the way to tell us. You must know you something that is bent, that's one that is bent, cannot be made straight. You know what I'm saying? So you know it says, what does that mean? Right? We live in a world, that's the best fucking name for a show, right? This is like,
Look at this.
so you know it says, I don't like the name. That's really true. I like that. I think he's above that. Okay. His split very small. He's like 80 feet tall. No matter how bad you feel or what you do, no matter how much shit you do, you can't watch. You can't watch. You can't do it. The announcer is there. I'll tell you, like, as I get older and look back on raising a family, sometimes not just that announcer, but it also is a video killer. Sometimes the other thing you can't undo is the way you raise your and the things you allow it to learn, the things you allow your children to do, don't allow your children to do. You can't undo it. And it's one of the hardest parts because often you learn to be a parent on the job. And you realize my mistakes afterwards. So what's interesting is that after I created the monitor, like in other words, I'm not trying to do that. After I made the mistakes, and then I realized I really made some significant mistakes. And the other part is, you can't undo it. You can't. Clinic is one of those things where a lot of times, and I can go back and open and honest conversations with my kids and see, like, so I tell you, those things that I did, they weren't right. They weren't right. And I want to be clear that they weren't right. But no matter how much I made it to my kids that they weren't right, I've created an answer. I've created a thought pace. I've created a thought paradigm in the home, and I can't let it back. So there's this fact that I saw again, on one there's this like, we're going to do everything right, and the child still makes so everything you said, that Ruffles actions reflect on her father, but again, there's also an approach in Chazal that says, no, what a child does and how a child behaves and how a child lives his life is a direct reflection of the feeling that he or she has received in the home growing up. Which is right. They're both right. They're both right. There's elements of both of this, which is why, again, the clinic we give our children, the example we set for our children, the community we model for our children, the home we create for our children, the lifestyle we create for our children, everything goes into the clinic. And again, if it's good, great. But if it's flawed, you want to tell us? We, the parents, hold responsible. Incredible. Let's go on. Your units is how it's going. So what you might kind of declare the units is how it's going. Why is the mission or not? This is the mission of the by saying this is the mission of school. So why is the mission of that? This mission because with my husband, let's see also the subject. Because remember again, what is it for? So for that if I want to see not live with the students, it's not the skill. Based on skill, is not in the previous mission. Based on not the last history, this mission is skill. Based on skill, I need to come out and listen to some kind of stuff and turn around and see some kind of stuff. Even though this mission spoke about Adonissos, they were really following on the heels of the skill of the Mishnah, right? So when we had skill, then I went to Adonissos, and then I went to close out the discussion of skill. And that's why the Mishnah ends up by saying, Zoom mitzvah telescope. That's the end of the skill discussion, and I say now we begin the straight. But here we go, Mishnah. Mitzvah telescope. I also use skill stuff. So what is straight from? What is straight from? That was the other thing about this I love the nice stuff. I love the nice stuff. What do you do with back home? So if I'm not asking you, what should see you just like now, I love you. Last question, inside. You should switch. Then you should buy the phone, then you should how you yourself. But you should buy what you might do. I'm not saying how you love it. I will shoot this straight there. But so I want to do the back home. What if you're going to restore and you're going to see it? What if you don't get home? You start, nothing, you sin, you push me, you go, whatever it is, right? That's the Jewish. Right? So nice again, point judgment, for adultery is straight up. However, That explanation is the normal punishment for adultery. The only person who gets this new punishment for adultery is the gospel itself, but everyone else, that's not enough. This is how it's happening. It's how do you administer punishment of sin? So we go ahead and the immersion in manure up until the stars. We do the immersion in manure. What's that? So actually says over here in the second lesson, the people have to see that from the place. We're going to see if we need to keep them immobilized. So when you keep them immobilized, they can't move around. We put in manure up until his legs, up until the stars. That we keep them immobilized. The notes needs to look at this one and we take this soft rope. I just think we take a left rope and we put it inside of the soft rope. So essentially take a left rope and then again on the inside of that rope is a soft rope. The soft rope is going to go around the neck of the guilty party. So just put it outside the rope and we wrap it around the neck. So just let's say question using this kind of step one, put it in the left rope, step two. Take and we put it inside the rope. The outside rope is a coarse rope, the inside rope is a soft rope. We're tying that around his neck. Two people stand on either side of the ring. Each one will be an end of the rope. In the Zemoshik aspect, the Zemoshik aspect, each one holds the rope until until one results. Until either his foot falls in his mouth. Like the average 4-year-old will force him to open his mouth. We're not looking at the sea, right? So see this expression is like quite already we ignite the rope. We set them so quick and we throw down his strength. So it's a split that notice when you watch this, you know, you think about holding at the stake on the person, it's actually not very good. But what you see is a point of molten lead down the throat of the person. That's straight up. So it's immobilized, forces now open, and we put a molten lead closer to the sea and we see like that. The other gets the suffering up, goes then down into his kid's place. The Comaris has been in there, but essentially he is killed from the inside. Like his insides are incinerated, but he's incinerated internally. And these are the guys, after him, he has done the 120 bone and stuff. There's the problem. The problem is, well, this is the problem. Right? But the problem here says is you try to administer it to the straight off, but you may end up wrong. You may end up struggling with that. Right? Which, by the way, is a different stuff, right? It's context. So the problem is if somebody is tight straight off, and you end up giving them credit, isn't that problematic? So what should you do? So you're like, hello, put on a pick the 7 slave the vessel. You take pounds and try to match us. By the way, so this is mother is a kilo, it's up to the step 2, the leg is the step more, diplomatic as the way that we do these pounds. Now, obviously, somehow we must be immobilizing the whole stuff, right? Because if you're immobilizing them, you get out of love, you get a new one, and the number of the issue, the love, the most thing that needs to go down his throat. Because he doesn't get down his throat, he's going to put the baby on his outside, that's not straight up. Straight up is internal incineration. But yeah, you need to say you can't do that. The rope thing can be this. Strangulation, so it's that he's not making the funds. I'm going to go to the side. My say that's calling Amos. She's in some. If you flip her to the students, the Lord of God, Rabbi, there's about to claim the community adultery, and therefore against the part, and what the disease is connected with adultery, we start to and we burn to it. So we say, so the laws of inside the juicy indicating that the din of straight fall, the din of straight again is actually burning someone. Burning someone, which the Gemara says, Amula Mikishlo, Hanya Bezisha, also shot Bucky. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Now, listen, remember again, it's a mistake in the execution, and it may not be a mistake in the execution itself. But the point that we're making is that was a misunderstanding of what Sreifa was. Sreifa, you know, not Ksiva. So first of all, what does it mean that it's a wit? So it's not the Ksiva Shari, but Ksiva a wit of Ksiva. But actually comes back over here. Rashi points out that the year would do. Yeah, so sorry, Mishnah points out that they would take like a long piece of lead, and they would mold it, and they would melt it down. So they call it a psila because it was long and resembled it. Okay, so let's first off, what do you think about this? A little bit mind-blowing, because again, how do you know that slifa means internal incineration? Where does that come from? So what's this is talking about the Gemara. Ask your slifa, the Abbas Korah. Means slifa, from Korah means a son. Remember that Korah is rebellion against Moshe Rabbeinu, and again, he is assembly. Some of them were swallowed up by the earth, and some of them were incinerated. They actually asked the slifa, the HT, Psichasa Asher Kuva Asrufa. Mother Halon Kufaya for the Boston. Remember again, part of what happened with Korach was that a bunch of people brought Kippolis. The people who brought Kippolis, remember, everybody's jockeying for the position of point level. So whoever brought Kippolis was incinerated. It was killed by Slifa. So again, a large number of was swallowed up by the earth. Others who brought Kippolis were incinerated. So you might say Slifa of the earth, it says Slifa by Korach. So you might say Mother Halon Slifa Hashem of this kind, just like by Korach, so that they were killed by internal incineration. Fire went into their body, killed them internally, but their body was still intact. After Slifa's Neshama of a good kind. So too over here, the Slifa is done is internal incineration, but the body remains intact. Okay, so that's the first thing, Tanakama. But also, Amar asked the Slifa so he would be higher. Then we learn Slifa from Nadav and Aviv. Nadav and Aviv, remember again, also went ahead with whatever they did, right? To be exactly what they did. But whatever they did was unsanctioned service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and they were killed. So the Gemara says, just like another Rabbi with fire incinerated them internally, but their bodies were intact. After Sreikas the Shama of a good kind. So to what we do again, so internally, ultimately again, the incinerate was internally, but the body remains intact. So it's following like this. So interesting, how do you mean on the concept that Sreikas is internal incineration? What's the Makar? Tanakama says Korah. But he also says being Aleph. So much of everything I just Korah from another. So it's a little bit how do you know? You don't tell us that people open up with the Korah's confirmed. But how do you know that this internal incineration? Tziv as Matmos HaKotim Ha'olem Enoch Shosam. Shenasmash on this record, the good colors. Also, it doesn't mention Enoch Shosam. So it doesn't again. Internally, their nefesh, so to speak, their soul, their internal life was snuffed out, but ultimately their bodies were remaining intact. You know, the other thing is, it doesn't want to say, I need sleep and mamish, meaning literally burnt. Reminding of Shosam, one of the bosses said, Ben Shosam, she is tied to Shiva is seen of Shosam, but they were tied to Shiva ultimately again, because of the what they did, right? Because of this thing that shows up. It wasn't this thing that shows up. Listen to this. My say the country largely know what does it mean? What's the good Rashi says over here? The country largely know issue Khalifa Shalimos Moshativa, the issue of Korah. It is how we know. So it says how do we know? And Khalifa is flattery. So literally the concept over here is what's going from the country largely know because of the flattery that Korah shows to his followers. So Korah he bears his teeth and smile. And he is a reference to Gehenna. So how does Korah go ahead and his followers? Food and drink. He put out a nice spread in his tent. I don't know. Whatever. Little bits and poppers. Whatever he's doing, whatever he's doing, right? So go ahead and he put out in the desert, and that's how he went ahead and upgraded his followers to Khalifa. So Khalifa does this. Sometimes Khalifa speaks to the soul. Like, everybody likes to feel good about themselves. So if somebody doesn't have any flatters you, even if it's not real, it still feels good. so everybody that we will call out is giving him a part of the self again. Because of the again, the Khalifa, that Torah for the head and the enemy do it for you. She started them, they before Hashem. It was like that. It was like it was like death. What does it mean like? It was like a normal death. So what does it mean like a normal death? And of course, what's a normal death? The body is intact, but the internal processes stop working. That's a normal death. When Rabbi died, they died before the horrible by a regular Musa, which means everything that happens from what's internal, but externally everything remains the same. The thing will say, how we say from Namash. That's actually. Not that I'm actually incinerated, fully incinerated. In my experience, by a Musa, the actually living the life that is they're actually incinerated. So what do you mean by a Musa? It means that the incineration began internally and then spread externally. Have you seen that they study over? How does the Rabbi die? So what's in that? Remember again, all the possibilities by another Rabbi is by Hashem. They came before Hashem. They came too close. Now again, the whole is exactly what it is that they did. So for our purpose is not the infraction is almost irrelevant. What matters is that they died and how they died. So in the sense of how they died, they did two pillars of fire. The merchant will be a poison in the strength. The neck look with the eye, but it's pretty to fall. The neck is to shine before Moshe. Two pillars of fire went into the nose of Nadar, two into the nose of Abihu, the son of and burnt them. The Lord says, that's how they died. So in other words, he wants to just again, so the incineration began internally. So at least according to their opinion, they went ahead and spread externally. Our opposite, Bakotal Osam. Because it says it consumed them, or some below 50 days. It consumed them, but not their soul. People think the opinion that says rather than a is fully incinerated, it's only them and not their soul. So we'll say, so therefore, what we emerge with over here is the good news is everyone agrees, right? Everyone's in agreement. What does everyone agree about? That's how most of the ways the sleep is internal incineration. Right? Hence the process outlined in this stuff. Where you learn from the focus, similar from Torah, one learning Torah, one opinion of the Rabbi. Okay, so much the eye of the nailers, we pardon uninstructed. So it's interesting. So why not learn it out from Kabbalah?
It looks like they were trying to stop me from using that. It's like they were trying to stop me. I said it's well, it's got cancelled.
Yeah, I can tie back for certain. We learn Kabbalah, that you don't know. Let's say that part of it, and then we have to tell me whenever we talk about part, it's the part of the Shal Tzibor, part of the Mashiach, who will have things, but it's a creative. So why not learn out from the Parliament section? So if I'm going to start again, it's total incineration to which we must use the Stabra is interesting. The Stabra may Adam Havilay Molach, Shekin Adam Chotei, the Shama. People. So it makes more sense to learn how to do a scripture by people from Adam. Why? Because again, if you're not from Adam, you have 4 elements. Number 1, Adam, they multiply people. Number 1, they're both called Chotei, by sinners. Number 3, there's an element of the Shama, right? The translation of the Shama. And number 4, they're not separate people. Okay, I'm Rabbi, so just the opposite. If I'm going to talk about the number of powers up and why, she can not hear the doors. Was ultimately again Harlem, like you have over here, is a Makshi with Dodos. Ultimately again, tell us what you actually, there's Makshi, so it's very important actually. Makshi, straight by faith in Makshi, action, this does not look good. So again, the action of straight on the base in the death penalty, we don't call it Makshi, so prepare for that. In other words, it cleanses the person, the things hard about the suffering. Straight could ultimately be hard about the suffering. Straight of the hand in life, the other week, the kind of this idea that you're not going to do like this. Well, most of kids are not taking over. Right? They're not taking over. And I was kids, and I was young kids. And that's it. My church is impossible. But this fundamental flaw in emotional power. I remember in Moshe, obviously wasn't the kind of speaking the right way, because you're on it. By the way, and a tremendous audience to come on and pop up with that. Let's talk about it. Talk about it, right? Again, you gotta take ownership. Listen, at the end of the day, you gotta take ownership for how your kids turn out. You don't have to take ownership necessarily for every single decision they make. You absolutely need to own to a very large degree how they feel. That's me. That's on me. They were told, that's on me. So everything was to Moshe, obviously Moshe, again, they do it for laughing. We're as kids. Right? Aaron, Dad, you're great. Listen to this. Dad, you're great. But you're only number two. And you are a career number two. So Moshe, just keep it together. Aaron, Dad, you're great. But you're only number two. I think it's time for us to step in. I think at the end of the day, both of you are great in your own ways to a degree, but clearly neither of you have discovered the complete secret, the secret sauce, so to speak. You don't have the secret to success. So Father, maybe it's time for new ideas, new leadership, stand down. So we like to, I'm going to question, how do you actually progress me? We'll see who's there by you. Right? We'll see who's there by you, and ultimately I'm going to use that. I'm going to talk about how you got me to do great. But most of the people that say, hey, this average. What's the average? You teach the family, happy, you really emotionally, you're ugly. Yeah, so the average is like this. There are many old camels carrying the hides of young camels. And that's what's going on there. That's the idea is that, like, a lot of times young people think they know everything, right? And yet, again, they're absolutely nothing. There's a lot of old camels carrying the hides of young camels. Right, the mindful game sometimes someone levels in music, and they're like missing that, like, I feel like it's conquer the world. And I know everything. The challenge of youth is, I think I know everything. And sometimes, again, as we get older, we recognize that the people we don't know everything, we learn very little, and the people that much to learn for people who are older than us. Even if they're not, quote-unquote, as successful as you think they should have been, but what I say is wisdom that comes with age, that each simply did not have. Incredible love. I'm gonna like the rest of the other days. Now that I'm coming, I'm going to go incredible demand. I'm not coming back from Ghana. They want to have me back on. He said, I'm honest. So what I said, this is how your relationship is going to come from. I'm honest. Now is the coming from you by I'm honest, by the new person. So the American tequilas, so we're going to keep ourselves so we're doing, right? So even when I'm honest, this is how the problem, ultimately, again, is a golden vessel. See that we let us get into this. And come from communities with the I'm honest. Still going to keep ourselves up. The standing is good. The standing is good. So it's like, I don't know, it's one of the words. I don't know why the word self-fire is important. Music. What does music sound like? What does music sound like? It's like talking for the sake of talking. Why does anyone talk for the sake of talking? If you have something to say, say it. If there's something meaningful to discuss it. And if there's nothing to talk about, or there's nothing meaningful, you don't just treat it loose. You don't just treat it loose. There's no such thing. Treating it loose is a fundamental waste of time. If there's targeted conversation to be had, then have it. But not, again, nothing to do. It's a waste of time. It's incredible. I'm honest. See the time talking, shooting the breeze. What is that great? It's the ministry is standing of the Hamkachim. Hamkachim doesn't shoot the breeze. He doesn't get together to opportunities, right? If there's something to talk about, let's talk about it. But if there's nothing to talk about, there's not a targeted discussion. But again, there are so many better things to do with one's time. So therefore, if you become calmer, Jesus shows the Amaris that he doesn't treat his time seriously. it diminishes the standing in the eyes of the Amaris. So there's once the Amaris, these places I'm from speaks something from the Amaris. So it's in general, there was a human nature. When you give something to someone, so what's the automatic default route? You still that person always do something. That person is going to fix it, that person is going to see. So once the Amaris, you say becomes one of them, company checks it, then your mind comes up and now the Amaris feels and comes up and it's beholden to him, and his status is diminished even more. Then the people start better. Ultimately, then comes the original vessel, they let you fuck through in like a original vessel. Once you break it, you can't put it back together. So it's like just a tremendous idea. Like in the beginning, that can come from is like a golden vessel Amaris. Can come from chooses, so the chooses just like shows that he does not take his time seriously. His standing is diminished in the eyes of the Amaris. Just something from the Amaris that Amaris like, I own you because you did something for me. And ultimately, it comes up and becomes different for your vessel. So let's understand, in Musa, that's funny, that's conscious insight. So what's the story? It's good. It's really a person. And then like, in what's up, that's funny. Sure, let's go and call you from the real culture. I don't know about you, I mean, it's more special. So I don't know about the respect of your ability against the finish is liable to death. Surrounded with branches in the person. So they burn out on the base of talk about you. So this is a team of things I need here. Number one, talking about the topic is right because of master. So they made a mistake with
Dude, they need your Bible books.
Remember what was that? The master said that's not how you straight up. Straight up, not the branches. Straight up is here to red. With mostly red. That's number one. That was the first mistake. The topic is like that. The Rothschild fund and our dear, several shared the idea. There's not just calling your spot. There's not to incline English spot. And the other mistake that they made was, basically, was not empowered to death penalty. There's no death penalty in Solan. Unless, of course, there's a code. There's a big eclipse. There's a Sanhedrin. Sarah, for those, again, there's two mistakes. Number one, you're going to administer the death penalty altogether. Altogether, that's number one. Number two, is do not administer the death penalty in the name of life. Incredible. I want to answer. Sorry, my say last night is this. So, that's why I said this story. Now, this is the Mishnah. Right? The Mishnah says, at the end of the Mishnah, there was a story of about 20 community about they slandered his branches and they burned her. And they said back to the Lord, that was a mistake of the day trade. So says to Gemara, this was a big funnier than him too. We want to reject the culture about that. It's a professional interpretation of everything. And I love the message of the original speaker. So we must talk about it without the odds of it. So this is the beginning of the response. That kind of, under the one that said of this letter, which I used to tell, we know about Sugar Shahada. Those are the times when I never know the child. Like, I never know the child. I was lying on my father's shoulders. He was about to call me to say, this child is the poor that he was worth with that poor. And they brought him up saying to me, those things, surrounding their branches and the birth. Talk about these traumatic childhood memories. And they say, so yeah, I never know, just like you, I thought on the shoulders. And they think about selling. I mean, cut down, he said, they're going to be riding that car. They said to him, like they say, you can be one of them. You were a child when you saw this. And the person wants to know, because he was before, a person is not believed to give testimony as an adult about events they witnessed as a child. Right? That's how long. Number one, therefore, they kind of reject that story in its entirety. So the Gemara says, furthermore, we might smell it. Never say people who was up for the interesting in their life, they reject them. He saw this voice as a child, and so his voice as an adult. The one who just makes everyone as a child, the one who mentioning this stuff, is the one he saw as an adult. So the Gemara says, hey, I'm going to go. So, which one of us are the topic would count first? The childhood episode or the adult episode? And then it's just the drug of the Ashkuti Day. So the Gemara says, I'm going to say the drug of the Ashkuti Day. I'm going to say the drug of the Ashkuti Day. So again, we omitted the adult one first. And they rejected it. They said that was a big Torah. We go ahead and make sure that when it happened as a child, rather than have a hot on the relationship, I'm going to cover yourself. I'm going to yourself. God of honor, you know, how your business or also shut up. Okay, so here's how it happened. Those are some of the first time. When I was a kid, I remember that they burned a fast car. They literally burned cars. And they said, come on, you know, you're not going to talk about
Yo,
it, but
Brick card. I'm amazing, dog. I know you. How's your life going? Oh, all's good, thankfully. What's good in your world?
Just this Sunday, man. Just Sunday. Just got off the phone with a friend of mine from the UK. Just catching up. Just doing everything up there since 2 in the morning. Doing the stuff. Getting on spaces, chatting to people. Just general stuff, buddy. Just general stuff.
Absolutely.
Being good.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. I've been really great.
That's it.
Absolutely. All right, Brick card. Do you have a link tree?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I actually, when you sent me them links the other day, I set it all up. I had it anyway, but I added more socials to it. But I had a problem with when I put I signed up my WhatsApp to it.
Okay.
First I created a community and added the WhatsApp community, and then straight away, for some reason, it banned my WhatsApp. And my WhatsApp actually connected to my work as well, so I needed it. It took 24 hours, I got it back. Then I put the group that I have on WhatsApp onto my link tree, and it's to do with people that from my work that were involved in the project as well. You know, like a lot of colleagues and stuff that have invested into the project as well. And I started. It started inviting the wrong people, and now I've got people that are personally trying to connect to me, and I have no objections to any contacts until I realise that the people that are trying to connect are straightforward scammers. So I've had to remove the WhatsApp side from my link tree.
Okay.
But
no big deal there.
I'm keeping that social because I have a good group on there. Like I say, it's all offshore workers, and they're all investors in the project as well. They're all holders, and they're all long-term investors. So rather than them getting annoyed with some random West African sort of trying to hassle them for money, because that's what was going to happen. They'd start going through the people. You know, so I just thought, well, I better remove the WhatsApp from that link tree. The Reddit, I've actually got a young lady who is now posting on my behalf. I've got her running a few of my socials for me because it's just so much. You know yourself, doing socials is a 24-hour job.
100%.
Doesn't it? You know, it's not something I can even see you now on your phone doing something.
I'm looking. No, I want you to know. Oh, yeah. It looks like I'm being really rude. I'm actually looking at your link tree right now. I was looking at your Reddit. It looks really good. Your Reddit looks good. It really does. So it's great.
It's very temperamental. You know, you've got to be careful with keywords and stuff. But other than that, yeah, we're going to build up on the Reddit for sure.
Excellent. Okay, so what about YouTube? That's the number 2 website in the world.
YouTube, I'm not sure how to go about YouTube. It's not something I can do myself. I'd rather have someone that was reliable that can post on my behalf or do some videos on my behalf.
Absolutely.
It's just a finance thing at the moment, so it's. You know, I'm not taking no money from the project. I'm putting all my salary in, and it's kind of expensive right now. Going back to work next week anyway, and I've got so much going on right now, Rabbi. Really, I've got so much going on in regards to the game side. It's costing me a small fortune with the salaries that I'm paying for people raiding, with the bots that I'm running, there's the social people. So it's just a case of really just slow and steady wins the race. But I do look at YouTube because I just don't know. I don't know which YouTuber I would pick or know who to. You know, because anyone can say they've got 60,000 or 100,000 followers or subscribers, but actually they don't have no views when I look at their videos.
Right.
You know, so what would you say? What would you recommend?
So, great question. Okay, first thing I would do is create my own account for yourself. For the first and foremost reason, you don't want someone impersonating you. I looked up your project on Google when I first heard about it, and it comes up, but there's a lot of stuff that's not related to your project. And you want people, when they Google you, that top 10 pack is all your project, all 10 of them. And because YouTube is the #2 website in the world, it's very strong, and it's a subsidiary of Alphabet, which, Google is under as well. So whenever you put anything, even just creating your YouTube account is going to put it right at the top. So that's going to be an additional entry for you. Additionally, with AI is going to be scanning the entire internet, crawling the entire internet for information about your coin. And a really great way to feed it accurate information is to.
Hi, bro. I had to verify my age, but I'm here.
Okay, excellent. I'm in the middle of discussion with somebody, so appreciate that. If you didn't hear me, I'm in the middle of a discussion with somebody, so please be patient. Welcome. So what having a YouTube account, though, is going to do for you is it basically gives you the ability to be able to train AI, social media, and search engines on what you want to basically convey because of the strength of the titles and descriptions. So you could come out and say, Bitcoin, a Bitcard meme is the best project in the world. We're connecting people all throughout the UK, Commonwealth, and the world, whatever you want to say. And literally, AI is just going to read that and then put that into their models. So you're basically going to be able to spoon feed it because it's such a strong, because YouTube is such a strong results feeder.
But it's picking up from the vocals, or it's picking up from the text?
Text. So right now, mostly it's going to be the text, but that doesn't mean in the future it won't be for the vocals as well. And
yeah, it won't be standing there for video at some stage. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So what you're able to do is take good descriptions. You can have like 2,000 characters per video description, and if you have some boilerplate text, even stuff that you run through Grok or ChatGPT or whatever that just has keywords for you. So whatever you're going for, cryptocurrency, NFT, Web3, those are big words for you. And then you ensure that you've got hashtags in there as well. So those are really going to make your descriptions powerful. So your titles are able to have about 100 characters. So of that 100 characters, maybe 80 of it is going to be text that you're going to talk about your project or whatever. And then the last 20 are hashtags. And then in the description of the 2,000 characters that you can have in there per video, I'd say maybe 1,800 of those could just be boilerplate about your project, just content that you have. And then the last 200 are going to be hashtags that you're going to be able to use. But that's a really strong, powerful aggregator that's going to feed through all of the different social media. Okay, your Reddit is great. So you should know Sam Altman, the owner, the founder of OpenAI, he owns 10% of Reddit. And so Reddit and OpenAI or ChatGPT are working hand in hand. If I may ask, Brickcard, have you used Sora yet? Sora or Sora 2?
No, not yet.
Oh, they're game changers.
It's AI,
AI video creators. Yeah. And so what you can do for yourself, if you want to do this, you can do this with Grok as well. And this is what I advise everybody to do if they have a YouTube, is to create a 10-second video on what you do, basically. And not you personally, but just have the AI say, hey, we're Brickcard Meme. We are one of the most exciting projects in Web3. Take a look at our content. Send us a DM. We'd love to connect with you. Now, that might be a mind-blowing video, but what that will do is allow you to have entries into YouTube. So that when somebody types in anything related to your meme, or anything related to your project, I should say, you're going to have results. And you're going to start dominating those entries. That's also something that you can upload to TikTok to improve yourself in that algorithm, into Instagram Reels, and YouTube Shorts. So that it's just quick, easily digestible, so that you just don't have a blank account there that's just waiting for content. At least you have something. And then if you, in the future, say, you know what, I want better videos than that, then you just take down your videos and then you put up whatever videos that you want. But at least this is going to improve the strength of your account for social media, for search engines, and for AI. And you can take the...
search is definitely absolutely.
Absolutely. I recommend people create 10 videos. The reason why 10's the special number is because most search engines give you 10 results. At least that's the Google framework. And so YouTube's going to be somewhat similar. Instagram. Now, some of them allow for infinite scroll, but you want to dominate that first 10. Very few people are going to look any further than that. And you're going to be able to give them all the information that you need within that first 10. When it comes to the other social media that we have here, okay, so I see your X, that's great. Your Discord server, that's wonderful. Reddit, your Reddit is really strong, like, and that's gonna be really good for you in um, search or in AI models because, like, I think 40% of all ChatGPT is built on Reddit responses. So, like, you're already feeding that really well. Okay, TikTok, great. You have a TikTok, that's wonderful. Um, I see that you've got your email there. That's wonderful. Instagram, great. Break card meme, that's your website. I would say to put that one at the top just because that's going to have all of your data on it. Facebook's great. You've got your official chat, wonderful. Then you have Discord, okay, Twitch, LinkedIn. All right, so there's some others that, of course, you're going to want to get. Twitch is a really powerful one on the Amazon ecosystem. So just get your name locked in on Twitch. Get your name locked in on Rumble. Get your name locked in on Kick. Those are the four biggest social media platforms currently. Did I send you the list of the top 30? Okay, excellent. Now, additionally, you may not know this, but X is, we all think it's really strong because it is for cryptocurrency discussions. But in terms of social media, it's about the 16th biggest social media platform out there. 16th. So there are a lot of them that are comparative or larger. And so you want to take advantage of those to the best of your ability. And you're going to be able to with this strategy. One that people don't know, especially, do you have NFTs or anything visual?
I will have, actually, I have 12 because I created 12 for voting positions in our DAO. The DAO, we're actually building our own ecosystem, so they're just sat in my Soulflare for now. I've not created, we are going to be getting into NFTs, but right now I'm just still trying to build in the community and just get everything ready for 2026. Even though we're doing really good at the market cap side of things, it's not the point. I want to be prepared, physical performance and all that. I'd rather be prepared first. So we're just trying to build up on the community and exactly what you're saying now. Get the name out there. Definitely be in that top 10 position on searches and the Google searches. Absolutely.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
The other ways that I want you to improve your web results or search engine metrics are in Google Images. And the way that you're going to be able to do that is to create a Pinterest account, create an Imager account, create a Flickr account, and just put those 12 pictures or whatever you have on there. Just upload whatever pictures you have. Upload your logo. Upload, you've got a great logo. It's eye-catching. It's familiar. But then when people Google your project and look at images that are associated with it, instead of it just being random stuff about England, it's going to be your data. That's really important. Then also Google videos. So that's an important search to dominate as well. And if you have that YouTube account and you create those 10 different videos, you're going to dominate the 10 spot there. And that's just people are just going to do research on you, and they're just going to get nosy, and you want to make sure that what they're going to view is stuff that's about you, that's connected to you.
Some other project, some other terminology, some other sideline. Because I have looked myself, and I do see when I put in grid card, if it's not specific to myself, there is other subjects it brings in.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right.
Exactly.
I'll definitely be doing this ASAP.
Excellent.
I didn't think of Pinterest and stuff. Just hearing what you're saying, I didn't think of half of this.
Absolutely.
I didn't think of any of this, to be honest with you. It's good to know.
I just did this research the other day with another project. So X has 586 million monthly users in Q1 of 2025, and it's pretty similar right now. Pinterest actually has overtaken it with 600 million monthly users. That's how big Pinterest is, and people don't recognize that X in its own way, it lost a lot of traction when Elon Musk took over. It lost 40 million users at least to Blue Sky. It's lost some user base to Mastodon. It's lost some to Truth Social. These micro-blogging websites are becoming more competition for X. You can also, to improve your search engine rankings and what people learn about you, create a blog. Now, I'm not saying you have to go out and buy bloggers. You don't need that anymore. But once a week, go to ChatGPT and say, hey, just write a monthly or once a month maybe, just write a blog entry for me. Use hashtags in it. Have it talk about the newest trends in cryptocurrency or whatever it is. That's going to be really strong for you. And you can do that through Google's blogger.com or blogspot.com. Basically, what that's going to do is when all these social media and search engines scan the web about what your project is, you're literally feeding it information about yourself. And the key is you don't want these AI models to have to guess about what you're doing. If you have a really nice bit of text, 500 characters or something, just that's updated once a month, that's going to be really strong for you. Then when people type in brick card, it's going to be everywhere. And AI is going to have a really great understanding of who you are. When I first started this project, my project of live streaming, nobody knew who I was. AI didn't know what I was, but I found that if I taught AI who I was and what I wanted them to know about myself, then it starts to pick that up and it gives a really great overview of who I am. And this can work for any NFT, cryptocurrency, or anything else. So you have that list. It's very important as well to get all those names so somebody doesn't impersonate you. And then have all of the notifications sent to your business email. That's also very important so that you don't have to check 30 different social media platforms a day. You shouldn't have to do that. You want push information, not pull information, essentially. You want the information pushed to you. You don't want to have to go and get it. And then about your follower base. So you made a really good point. You know, a lot of these people say, I can do all this stuff for you, and they have 60,000 followers and no views. They've just bought their followers. And if you want to do that, you know, that's a road that you can go down, and it works for some people. It costs a little bit of money. So
yeah, for me, I look at the followers that I have, and I can talk to them.
Exactly.
And to have I've had a lot of people that come and say that I can get you, I can sell you X followers, I can sell you TG followers. One of the guys that works alongside me, he asked me to remove the verification from the TG group. And all it done was add 1,000 bots. They don't integrate, they don't talk, they don't converse. For me, I'm not about selling bots. I want people to be able to hear me and engage with me. So I would just build it organically. I've gone from 0 to about 1,796, I think, or something like this at the moment. On X alone, just in the period of time we've been running, which is only just shy of 50 days.
Excellent.
So I see nothing wrong with the organic growth that I'm creating by going into spaces and meeting people, just generally being out there. Looking at what you've said now, I've made a list alongside me as well.
Excellent.
So I'm going to get straight onto the Pinterest and stuff like this. The guy that's doing my website, I actually thought about this earlier on because I had him API my Twitter feed to my website. And I was thinking about it, it'd be good if I had an update section, not just on the Twitter feed, that I can actually go in, it can put in information from elsewhere into the website. So
yes.
I'll be looking into doing that as well.
That's excellent. Absolutely.
Maybe,
so that's a plugin.
Absolutely.
That's like a plugin that just basically mirrors whatever's on your social media. That's great. So
I think good for the traffic side of things as well.
Excellent. Do you have a blue check on Great Card? Okay, excellent. So you're right where you need to be and been doing this for 50 days and the amount of followers you have. So I can tell you, I'm pretty sure I shill more than you do. I'm almost certain that I do because I'm in like every shill space. And I can tell you in about 50 days as well. So since like November 1st was when I randomly got a follow and said, you know what, I should go back to shilling because it's a really great way to be able to connect with people. I've gotten 2,100 followers without a blue check mark. Okay, so what does that mean? I'm doing it day in, day out, every single shill space that I absolutely can be. And I'm not running the other projects like you are, and I'm not working like you are. So to give you an idea, like you're in a perfect spot that you've gotten a lot of attention, a lot of people who are attracted to your project. And you like basically what I'm making you aware of is if you did it as much as you absolutely can, it's not like you'd have 10,000 people or anything like that. I think I've basically maxed out in a lot of ways what you can do with the shill strategy. Now, do you ever think of running your own spaces?
I've done a couple, to be honest with you. I was going to run them every Monday, every Friday.
Okay.
It's just, I'm not. It's not about me being a one-man show. I'm just not really having someone as a co-host, some other people to talk, to be in with. So it's the people I have around me are either camera shy or don't want to talk on the mic or different time zones. It's just a little bit awkward, for that side of things. But I know it's something I should be doing more. I should be pushing more for it.
So, what I was going to say is your strategy is really good right now. Go to other people who are hosting the spaces themselves. They've got 35 people in there. That's 35 more that you're going to have when you start them. I can tell you, I've been running the space 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since February. And I'm lucky if I get 5 or 10 people in there with just the account that I use. That's not my current account. That's not the one that you see. It's just kind of a dumb account that I use. But just to give you an idea, there isn't a lot of organic traffic that's just going to come into your space and want to shill. So like, why have you do all the work of organizing these things and trying to pull information out of people and hearing the same conversations when you can just go to a bunch of shill spaces and boom, hit 50 people, boom, hit 30 people. Some of these you'll hit 600 people and there's no way you're going to be able to pull that. Now, I'm sure you're aware that many of these shill spaces are basically botting themselves, which is a smart strategy. So without naming names, basically what they do is they get their core group into a space and they've got really good, and then they bot the space like 500 or 600 different, and all these people come like the number one the space, and then they get a bunch of people in there, and then they're able to sell basically positioning to different projects to say, hey, we'll do the first hour and just talk about your project. You've seen how it's done. Don't let that frustrate you.
I didn't even realize that, Rabbi.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah, definitely. So
I was on one the other day, and he said, "What's going on?" He just stopped me mid-conversation and said, "But I don't know if he was in there." And he saw us. So I had to look, "What's going on here?" It had like 12,000 followers. It went 11, 10, 9, 8, and it was just weird. I'm like, I've never seen anything like that. And I did see a Southeast Asian one at 350,000 people.
There you go.
Outside of.
Right.
I was like, holy shit, they got some people. How is that possible?
How is that possible?
Now I see.
Absolutely. You should know at any given time on Twitter Spaces, you're going to see about 10,000 people, unless Elon Musk has space or Donald Trump has one of these big time influencers. It's about 10,000 people. If I may ask, quick, do you know about spacesdashboard.com?
No, I don't.
Go to it right now. It's the best website. It's a game changer. It ranks every single Twitter space that's currently going on, and it ranks them from largest to smallest. It gives you a lot of metrics on them. So it's spacesdashboard.com. You can also organize the spaces in terms of most recent to longest duration. They organize them through NFTs, cryptocurrencies, investing, finance, world politics, whatever you're interested in, you can organize them. Do you have access to a computer right now? I imagine you're using. Okay, so you're speaking to me right now on a computer. Can you open a new tab and go to spacesdashboard.com? It is something that you'll want to bookmark. Your Android device generally does not have a search function for Twitter Spaces. iOS does, but this gives you access to every single Twitter space that's going on in the world right now. It is free. You don't have to register. It is It is a game changer. Everyone who I show this to is like, where has this website been my whole life? I could have used this to be in so many more conversations and to network with so many more people. So do you see how valuable it is if you're on it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So
I do.
so this
Amazing.
it is amazing. So that's some major alpha right there. That site's going to change your life. So when you're looking for spaces, just know that the search function of that website is generally more accurate than what you're going to find on an iOS device or an Android device. And like I was looking at what iOS was giving me earlier today, just a couple hours ago, and it was giving me 3 different Twitter spaces going on. There are 300, 400 English speaking Twitter spaces alone. And English isn't the highest used language in Twitter spaces. Japanese is, and then Arabic. But you'd never know that because you're just seeing like 10 different selections that Twitter gives you. But when you go ahead.
These are all on X.
Yes.
That's weird because I flick through sometimes and find nothing.
Exactly.
I have no idea. So, is it like, I take it it's a location thing or something,
No.
or what they're allowing me to see?
It's basically, since Elon Musk bought Twitter, there's been really no change since the Jack Dorsey era, and they haven't programmed the app to give you all of the availability of all of the different spaces. Like I'll go to my X right now, which I'm sure is very similar to yours, and if I go to spaces, I'm gonna see 1, 2. I see 3. I see 3 right now. Now I do have a search function, so that's when I go and type in the word shill, and then I just find anything that has the word shill in it. But right now on X, on an iOS device, I have 3, and then I've got an Android right here, and I'll tell you what Android's going to show me, and they're both logged into the same account, so there shouldn't be any difference there as to like who I'm following. Everything's the same. And if I pull up X right now, and I go into.
I've got 12 on my laptop.
So you've got 12 on your laptop. I'm going into spaces on Android, and it shows me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So on 1 it shows me 3, 1 it shows me 6, and then on yours it shows 12. So in combination, that's 21 between 3 different devices. But yet you go on spacesdashboard.com, and it's this whole new world that you're going to see. And it's going to change your life. You're going to network with more people this way. You're going to be in better conversations, and you're going to be in the biggest conversations. So if I were you, what I would do, you have a very, I would say, professional, calm demeanor when you are shilling your coin. It makes people feel like they trust you. And, they hear a lot of rug pulls and things like that, but you've got some advantages because you're a great communicator. What you want to do is get into, if you can, some of these really big spaces that you're going to see with maybe like 400, 500 people that aren't the normal chill and chills, because those are a lot of times the same people. So there are some people in there, some like people, I can say like maybe off the top of my head, there are 3 influencers, the 3 biggest influencers who are regularly in Twitter spaces. One is named James Wynn. I don't know if you know who he is. He's from the Commonwealth, I believe. And he does a lot of spaces. He has 400,000 people who follow him. Then the next one, his name is Andy with 2 N's, Leon, Lian. And he has over 100,000. And he's like a speaker. Like he speaks at conferences and stuff. Like he's a pretty big in cryptocurrency. And then the last one is Fiddy.eth. Fiddy.eth is in Southern California. He's got 200,000 followers. But what you want to do is get those guys to hear you, because those guys, once they start following you, you're gonna, like that's a really big whale, basically, who's gonna know about your project, and that's what you want. And then when they have a space, you're gonna be, in their conversations, and they're gonna let you speak about it. So those are the 3 biggest. Now there are some other semi-big, well, actually really big guys, but they're like UFC fighters, but they do go into spaces in X spaces and talk to people, but they're not like finance guys. So those three are the biggest three that you're going to find, at least currently, within the last month. I'm in every basic space like that you can think of, and I tell you, like I learned people's different uh, profiles and how many people they have following them. So if you can kind of get on in with them, or if you see them in a space, you want to, like, if you can, get your project in there now. I can tell you the one guy, Andy Lane, he does not like people who shill. So you might just want to organically be able to drop your information. Like a lot of times, what he'll do, and this is just like a secret, like, but I hate to say it, but it's not cheating. Like he'll ask a question like, why aren't meme coins popular anymore? That's a question that he'll ask at the top of the space. Then I have some reasons, but I'll go to ChatGPT and get like a really good bullet point of why they're there. And then I'll go into his space and I'll give him not every bullet point, and I don't want to sound like a robot, but I'll give him like 5 really good points. And they're what I really do believe, but they're easy for me to access. And then he thinks I'm really smart. And then he's like connecting with me. And then he remembers me the next time I come in and he lets me come up and speak. And that's kind of a little bit of a hack, but like some of these guys, you got to give them what they want to hear, and they want to hear nice, organized, bullet point style kind of points, and they don't want people that just ramble and ramble. And so if
I'm kind of like that, to be honest with you. If it's a shield and they ask me, sometimes I just want to talk. I just want to be myself. And I'm a believer that when you go fishing, you don't try and snag a fish with the hook. You put in the bait and let them come forward.
Sure.
You know, let them come to you. This has been my approach with this project as well. Because sometimes you can just piss people off just by keep going on and on and on. And other times, no, you can set the bait, and then I've done it myself with some people that I know you know. And it's just me. I just want to meet them. I want to meet new people. And one of them said, "You're the dev from Brick Card." And I was like, "Yeah, just something I'm working on." But what you guys doing? You know, it's made them come to me. It's kind of strange, but it's made them look at me in a different way. I'm not pushing it in their face. I'm not ramming shit down their throat. If you want to talk about my project, I'll talk about my project. I'm in it for long term.
Exactly.
So I'm in no hurry to get where I'm going. You know, we'll get there in the end. And right now, it's just like as you're teaching me, building my community and getting the awareness of the project. And once you get to that level, the rest of it will form itself. I was asked a question the other day, Rabbi, and it was, where do I see the project going?
Okay.
And I said, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know. Because everything I've done up to this point has been inspiration. When something's come up and it's felt good, it's felt right, or someone's mentioned something to me to be doing something or looking in this direction, that's when we've gone for it. So I can't tell you what tomorrow is going to bring. I can tell you that at some stage, something tomorrow is going to come to me.
Absolutely.
It's going to make my project. It's going to ring a little bell in my head, and we're going to go forward with this in this direction. And that I think is probably one of the most honest answers I could have given in comparison to when I hear people, you know, when they talk about their projects and what they're doing. And I'm like, I sit here listening to it sometimes. I'm like, man, you're full of shit.
Oh, sure.
You're full of shit.
Absolutely.
You know, and I did hear one, like you were saying, about certain people, certain groups that they've got their accounts and get people come and talk about my project with us for a bit, you know. And yeah, I heard one of them say something the other day, and I said, did I hear that right? And then I waited for my turn to talk, and I done my little bit, my little spiel, and then I said, it was just something I wanted to ask, because I thought I heard this earlier on, blah, blah, blah. And the defensive side came in from the host, and I was like, no, I didn't mean to step on toes. I just wanted to know if I heard what I think I heard, because the guy forgot what he was saying and said something he shouldn't.
Okay.
You know, and for someone like myself that sits there and actually listens to what people are talking about, it was like, did I hear that right? Did that guy just say he did what he did? When they reacted in a way to their project getting dumped on, basically.
Okay.
And how they reacted, they shouldn't have said openly that we did this, because now it just shows complete supply control. You know, and it's not like being a dev wallet holding an X amount and use it to distribute later. It showed that you came together with secret secret wallets, and you bought everything up just to make the people stop panicking. And when I heard that, I was like, that wasn't a good thing to say personally. So I brought it up in a conversation at the end, and it was just like, oh, okay, we'll put someone else on next. And I was like, I know I still on toes there, but have your ducks in a row. When you're going to go into a place publicly and you're going to speak, you've got to be sharp, because if you're playing both sides of the fence, you can easily trip yourself up. And people like me are sharp, and I've always been that kind of character, business mind, and I hear things sometimes that I might not. It just rings a sentence in my head, and then maybe a day later I'm playing it in my mind, and I'm like, man, I know I heard this. So I'm just a different kind of Rabbi. I have a different approach to what I'm doing. I know you see my shows. I prefer personally to get to know people within my Discord and make everyone go on. Let's go on a video for 5 minutes. Let me see who I'm talking to. Don't be shy. There's nothing to be shy about.
Right.
Jump on a video. Let's have a nat.
Absolutely.
Because it's the personal side of my project that I think is the attraction to it from the people that are holding to this day. There's no one selling. They're holding. They're holding because they can see what I'm doing. It's so open. It's so transparent. I've registered my business in the UK. I've registered my project.
Excellent.
It's not just a meme coin. It's a proper UK limited company.
That's a
I
fantastic.
made a point of doing it. It's a good idea, yeah. I personally think it's a good idea. And someone's going, "Oh, that's a bit dodgy. You're going to have to pay tax." I don't pay tax. I pay tax. That's just the way it is. It's my way of showing that I'm here. I'm here. There was one project yesterday that I sat down with my wife, and they're getting promoted a lot. And my wife was sat here alongside me, and I said, "Just tell her." I went, "That's the people that are talking now. I'm looking, and it's behind the team, looking at the team views, and it was just emojis. It was just emojis." And I went, "Now look at my website. Look who's behind my team. We're there. We're visible." I went, "How can you preach transparency and openness and about community trust when you don't even have the points to put your own face up and your own name up?" You can talk how solid your project is when you're hiding behind an emoji. And I'm like, that's just terrible. That's transparency, all right? That's the invisible man. This is the difference between what I'm trying to portray. Is I've been there, I've been on many a time a rug pull, I've been ripped plenty of times with things that I thought were trustworthy, and then their X account is gone, their TG's gone, they're gone. Making myself and my project so legally bound is what's going to separate us from the others. Really.
I agree with you. I think we're both using a type of strategy. It's in psychology known as mere exposure effect. Basically, coming in every day, telling people what we do, and they remember you. And maybe initially, because so much stuff's going on, they may not be paying attention to you, but eventually they're going to become very familiar to you because you're there every day and you're grinding it out with them. And I know I hear all the different projects that go on out there, and you've got a top 10% project that's being shilled now. It's professional. It's a legitimate corporation. It is, registered. You're doxxed. Like that already puts you in the top percentage of different projects. And yeah, exactly. And you're honest. So you're willing to say, I don't know what the end result is going to be of this coin. People want you to say that it's going to be the next Bitcoin. I mean, that's really what they're going for. And you are honest enough to say, I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm here for the long term. We're not just, this isn't a rug pull.
We'll let the people decide. We'll let the community decide. We'll let it form its own route. It's like a river. It's like a river flowing, and it's going to form its own route. I think that to me is the most honest thing that I can say. You can baffle people with bullshit. When I listen to some people talking, and I'm like, they're just going around in a circle. They haven't really have a use for their project. So rather than try and make one, just be honest and just say, right now, the point that we're trying to prove right now is amongst our community that we're here, and then the community will build the project for us. It was the reason I'm having the DAO. I have one DAO at the moment, but we're going to scrap it because it's not our own part. I want it to be part of our own ecosystem.
Okay.
So DAO to me, that you mentioned about the NFTs, I'm going to be giving them NFT positions as sort of like parliamentary positions.
Yeah, you were saying the
For
12.
people I don't know.
Okay.
For people I don't actually know. So, but they're holders, and they will decide how this project goes. We will vote as a democratic on what happens with this project. You know, like someone said, you're building a game. They're talking about the game. So the game is the game. The game is a financial asset that will give me the money, hopefully give me the money to put more into the project. Because as the project gets bigger, it will cost more. I'm not taking nothing out. None of my team are taking anything out. We're in for the long term. I'm looking for the passive income side. It's hard to be on this side of the fence and receive a passive income. You can only, I see passive income from the other side, from the holder looking into the business, into the project. They can take rewards from me investing X amount of supply in a farm, for instance. That's a passive income for them. For myself, there's no passive income. My passive income has to be other branches of the merchandise, the website, the game, maybe through X funding for account followings. You know, this sort of thing. I'm not a rich man by any account, Rabbi, and nor do I want to be rich. I just want to be accepted, and people look at me for the person I am. Forget the tattoos. Forget the times I've had a skinhead. Look beyond that. There was a time, Rabbi, I'm going to give you a pass, something that happened about 18 years ago. I used to have a bar in the main town here in Chiang Mai, me and my wife. It was only a very small little place, but it absolutely boomed. And there was one occasion, I was always a skinhead, and I always had tattoos, I never had my shirt on. And I see this elderly couple keep walking past and looking in. And I just said, why don't you just come in? And they got to know me.
Okay.
Everyone else in the bar was pretty much like-minded. There were some people from Sweden, Denmark. It was international. It was a very friendly place. But they're big, they're tattooed, they're skinheads, or whatever it was. And they said, you know what? We looked in, and we made a judgment with our eyes,
right,
not with our hearts. And you know, it was kind of a loving point, because that is us. Get to know someone first before you make a judgment on the visible side, or make a judgment on what you think they should be doing, or what the project should be. Get to know the person and the people behind it, and then we'll go with that. Once you get to know us, you have that familiarity, that family involvement. You can make an educated opportunity. You can say, I can do this, you can do this. Why didn't you look at so-and-so? Why didn't you look? You don't feel threatened because you've become part of it. And this is what I'm trying to create. Become part of it. I don't know how I can make everyone wealthy, because the majority of the people that are in this want to make money.
Right.
But all I can say is that I will give this 100%. I will give it 100%. My wife will tell you, I do not stop. I do not stop. Because I'm zoned in. I've always been that kind of character. Since I was a kid, if I get into something, I focus, I zone in, I take notes when someone's talking to me. I hear things from conversations that ring into my psyche. Yeah, I'm just that kind of guy. I like something, I will just pursue it. I really will.
Excellent. If I may ask, I imagine you do, but do you have an X community?
I have. I've not involved it enough. I think there's like 77 people in it. In fact, I keep forgetting to go in and add people.
Exactly.
I've just got so much stuff I'm dealing with, and it's hard. I need more of me. I need more people involved like me. I keep going into places and saying, look, if there's anyone that has this that wants to be part of this, come in and talk. Let's talk. If I like you, if you like me, and I feel that you're an honest person, work alongside me. We can do this together. I cannot do everything. I know you have all your socials, and I'm in admiration of how you keep up with everything. But I can see you've mastered it. You know what works together, what can work together. I'll get there in the end. Time is my friend right now, Rabbi.
Absolutely. So some just little pieces of advice, I think. What you can do is there are some bots in Discord. Do you have many Discord bots, or do you know how to use them?
I have a young guy that runs my Discord. I've got a few things that he's put in there, to be honest with you, but I don't really use it for anything other than it's for me to talk to people.
Absolutely.
I like it when like this right now, I get to talk with people in there listening, and we chat like we're humans.
Exactly. Like we're having coffee. Exactly.
Exactly.
I like that too. So one thing that you can do, I'm really big on cross pollination, meaning like if you're following me on one thing, it's great if I'll follow you on it and then follow me on your other stuff. I'll follow you on your other stuff. You can have a welcomer bot. Basically, whenever anybody joins your Discord, you can say, "Hey, follow me on X, join our community on X, join our Telegram, and follow me on my link tree, and here's our website." Like basically, it's just like a little introductory message, but then people have access to all of your stuff, and that you're just going to get people organically who join your X space. Now you have a blue check mark, so I'm not exactly sure what the limits are with that, but I know you personally, as a regular account, can join 20 people's communities. I would do that if I were you. It's free. It's great to network. Many of these people are just going to say, "Hey, I know we're in the whatever billionaire babies club or whatever, we have whatever in common." And they're going to say, "I want to work with you." But basically, you want to use everything that's free to your advantage, because, nobody in this is full of unlimited money. But if you just have your one X community, that's great, but why not increase the amount of network that you have, and then to cross promote yourself? That's really what that link tree does. Okay, and in terms of your X strategy, if you do what you did for the last 50 days for the next year, you're going to have about 10,000 people following you. That's the goal. Like if I were you, I would say that's my goal mentally. You might have like 12,000, but 10,000 separate you as an account from being just like kind of a regular person to being a pretty medium-sized account. So, you want to set some goals for yourself. Now on Discord, I know you don't promote it that much because it is a place that you just want to have people come and be able to connect with you. Do you know how many people in your Discord right now?
How many people are live on it? Not so
Not
many.
not live, because it's in the middle of the night in a lot of places. But how many people are members?
Oh, I have quite a few, about 100 and something.
Oh.
Quite a few. Where do I look for that? So I forgot where that is.
Yeah, so it's at the very top of your Discord. It'll tell you how many people are online, and then how many people are just total members. And so it's something that you might want to make just like a mental note. By this time next year, my goal is to have 1,000 people in the Discord or whatever it is. Like basically you've been doing it for 50 days or whatever it is. Now I know that you've heard my shill like a million times, but what I would like you to do, I just sent you a message in Discord. I want you to see at least a little bit of my project, so you know that all of what you've done, all of the times that you've showed that I've been in there, you're part of my project now. So I sent you the link to my YouTube streams. And when you see this, it's going to be very much like Space's dashboard. You've never seen somebody with so many live streams simultaneously. So I just sent you a message in Discord. If you see that, you should have gotten a new message in Discord. And you're going to... And do you see it? It opens up YouTube for you.
Yeah.
Do you see how many live streams I have going?
You got 15.
Now I have at least 15. Yeah, exactly. That's just what shows up with that link. But what I want you to know is that I've been doing this for 4 years. You recognize how big of an event that's going to be when the world finds out about what I do, that you can literally watch my life for the last 4 years from all of these different angles. That's going to be really exciting. It's going to be game changing. It's going to change the world. I know that it will. And so you should know that whatever help I can give you with my project, we're going to certainly have benefits to yours. So you may one day, when I go viral, you're going to have tens of thousands of people in all of your Discord and your X community and all these other places. And that's what it's about. Basically, if one of your friends does well, you're going to benefit from that as well. Your project's definitely going to benefit from it. They might make movies about you someday, about your past, what you've overcome, your relationships, and now how you became a project leader and founder, and where you want the project to go. I mean, that's what happens when you network. Okay, so you've got about 70 people in 77 in your X community. You can join more communities. Are you in the Big Steppers Discord?
Yeah.
Excellent. So they gave me my own space in there, so you can watch my life in there 24/7. And I didn't know any of those guys a month and a half ago, and already within a month, you see the kind of relationship that I've built with them, that they've literally given me in a very big Discord, 8,000 people, 8,000 high value, high net worth individuals in my own spot. I don't recommend that's what you do by any means, but you just know, like, you'll get those little extras the more that you communicate with, more you connect with people. Do you follow people back when they follow you? Same here. I don't understand why you wouldn't, unless you're like a Manchester United player or whatever. Like, why wouldn't you? It's just
it's courtesy and it's respect.
Exactly.
Someone's made the effort to connect. I don't see why I shouldn't connect back. And I actually went through X the other day and was kind of surprised because my followings to followers was starting to invert the wrong way, and I was like, what's going on here? When I'm starting to look at these people, they were the majority of the ones that were saying, yeah, don't forget to follow the one, and you left the one up, but they were the ones that are unfollowing.
Absolutely.
And I was like, man, that's just cheeky. Wait for me to get into I'm kind of a cheeky character as well. I'll get into that. So yeah, I remember you, buddy. You were the guy that told me to follow you. You followed me back, and then you waited until I was out the room, and then you locked the door up. You know, it's people trying to gain their own popularity to make it look like they are a Manchester United player.
Exactly.
I don't have to follow you. You follow me.
Exactly.
I think that's wrong.
I'm in agreement with you.
And if I see anyone, I glance over. Sometimes you glance over with a mouse and it says follow back. Oh damn, I didn't even know.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of bad about it.
Exactly.
And if anyone sends me that FB a message, they send it notifications. I didn't realise I wasn't following you, but yeah, absolutely, I'll follow you back.
Okay, excellent. Do you know how to?
It's an opportunity to put a comment there as well, Rabbi, for me to say thank you. Sorry, I didn't notice, and now we're connections. Welcome to my life.
Absolutely, that opens up usually the ability to be able to message them. Now, if you want to check to make sure you got everybody, go on X and go to your followers. If you click on your followers and you just scroll down, and wherever you see that button that says follow back, you just click that and just keep going until it's all the way at the bottom, and then you know that you've gotten everybody and you haven't missed anybody. That's really important to do as well. I'm like you. It's just a mutual respect. If you're gonna follow me, I'm gonna follow you. I'm not any better than you are, and I don't understand the people who feel it's an ego thing. Like, oh, I'm only gonna follow X amount of people or whatever it is. It almost tells me something about you if I see that you have a ton of people following you and you follow a very few amount back. It just almost tells me, like, well, who do you think you are? Like, you really think that you're that popular? No one knows you in the real world. So, unless you have, like, I would say, like, hundreds of thousands of followers. Okay, I understand at that point. But there's a professional wrestler in the United States, and he's an actor too. His name is John Cena, and he follows over 1 million people. Now, I know he doesn't personally do it, but his team does it. And to me, it's like, if he can follow 1 million people, then anybody can follow however many that you need. And it also tells me that Twitter doesn't necessarily limit you. So long as your ratio is somewhat balanced, then you're not going to have too much of an issue. But you're not the people who pull that cheeky stuff. I mean, that tells you a lot about them right away.
I don't know why they do that. Well, I know why they do that. It's exactly like to say, it's just people that want to feel that they're wanted. That they're one step above. And we're not. We're all human.
Exactly.
We're the same level. No matter where you are in the world, we're all the same.
Exactly.
I have this with my work, Rabbi. I'm a supervisor.
Okay.
But I'm a supervisor that's 2 levels down. And I work offshore, so in my work, everyone always fears this. I don't fear the boss, and I have more respect for all the bosses than anyone on the boat. Because I don't see a person as anything different than another human being. I'll treat you with the respect you treat me. Everyone's a winner.
Exactly.
This is how it is. There's no monarchy. There's no pecking order. We're not chickens.
That's right.
We should respect each other. It doesn't matter where you're from, who you are, what you look like. Doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. We're all just humans, and we're just trying to get through life.
Absolutely. I'm in agreement with you. Okay. Just want to drop some more alpha on you if you're not aware, with some spaces things. So if you ever want to know what spaces are being botted, if you look at the bottom, it'll say like 1,000 other speakers, but it doesn't have all the little avatars. Then you know that somebody just bought 1,000 different listeners for an hour. You rent these things in like hour increments. So if you're going to have a space, you buy 1,000 people to listen to the space that are anonymous, and then your space goes all the way to the top, and then all these people join it, and then you just keep essentially renewing the people for as long as you need that space. So don't get frustrated if you are ever in a space and you ever host a space and it just doesn't have a lot of people in there, because a lot of times what you'll see is maybe like 12 profile pictures, and then it'll say 1,200 people listening, and it's like, where is it? Like, why aren't they speaking? Or, hey, I just shilled myself and like I only got 2 follows out of it. I would yeah. So
They're just brilliant. So as a put myself, how can they be listening from outside? What programs connect to X that they can? It has been confusing me because I'm new to it. I'm pretty new to it.
Absolutely.
I'm still learning things, but when I see that now, I'm starting to understand it. I'm like, it's strange. So really, in theory, their spaces have had no more in them than my spaces have. My spaces have been pretty fun. We all do a little bit of talking about the projects. We're all a bit open-minded. We've had some jocular ones, and I've really enjoyed them. To be honest with you, I've had some great ones. Yeah, so I didn't know that. I keep looking at it thinking, where were these people if they're listening anonymous?
Right.
Or they're listening externally.
You're exactly right.
Yeah, that's strange.
It is. And it also tell you something about the host and their strategy. And some people have deep pockets and they really want to push themselves, and so they'll have these giant spaces, but don't let it get you frustrated. Okay, so that's one piece of it, one little thing. Now you can listen to spaces anonymously, but they don't get 1,200 people listening anonymously and only 30 listening organically. So if you're ever like, man, I just shilled that space and it had 1,200 people in it and I only got 2 follows, well, know that there's just a bunch of bots in there. Okay, other things. There are differences between iOS devices and Android devices. Which do you use, or do you use desktop or app?
I use the desktop and Android.
Okay, so Android does not give you access to the sound bar, or the soundboard, I should say. So you know how sometimes people have clapping or the horns? That you don't get that option. Additionally, on Android devices, you don't get a search bar in the Spaces app, or I should say in the Spaces tab. On iOS, there's a search bar, and you can search all the spaces. Android doesn't. So you're going to see 12, and that's how many spaces it's just going to show you. So that's why you want to use Spaces dashboard, because there are a lot more alternatives out there. Okay, additionally, Android does not allow you to host video spaces, but iOS does. So I don't think you need to host video spaces, but just know as you grow, maybe this time next year, hopefully Android has the ability to do that by then.
I went live. So what's live? Because I went live on my phone yesterday. I done a 38-minute video, just my first time. I just thought I'd put it up there because I see Rico Big Bags, or Rico Moneybags. He's been doing like a live TV broadcast type thing.
Right.
Talking about crypto, looking at one fun. And I thought, I tried to work it out on the phone, how to do it. I carried on working, and I see a few people were joining, so I just talked.
Absolutely.
And the views I got afterwards was I was kind of surprised. Like, within an hour, I had like 300 views on it.
Right.
And that wasn't mine. It was just good to see that people are actually listening. And then I've got the opportunity then to tweet that out and have my raiders push that out within my TG and obviously talk about it, get some more acknowledgement, engagement on it. But so going live on an Android, that's not Spaces video.
That's correct. So going live on an Android or desktop or even an iPhone, that is a premium feature. It used to not be. But basically, it's like a video live stream that you're doing that you can talk about whatever you want and you can get people to comment, but they cannot come on and talk with you, if that makes sense, like a space.
Yeah.
Now, there's an iOS function. Do you have Spaces dashboard open still, or can you go?
Yeah.
Oh, if you can, in the search, type the word Rabbi, Rabbi.
Yeah, there you are, top two.
Okay, excellent.
1, 2, 3. You got loads from it.
Yeah, I've been doing it for like almost a year. Okay, so click on the one that's live right now. Do you see one that's live?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you're doing it on a computer, I believe you'll be able to see this. When you enter it, and then you should be able to see that there's a video going.
Yes, there is. Yes.
And so you could hear yourself. Yeah, I see you in there. Yeah, there you are. Hello.
So I'm on the video as well.
100%.
Yeah, that's cool.
Exactly. So there are two different versions of like going live. One is a video space, which is what I'm running right now on an iOS device. And then the other one is a premium feature, which is what you did, which is where you go live. Now, I can communicate with people on this video space. They can't be live as well on video, but at least we can talk to each other. When the version that you used, it's just just you live on a live stream. So those are kind of the differences. What's the benefit?
So where is that feature? Where is that feature on an Android?
Which one?
What the one we just had just now?
Yeah, so it's
you can see me.
it's not on an Android.
It's not on an
It's not on an Android.
Android.
It's
Only on iOS.
for the last 2 years, and that's what I wanted you to know. There are some differences between the two, and if you don't know this stuff, nobody teaches it to you, and it's just stuff that I've learned through the years of being on Spaces and such. So iOS currently, they launched this feature in to be able to go live on video in like March of 2024, and it was an expectation that Android would get this functionality, but here we are at the end of 2025 and it still doesn't have it. So it could be any day, it could be never, but it is something that, let's say you start to get popular and you want to do video spaces, because you have a great look for social media. You're interesting, you sound very polished, and you will get get traction, get attention. You can buy a cheap iPhone if you need to, or just wait until Android has the feature. But I just want you to know the different video versions.
It's not on a Mac neither, no.
It may. Let me see that. That's a great question.
I just looked just now and I clicked Spaces, but it's not there. So it would be a normal Spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be just an iPhone feature or something.
Yeah, but there is a way to do it. There is a way to do it on a Mac. So you use something called an emulator. I don't know if you're familiar with what emulators are, but basically it'll allow you to use an iOS device like a phone using your Mac computer. So you would do this through I know a way to do it through it's called Xcode. It's like how you build an app on an iOS device. So if it is something of interest to you, we can certainly walk you through it. Now, let me just see if it innately has this option. Do Twitter users have the ability to go live on video using a Mac computer in a space? Okay, so the answer is sort of, but with limits. Twitter's Spaces feature live chat rooms does support video for hosts as early as 2024. Hosts can choose to enable video when creating a space. However, the video in space capability appears to be available only on the iOS app so far, not on desktop, Mac, or PC, or Android. So you would have to use an emulator if you wanted to do it. But it is something that if it was of interest to you, you certainly could. Okay, there are some advantages to Android, though, not that many. The one big one that I know, on Android, you can run a space longer than 24 hours. Now, you may say, Rabbi, why would I ever want to do that? I know some people who just want to get their name out there, and they just have the space going 24 hours, and they put some keywords in it, and then it's free advertising. It's that mere exposure effect. The more and more people see you, the more familiarized they're going to be with your coin. Also, like in my space, I allow people to just come in and talk, and it's basically this portal that I give to them. Just say whatever you want, and you can do that yourself. If you went to work and you left your space open, you'll get people who come in there, and they can either just come in as a speaker and talk to other people as well, and you don't have to do anything, or you could set up a friend as your co-host, whatever you want to do. But like just giving you, there are some people who do that as well. So I know a guy who does a chill and chill space from 24 hours, and he does it for like 12 hours, and then he has co-hosts just run it for him, and then he just gets people to follow him organically. Oh, that reminds me, if you want more people to follow you, I think it's a really good trick. So before you go to bed every night, put yourself in the follower for follower spaces. You know what ones I'm talking about? Yeah, exactly. So you put yourself in that space, you go to bed, and when you wake up the next morning, you get 30 extra followers. And then you just go back and hit follow, and you follow them all back. It's like fishing with dynamite, if that makes sense. But you do that for a month. Absolutely. You do that for a month, and you'll get an extra 1,000 followers to your account. So that's something that, just depending on how long you sleep or whatever. So many times I have 33 different devices. So my wife is over there listening as well. Excellent. Hello. Welcome. Pleasure to meet you. So I have a bunch of different devices, as you can see. And so what I'll do is I'll log some of them in to these follow for follow spaces all day. And I don't have to do anything. People follow me organically. And then when they do at the end of the day, I just go in and follow them all back. And the tricks, that's what, exactly. Exactly. And especially for people who have smaller accounts, this is a really great way to be able to legitimize yourself. Okay, some other tips that I have for people that I give to everybody. You're more professional, but a lot of times these guys have absolutely no background. They might be right out of college. They don't know how to do this. So I teach them to make sure that they maximize the amount of X spaces that they're in, which I told you. So I think you can join at least 20. So find 20 good projects that you like just whatever they may be, but maybe they're big spaces, and you just join them. It doesn't cost you anything, but then whenever they go live, you're going to get a notification about it, or you'll find out about it. But then also people will see you in there, and they'll be like, oh yeah, I know you from whatever community, and whatever it may be. Okay, so join the most amount that you can, which I think is at least 20. Additionally, Discord, with a normal Discord account, non-Nitro, you can join up to 100 Discords. Now, do I recommend you join all the random Discords that you can find? No. But if it's a friend of yours in a Discord project, there's no reason to say you can't join that one and just see what they've got. Maybe they've got a cool bot. Maybe you can network in there. It's always nice when you go in and you're connecting with someone. You're like, yeah, I know you from whatever Discord it is. And if Discord allows you 100 spots, why not use them? I mean, it's free. There's no. The only thing that I would advise you is make sure that if you make sure that it's not like a how would I say, like a controversial Discord, because if it's too controversial, Discord can ban the Discord, and then you can get in trouble with your account if you're in there. I don't really think that's fair, but that's just something of which you should be aware. when it comes to Telegram, joining different Telegrams is really great too. And there aren't many limits to that. But just the more that you're able to network, as we all hear, your network is your net worth. But the more connections that you have, it's going to be really powerful for you. Some other things that I recommend to people when they make memes, like you're not necessarily someone who makes a lot of memes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't have memes for your own project that you just put in the purple pill, and people just routinely see them. They'll get used to seeing them from you. I'll send you one that I made for someone. It was.
I do it quite often, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Whenever I join a space, the first thing I do is jump in, make a comment, and I always put one of my memes, one of my sort of regular recognised pictures, or an iconic. If I've created something new, I put some iconic in there as well. But again, it's always a personal to the community, to the people that are in the space. Very courtesy.
Excellent.
It's more of a courtesy message. And I always abide. If they say they want a retweet, I'll give you a retweet.
Absolutely.
I'll like and I'll bookmark all their spaces.
Excellent. Now that you say that, I know I've seen yours. It's the flag of Great Britain in like that old scroll. Yeah, and it's like a square that I see, and I see it quite often. So you're always doing that. What I do with anybody's space, I used to not do this because I just didn't know as much, but I go into their space. If I think I'm going to stay, I like it, I retweet it, and then I put a comment. And that's all they normally want from you, and they'll let you say whatever you want. The bookmarking of it is great as well. They say that a bookmark is 5 likes. I don't know if that's true. I've just heard that rumor so many times that perhaps it's true. But okay, so then you speak in a lot of spaces, so I don't really have to give you any heads up when it comes to that. Other things that I tell people to do, when you're creating your social media profiles, you want to optimize them for whatever it is you want to be searched for. So yours would be like certainly the name, but meme, NFT, coin, Web3, whatever. You want all of that text in your name, or I should say in the description of your profile. When I look at your okay, so here's one. You have okay. You already do this. Let me look at I'm going to go to your account on X, and you already do something I think is really smart. I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. Okay, so we ain't no S coin. Great. Yeah, you do exactly what I think you should be doing. What you do is really smart, Bitcoin. You put your hype Malcolm. Okay, Mal, very well. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, but my name is Michael. But everybody calls me Rabbi. So Mal, you have your link on your picture, and that's brilliant. It's brilliant. You have to recognize you're telling a story with every impression that you make, and I can look at your profile picture, and now I know what you are, I know your slogan, and I know where to find you. And that's really important. What I always advise people is to do that, because if not, it's just a bunch of different pictures that people are seeing in Twitter spaces. Why not give them more of an opportunity to check out what I do? If you ever have the opportunity, and as you build up your link tree, you've got some, I don't know if you can see this. This is your, okay, so like at the bottom here of your logo, put your link tree down there. Then everybody has access to all your social media 100% of the time.
Okay.
And that is a way for people. It's like free real estate, basically. But people will randomly click on that and they'll get familiar with you. But you and I already think in the same way, just like that. Okay, I'm going to look at your profile. Founder of Brit Card Meme, leading the Brit movement, vision, updates, and community growth. Linktree, Brit Card Meme. Okay, great. That's exactly what I would say. All right. And then I see your community. Yeah, it's really good. One thing you can do if you want, do you have your account? Oh yeah, you've got the view more. Excellent, man. Okay, this is great. So you already utilize that. That's wonderful. Is your account a professional account, perchance? Okay, excellent. So you can do different things.
done the same with my TikTok. I actually have the business side as well on the TikTok. Everything's all connected. It's just not quite ready yet, but everything is all verified and connected. I do try to make sure, like I say, I register in my business in the UK. That's to the level I want to take all my socials, not just be an average social. I want them to be fully professional.
That's excellent. That's excellent. You even have your work history. Not everybody would do that. That's great. So they know that you're a real person and what you do. Okay, that's wonderful. Normally, I have advice for people for their profiles, but yours is really good. I don't have any advice for you. It's really
That's good to hear.
yeah. I mean, you know how it is, but like you already have some of the secrets in there. That view more function is really nice. You can have, just to give you a heads up, you can have 50,000 characters in there. Not that I'm recommending that to you, but you can really put a lot in there if you want to. And then your account is a professional account. Okay, on what platforms can you buy Bitcoin?
You can get them only on Dexes, to be honest with you. The Dextrina, Radium, Gecko Terminal, anything like GMGN, things like this. At the moment, I'm not in a financial position to be putting them on the real platform. And plus, they'd expect a certain amount of volume and a certain amount of holders depending on the platform.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get on with CoinGecko, and I keep using agents, and all they've done is got me knocked back for one reason or the other, and I really don't think they're doing their job properly. So right now it's a financial thing. Michael, it's a financial thing. I go back to work shortly. My first call is CoinGecko, 100%. And then once I'm in a position beyond the game, because I've got certain payments to meet with regards to the game, I'll have to look at something, and definitely not a Sendex, because someone put me off the other day when they told me about the consistent monthly fees, which kind of surprised me, because I was expecting it once it's paid off to be in a different position, but no, they want $2,500 US per month.
Yeah, no, that's a joke.
That just seems crazy.
Right.
And that's a smaller one.
Okay, yeah, no, absolutely not. Okay, what would you do? I'm just putting this out there because I've seen it happen with other projects. If somebody took your logo and your $ Brit and put it on Pump Fund, what would you do? There's not a lot you can do.
There's not a lot I can do, but my community, I don't think they can take the logo, can they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They'll do it in a heartbeat, and they'll pump and dump it. I've seen it happen. So my thought is this, and I'm just putting this out there, and you might want to talk to someone who is more knowledgeable. But I mean, like I'm on Pump Fund just so I can stream on it. I don't want people buying my coin. It's literally just so I have the video record. But it's free to do. It might be something that. So, like you could just there's no cost to it. So basically, you start your coin on Pump Fund, then nobody's going to be able to steal that name and your logo. You'll already have an established presence there. I'm not saying to go out and do that right now, but it's free. Anything that's free, that's going to be, there's the saying, if it's free, it's for me. And in a lot of ways, this may be something that you want to do. But for these ones who want money, get out of here. Now, you said that you pay raiders. What does that mean?
I pay guys to go into my tweets and and forward them on, and basically similar to shilling but non-verbal.
Absolutely.
And I have 3 communities of 10 people each. Funny enough, I did get a message from one of my friends just now, says that one of the guys hasn't been active since yesterday, neither has his team. So, okay, I'll rotate him out, and I'll put in. I have 2 particular teams that are really good. They don't just go in and say, "Oh, amazing project." They create tweets.
Okay, good.
They use my memes, and they sort of publicize it that way, and they're very, very good.
Excellent.
They tend to use blue check accounts rather than ones that have only got 2 followers or 3 followers or something.
Excellent.
So it looks pretty good in what they do.
Excellent. May I ask how much does that cost?
One of them is one sold per week for 10, and the other one is 150 per week for 10. So it depends on how sold is sitting. It's the same.
Okay, that's, in my opinion, that's a ridiculous amount to be paying for that service. I could be wrong, but are you getting enough back from that? You're paying $240 a week for basically like 20 reposts and
I
likes.
wouldn't say I'm getting enough back. No.
Yeah.
If I thought there was a better way of doing it and cheaper, then I'll be on it now.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's too expensive, far too expensive. That's an easy service. So do I have a great way around that? Yeah, I do. I mean, there are ways. Okay, so I can just give you what the comparable amount is for the standard rate on the internet. So let me just get you that just to see, because you're just paying a lot of money for that, and I want to keep your costs as limited as possible. Okay, so there is a website that I've used. Okay. Okay. Thanks to followers. Okay. All right. Let's see if this is the right place.
Yeah, because they tend to get a little bit slack sometimes, and it's a case of having to keep chasing them up. I get up in the morning and I go through, and the first one I put is who's active.
Yeah.
And then it might take. There was a stage they realised what time I go to sleep and what time I wake up. I woke up the other day to a whole load of messages on TG alone saying that I'm really sorry, sir. I know what we've done is wrong. You get burned once, you don't. If you're more for me once and more for me twice, so it's. I don't like to go back over hallowed ground. So if someone's let me down and didn't produce a service, they don't get a second chance.
Exactly, I understand that.
I work business and I work very hard for my money. I don't like anyone that would jeopardize what I'm building right now. This is not for me. This is for my team, family, for my son. Everything I'm doing right now is some form of legacy that someone can take over and continue it. And do what they want to do with it at a later date, follow the path that it's formed,
Absolutely. Okay. So I found the website that I've used, and it's the best website that I can tell you. So okay, right now let's get how much you're being charged, basically. So we'll say what? You're 300 a week for how much? For how many likes?
They do about. They constantly raiding, to be honest with you. I looked just now and I see there was 10 backed up queued raids, and 2 of them from my profile haven't been touched in a few hours. And to me, that's unacceptable.
Absolutely.
They should be between them, because I'm pretty sure it's only one person with 10 phones rather than 10 people.
Right. Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I've done it myself. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So, how many likes per post per week?
For one of my tweets, I'm averaging about 25 likes.
Okay, so for 25 likes of premium users, the going rate on the internet right now is $1.95. So
in the right direction.
right. So I'm
in the right direction.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna send you this website. I've used it before. I can tell you that these are going to be blue check marks, and I think it's the best website for this. You can get anything that you want. What do I mean? Like if you want Twitter followers, if you want, YouTube. Pardon me?
Is it called Media Master?
No, but I've used that one too.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I use that one for my TG. I paid it about $40 for 10,000 shares in the TG, and I didn't actually see anything from it. And I don't, I was anticipating like a fishing frenzy, and I didn't really see anything different. But at the same time, I had someone else that was doing an invite competition into the team.
Yes, sir. So, if you were, yeah. So this used to be a different website called Insta Followers, and it got purchased. But this everything you can see from the different logos. You can get YouTube Shorts, Telegram services, SoundCloud, Quora, Spotify, Twitch, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Reddit, WhatsApp, Snapchat, Kick, Threads, Discord, Tumblr, VK, Vimeo, Quai, AudioMac, Blue Sky, Trovo, Medium, Likey, Rumble, and these are high quality accounts. And so what does this mean? You're just getting
500 retweets, just $14.
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. You're paying $300 a month or a week. It's just I had to jump. I had to jump in, and especially if they're not perfect, this is going to save you a lot of money.
Some of them, I pulled these guys up the other day. I was like, Mike, I don't want to see this no more, because this is almost like someone's doing it whilst they're eating. They put 3 words down, and then they copy pasted those 3 words down on the next one. And so when I go for my notifications, I'm embarrassed to see it. So not only that, you have no followers. These accounts have like 2 or 3 followers. The names are just wrong. Even just the names of the accounts just sound wrong.
Right.
It's okay. I promise I'll do better. And literally, I've just had a comment from someone. So I'm just going to send this message to Tom, because Tom is right hand man.
Okay.
Famous.
And just to give you a heads up, they have a free service if you just want to try it to make sure it works for you. It costs nothing, and it will give you retweets and likes for free. So that's at the bottom there. You can use their free tool every 12 hours, and it will automatically give you 10 likes on whatever post you want. So, I mean, I don't want to tell you how to do business with these reply guys, but they're just absolutely. Yeah,
this looks absolutely amazing.
It is, and I can tell you myself, I bought on different accounts that I've had 10,000 Twitter followers on it for $100 a few years ago, and they stuck. That account got suspended, but it had nothing to do with those accounts. It had to do with what was interpreted as spam, which I understand from X's perspective, but it had nothing to do with those accounts. I can tell you I bought 10,000 Instagram followers with it. I still have 10,000 Instagram followers, meaning they don't go away. It's not like you're going to be getting these accounts back. Like, I still have as many when I created the account 4 years ago. I still have that many. And I can tell you the same is true on TikTok. The same was true on YouTube. I've used this website before and it's always been safe. And it's really nice. You can just use your credit card. There's no like, oh, I've got to change into whatever kind of cryptocurrency they want or anything like that. And it works for everything. So, okay, now if you're open to this is this opens up a whole world for you, because basically right now you had a $300 a week advertising budget, basically.
There's the space listeners. I've just seen
you see it now. Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
so that's what these people are doing. And they just go to a website like this.
It doesn't affect the account. You say it doesn't affect the account. Obviously, I won't go for 500 retweets on the post. I'm going for 25, but that price is a damn sight cheaper than what I'm paying.
Exactly. And here's what I recommend to you. Create a new X account and just test it yourself. And what I mean is it has nothing on it. And if you lose it and it got banned, whatever. Spend $3 or whatever and have it retweet your stuff. And just make sure for your own good sense that, hey, it worked for that one. It didn't get flagged or anything like that. And I'm willing to start doing this in mass. Not necessarily $300 worth. I want to lower your budget, but really, you could do that same amount for like $5. You know what I mean? Like at least and you see all the different services that are available. So retweets and all that other stuff. And frankly, I try to talk. So what you've got is basically like reply guys, and they're not doing their job, and it's like herding cats, and you don't want to do that. What I tell these guys, and I have about 50 guys in the last month who I've helped create their link tree, connect all their social media. And I say to them, you don't want to be your standard reply guy where you come into a space, GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. I'm a reply guy. I will help to promote your account. Send me a job. I need a job. DM me with a job. You don't want to be that. You want to be able to say, my name is XYZ everyone. I am a full stack social media marketer. I will promote your content on my 30 different social media platforms. That would be a lot more valuable to your coin if they were like, hey, I posted something for you on my YouTube and on my TikTok and on my Twitter and on my Instagram and all these other things. And then you'd be dominating the social media platform. That's not what they're doing. They're only literally pressing one button of the like. They're pressing the repost button. They might bookmark it perhaps, and they're going to put the comment on it, whatever. At least their comments are good, but you can buy quality comments with this as well. And anything that you don't like, you could always hide. But there's a reason why these organizations exist. And
sorry, Rabbi,
go ahead.
These retweets, the people that so if it was a like, what accounts are they using?
Yes. So
an account with I suppose I have to test it and find out. That'd be the easiest way, just to test it and find out.
Exactly. So you can buy one of two kinds of likes. One are considered high quality likes. The others are premium. So they'll be blue check mark ones.
Okay.
And
which one's the best one? The premium and the best one?
Yeah, I would want the blue check mark ones because you have a legitimate project. They're twice as much as the high the what they call the high quality likes, but they're going to have that blue check mark next to them. And you could try it, just even the free version. If you create another X account, it doesn't take you long. You don't even have to pay anything. Do you see under X, it says at the very bottom, free Twitter followers, free Twitter retweets, free Twitter likes, free Twitter video views? If you click on the X icon on this website, and at the very bottom, the last four say free Twitter followers, free Twitter retweets, free Twitter likes, and free Twitter video views. Do you see that? So what you would do is you create your throwaway account, and then you make a post with your throwaway account, and then you use the free Twitter followers. See if it gets you the 10 people they say they're going to follow you, and see if it gets you the 10 retweets on your post, and see if it gets you 10 likes, and see if it gets you some video views if you put a video on there. And then you can do that every 12 hours for free. And then once you get 20 or 30 different views on there, and you're like, okay, I trust this enough. I can tell you this website, it did get bought, but it's the same structure. And it's the same website. I think they just changed their URL. And they offered a lot more services. I used it like 4.5 years ago for 10,000 Instagram followers. I still have 10,000 Instagram followers. I used it for 10,000 Twitter followers. I had those for years until, like I said, due to my own spam, that account got banned. But it was not because of these accounts. I can tell you that I've used it to promote different posts that I've had, and they're delivered within 24 hours too. So there's none of this, hey, where's my stuff? You start getting these things right away. Like they're sending out an API to somebody. So I can tell you that I trust it as much as I trust any of these services. Media Master I've used before, but it wasn't as good as this, and it wasn't as cheap as this. And so it's up to you. But if you like it, then what you can do is use it for other things too.
From a live when I look at it, I can rely on this service of them more than I can on the guys I'm using.
100%.
They literally wait for me to go.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. So, I would just try it with a Dodo account or just just an alt account that you have. And once you throw a couple dollars at it, you don't even need to. You can use the free service though. And once you say, okay, this is working, I'll try it with one of my posts. And, I can tell you though, I've gone from an account with 0 people to 10,000 people and nobody batted an eye. Now this was years ago, but it's like Instagram. This is how major influencers get their views. They go to they have their manager go to a website like this, and whatever their Twitter post is or their followers, they just type in the number, they make sure their credit card works, and it's good to go. And this is kind of like the cheat codes, but you're paying $300 a week. We got to help you with that, and this is definitely going to help you with that. And then you can say bye to those guys. Thank them for their help. That's okay. That's okay. You won't pay them next week, and you won't ever need to pay them again. But let's just say you use the same strategy for Twitter followers. Now these would be premium Twitter followers. We're going to go with. We would. So free. Actually, we want the. I want to see how many premium followers you can get. I know, like 4 years ago, for 10,000 followers, it was $100. Now I'm sure that the price has changed since then. So let's see how much it's changed. All right, so for 1,000 followers, or let's see, 10,000 followers, it's $154. So I would expect that with inflation from 5 years that it would go up like that. And they have a deal right now, 25% off with the New Year's code. So if I were you, look, you got 1,000 people in a month, but you worked pretty hard to do that. If it's worth it to you, it's exactly. If I were you, I would get 10,000 for $154. That's half of what you would pay for next week, and that's going to automatically put your project in a different class. No longer is it a startup project. Now you are a mid-tier influencer on X, which is going to be important to you. Now, would I do it all at once?
These are not engaging followers, though, yeah? These are not engaging followers.
That's correct. Now, if you want engagement, that's something that you generally have to pay for. But that doesn't mean none of them engage. Some will. It'll just be minor. Now, if you want premium followers, they do not offer premium followers at this time because they say due to an update on Twitter X, product is temporarily unavailable. It will resume stable service shortly. So they say high quality followers, which is fine. That's what I did, and I got 10,000. I was really happy, and it stayed 10,000. So it might be something that you want to consider, because then when you go into a space, everybody listens to you. If you have 10,000 followers, they know your projects are going places. So it's just a thought, and you might want to experiment a little. And they have free services, but this is going to be a game changer for you, especially with I'm glad I asked how much you were paying. So now when it comes to the things that you're tweeting and all of that stuff, you're gonna go like your Twitter's kind of messy because all of these different influencers or these space hosts ask for retweets and likes and all that other stuff, but then your big tweets kind of get shoved down a little bit. And I would say that there's a strategy you can use where you like the space and you retweet it, but then when you're done with it, you remove your like and remove your retweet. And that kind of goes against what we talk about, where like it's like almost following someone and then leaving them, but you don't really have a choice because, and a lot of people understand that anyway.
I remove them from my feed.
Exactly.
I leave them for a day, and sometimes the option's not there to remove them, and it sort of appears after a certain period of time that I can delete them.
That's correct. So then you're going to have all of your big tweets there. And so, like, what's the most amount of tweets that you've ever had on or retweets that you've ever had on a post?
Oh, I've had a few. I think I'm putting again only in the 20s.
Oh,
Again,
okay.
it's only in the 20s. 10s to 20s.
Okay. So, like, for 100, with the premium retweets, you can get premium retweets. So you got 100 premium retweets for like $6, and these are blue check mark. That's better than you. That's 5 times better than anything else you've ever gotten. And if I were you, I would kind of just have a strategy that once a week I'm going to put out a post about myself or whatever, and then I'll just promote it, and then I won't have my timeline be too messy, and then people are gonna see it and they're gonna do their own thing on it. Now, do you get other people of the 1,000 people who are following you? Do you get a lot of them who retweet your stuff like organically?
I've got a few. I wouldn't say a lot.
Okay.
I've got a few.
Okay, it's only been 50 days, and so the relationships that you've made are still being incubated, but you'll be able to do
that. People coming to me and saying, "I heard you talking and it's to me, just genuine people. Maybe 1 in 5 is genuine, and the other 4 are fishing for some kind of, I don't want to know or something, but I don't go for it. I just don't go for it. And I did have one particular guy. I pick up on grammar.
Sure.
Especially when someone's writing to me. And when I read it, I'm like, this grammar is not related to this person that's talking. So
right.
I know the profile's wrong. I know the YouTube link that he has in his profile is stolen from a real website.
That's right.
Because when I go on that website and I hear how that guy talks, and I see how he writes in his comments, and then I go back to this one. One guy the other day, he wanted 38 for the space. I said, well, why do you want 38 for space? You invited me to your space to talk, and now you want to charge me?
Oh, it's ridiculous.
You invited me from another place to come and talk on your space. Now you want to charge me? Now you want to send me billboards? You told me there's a Madison Square Gardens. I'm like, bro, at least pick the same country.
Yeah.
That billboard looks like it's somewhere in Nigeria. And you're asking
right.
me for garden.
Yeah. You're going to get
I'm
that.
not stupid, bro. I'm not stupid.
No. And you're...
Yeah, he messages me all the time at the moment, and I'm like, I won't even block you. I'll just let him talk about it.
Absolutely. You can mute that conversation. Stay diligent. You know what you're... But that's the big one. People impersonating good people, and they're just bad actors. So if you put together... This is what I would do if I were you. I would test the system, even though I vouch for it as much as I can. I don't own the website, so something could have changed. But I would try it on just an alt account. I would try the free version to make sure that, like, yeah, these things are working. Then I would maybe throw out a few dollars just to promote my stuff for 10 likes or whatever. If that worked, then what I would do is I would try on just one of my tweets. Once a week, I would promote a tweet with like 100 retweets. So that's going to cost you $5.90, whatever it is in pounds. And then I'd have it have, so like, let me calculate how much this is going to cost you. So then, and all of this is premium accounts. So then we would get, so that was $5.90. Then for 100 likes, $4.50. Like $10 for 100 likes and 100 reposts. And then I would check. I'm looking to see. Okay, they have comments, and that's new. This is the big one that tells you if someone's botting something. So this is the one that I would try on my alt before anything, because you don't want somebody making it look like you're just botting yourself. But if you want comments, then 100 comments is $6.09. So for like $15 each week, you're going to have one really strong post that's going to get a lot of visibility, and that's going to give you 100 comments, 100 reposts, and 100 likes, which is better than you've ever gotten with anything else. And then when people look at it, it's going to make your project look strong. And then once this worked for me, I would buy those 10,000 followers. I wouldn't need any more followers. I wouldn't necessarily even need to worry about the whole follow back thing. You just want to do that with the legitimate people who follow you. That's going to go a long way. But for the 10,000 that are just bots, no big deal. And then when people see your account, they're going to say, wow, this is a really great strategy that this person's using because they've grown. Their account it'll be at that point 2 months old, and you'll have had this massive amount of growth, and you'll have done it for a lot cheaper than what you're currently paying. That's what I would do. And then in the future, every week, I would spend like $15 just promoting one or two posts, maybe $30 on some weeks or whatever, if I have something cool that's going on. Now let's take a look at the listeners, the space listeners. So we get a lot of people who get 1,000 people in their space, and so you should know they're paying about $20 every time that happens. And is it worth it to them? Probably to some extent, because this means that they get to be the center of attention and they get people who connect with them. I mean, I can tell you there's some really big projects that connect with some of these Twitter space hosts because they get 1,000 people in their space and they don't know that most of them are botted. But what this will do is put your space at the very top. So you'll be able to host a space if you ever wanted to. And instead of getting 3 or 5 people in there, you just pay $20 to get 1,000 space listeners for an hour. And then by the end of that hour, you'll have 400 or 500 organic people in there because your space will be all the way at the top. And I think I don't think you should be a Twitter space host just yet, though. But eventually, you're going to get so well known that you're going to be able to host your own. You'll get organic people in there, and then on top of that, you'll be able to boost them a little bit. And keep in mind, you don't always have to have 1,000 people in your space. You could just do it at the beginning to get a rush of people in there, and then just let them filter out as needed. I'm looking to see.
It's kind of strange because I've noticed there's a couple of them that have been right at the top, and then partway through the day, and I'll go see if they're still there, an hour later, and they're not there, but they're at the bottom with 11 people listening.
Exactly, and it's like, how were they able to do this? How are they able to do this? You were able to get 1,100 people in your space 2 hours ago, and now you've got 12 people. Like, where's the middle section? So you can tell that's what they're doing. The other stuff that they offer, so they offer likes, views, followers. We talked about that. Retweets, bookmarks. I don't really know how much bookmarks help somebody. People say it's worth 5 likes, but I think that could be true, but that could be hearsay. To me, a bookmark is really important, but only if it's a real person who's going back to my tweet and using it as some kind of reference. Aside from that, I don't really look at bookmarks, and I don't think many other people do. Now, they have automatic retweets, which is something that might be of interest. So basically, whenever you put anything, you could get perhaps people to automatically retweet you for a certain amount of time. There are poll votes. You don't need that.
Twitter likes as well there, don't they?
Pardon me?
Just below it as well. They also have the automatic Twitter likes, so they sort of work together, them two.
Yeah. Now, let's see for how long it works. It says, let your tweets gain steady interaction.
Future tweets you post from now on.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
This automatic likes page has no time limit, and you will be applied to all future tweets. Now, that's brilliant. Yeah. You can get that. What you want. Now, it has no time limit. It's for as long as this company's.
Okay, tweet. I see. Yeah, so you tweet quantity per likes per likes. Okay, yeah.
So this.
Actually, yeah, you'd have to test, isn't it, to see.
Absolutely, it'd be one that I would test. If you're not going to be paying a single time that you tweet, you're just organic. However many people liking your stuff.
I tweet today because anything more than that could become spam. And I use Tweet Hunter as well. You know that one?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I like Tweet Hunter because it allows me to schedule stuff, especially if I was traveling, and sometimes I don't have the internet ability. At least I I feel personally that something's happening in my absence.
Okay.
Running that automatic tweet one will work inside of that as well. Because I've actually had to play for the Ravens before.
Over.
When you're actively going into if I'm asleep, go into my account and forward or share it and rate it. You don't need me to come and exclude feed you to do that job, So literally, I'll be waiting on you, sir. What are you waiting on me for? Just go ahead into the X account, forward it, into the TG account, and then start the race, It's just, it's something I'd rather not be dealing with that personnel, but I could actually be dealing with it automated on a website. So, yeah, this is the change that's coming this week.
Excellent. Yeah. So I would test it with the automatic likes, and if that works, I would jump at this. And I would just say to myself, I'll pretend I never spoke with Rabbi and that I'm having that $300 budget for another month or whatever you would be able to do. And then I don't have to touch it anymore. Every time I tweet something, you can still tweet 5 things a day, and they're going to get 5,000 likes automatically. And you're going to be all over people's timelines, especially the people who follow you, which is what you want. Excellent. Okay. Well, to be honest with you, that's everything in my bag of tricks that I can think of right now that could help you. But I'm pretty sure this conversation was beneficial for both of us.
Yeah, it was brilliant. I really enjoyed it.
Excellent. I'm always here if you need me. I'm live 24/7. Excellent. Great.
A lot of bookmarks here as well now, so that's give me something to work with, and thank you.
My pleasure. I'm always here to help you. So if you ever need me, come on in and we'll talk about strategy, or you have questions, let me know, okay?
Yeah, I know where you are.
Excellent.
My wife's cooking chilies and that.
Excellent. Well, enjoy.
Say goodbye.
Take care. Best wishes to you guys. Pleasure to meet you as well.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. You take care.
Peace. Bye-bye.
See you again.
Take care.
See you real soon.
Bye-bye.
See you real soon.
Absolutely. Shout out to Bitcoin. Oh boy, that's going to be great for him. Wow. I hope we save him some money. He seems like a really great person, really nice individual. What a nice person. Introduced me to his family. Shout out to his wife and his project. Hopefully it saves him some money and just makes his project more successful. Gave him a lot of good alpha, I feel. And I'm going to join his Discord. And I don't join everybody's Discord, but I join his. Shout out to Fanky.net. What a nice guy. I could talk to him for a long time. He was really cool. I love helping people. Shoot.
Spotify and Pandora, and as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the
Yeah, what on? Shout out to Heidi. Throwing up gang signs, living like a pimp.
That's right. They saw him on YouTube. Thank you. Shout out to you guys. Yeah, you guys are great.
So now we did that. There we go. That's doing the straight back. That straight back, that's what it actually went ahead and carried out the Medina straight back. Mitzvah on your Haragim. Okay, now we're up to Harag. Harag means decapitation. Now what they did is, the Gemara says, how you might keep that social beside it. They were literally decapitated with this sword. The Gemara says, Kidyat, first one, Kidyat, Shamal, Budosa. The same way that the man of the exegetes people, the same idea they take the sharp sword, you decapitate the evil. The Hebrew says, evil will know, such a shaman, that create, evil means there would be a lack of respect to the dead. So the messiness of decapitation is not going to be good. And what do? You make it a little cleaner. Manitin Ashlocha Alastan, you put it in the block, you put it in the ground, you tell him to make his head down on the block. The coat takes the coat face, and you decapitate him with an axe. Does not seem to do much better. Right? You must come along, ain't Nissan Novellas music. They say, what are you talking about? Right? That's powerful. Right? That's a sword should be a lot cleaner, certainly a lot cleaner, a lot faster, a lot easier. This is a much uglier death. So, Tanya, I'm going to be a book comment. I read this in the forest. I know that using of the axe is not nice. I know that is right. It's not nice. About my ass, I would also prefer to use a sword. But the most is halacha. What's halacha? If you can say what's halacha, which means do not follow in the ways of the Goyim. Do not follow in the Gentile nations. The Gentile nations, when they minister capital, they do decapitation by sword. We're not allowed to do it the same way. So we must do Rabbi. That's what we're talking about. You look at this side of Malaysia, no, we're not allowed to follow in the ways of the Gentile nations when we just want to replicate what they're doing. But if we're already doing the same thing, and we're doing something, and they replicate it, following that standard practice is not considered to be Gentile replication. And therefore, the Moshe already said that by a sword in the Torah. So because it says it by us, we're allowed to do it even over here. You know, they're allowed to do it, listen to this. Hug the Sanya, suffering on the local, the one got their nose. So it can make this up, you know. That's it. It is what's in Moshe Rifle. That's what we're again. We have to send reference earlier in the week that I want to know when a king dies, we burn the possessions of the king. Because of the and the logic behind that is, because he's the king, no one else should use his stuff. Now, both sides teach us, which is that's what the Gentile nations do as well, as a sign of respect for the king. But yeah, we're allowed to do it. Why? Because essentially we had it first. So the Gemara says, these people were, and anything that we would do already anyway, even if it's done by the Gentile nations, we're still allowed to continue to do it. And if people can see straight up our life, this is a use of our Abasafa, let's be I'm sorry, use of Abasafa, we now have got me on, so therefore we see it by the burning of the king's selection. Since we already had it first, we were doing it already, even the Gentile nations start to do it, it's not considered to be Gentile replication or emulation. So now you're not doing it. Hakanami, even the true side of all ourselves, love you, love them. So over here, since it says sword, and we're talking about this word, and we're talking about more, but since it says sword in the Torah, therefore against death by sword is something we were already doing, and even the Gentile nations are not using it as well. It is not considered to be Gentile replication. So we'll have to stop over here. We're going to try to record the rest up until the Mishnah. We have to open the first Shabbos. So the Shabbos to start the Mishnah. Hey, Shabbos. Shabbos Okay, good morning. Today's stop is just we're going to pick up on top of the days and the days. Okay, we've been analyzing the different forms of how death was administered at penalties. So we've been talking about Sheila, stoning, about Draper, the burning, we've spoken about the diet for Herod, the sword, and now we're going to analyze how Bezin used to perform the Misa of strangulation. So the Mishnah says, Mitzvah Hanafnakin, how did it work? How did they do Kemet? How you Rishnakin also the devil Arak Kuburto. The same thing as we had previously, that they would put him into some kind of manure, some material up to his knees so that he wouldn't be moving around when this would happen. In those things, Sudar Kashala Tolparaka, the Karat al Tavaro. So it's similar to what we had. We spoke about this as one version in the Mishnah yesterday about how they would open the mouth of the person for straight. First of all, what they do, they would put a hard cloth inside of soft one. We spoke about this yesterday, that the hard one is necessary in that case was to open the mouth. In this case, it would be to perform the tefillah, but the soft one makes it a nicer form so that it does not actually cause damage to the neck of the person. So you take the hard scissor and you put it inside the soft one and you put it around the neck. Then most of that so each of the Edim pull in the different direction, pull in the opposite direction. Not for Yotis until the soul goes out. Basically, we choke. So that is the Misa of Kemet of strangulation. The pasuk is going to analyze. The Gemara is going to analyze the pasuk in Vayikra, which says as follows: the East Asher Yinas as Eish Israel. So this is the classic source for adultery. A man that Yinas commits adultery with the wife of another man, after Yinas as Eish Israel, that performed adultery with the wife of your friend. Most Yumas are that both the man and the woman involved in this act of adultery, most Yumas they get killed. So we're going to analyze this pasuk word by word. When it says Ish Asher Yinas, it's not with Katan. It's talking about a man, not a Katan. So Katan who would perform an act with a married woman would not be a case of in the Torah. Asher Yinaf is Ashes Ish. So the pasuk says that if he performed adultery with the wife of a man, he's a man. This means to tell you not the wife of a Katan, which Rashi points to mean that this demonstrates that there is no kedushin by a Katan. So if a Katan performs an act or attempts to perform an act of kedushin with another woman, they're still not married, and if someone were to have a relationship with that woman, that's not considered an Eish. The pasuk says Eish Re'eu, that it says after Yinaf is Eish Re'eu. So this comes to true that if someone has a relationship with someone who is married to someone who is not Re'eu, which would be a guy. So if a Jewish woman married a guy, a Gentile man, and then subsequently someone had a relationship with that woman, that she is not considered an Eish because she's married, she's not Eish Re'eu because she's married to a non-Jew. Okay, most you must the pasuk for the answer. Most you must know if I know Afes. So this means that you provide, that you give her the Misa of strangulation. Because you're saying it's Kemet, but how do you know? Maybe it's one of the other Misas. Maybe it's Kilo, Straight, Herod. How do you know? So you say, I'm like, Komakon to never meet the Torah Stam, and at the Moskala Hasmel, El Hasu. So Yoshia says, anytime it says in the Torah that you just kill someone, you cannot give that person you have to give them the lightest Misa, because if the Torah doesn't designate a harsher misa. It doesn't say, for example, ski or treifa. So then all you can apply when it comes to the killer, you have to say him or her. You have to kill him or her with the misa that is the lightest. And so what is the lightest misa? We know that this is going to Rabbanan. We're going to that. Gila treifa harav Panic strangulation is the least common case of misa. And that's why what you said. That's how you know that that's what we know from the Noefet, the adulterers get. Jonathan says, that the reason that we give Tenek is not because Tenek is the most kal. We'll see why he says that in a minute. Ella, rather, what's the reason that Tenek applies in the case of adultery? Because anytime, and we counted this before, anytime that the Torah does not specify specifically what the misa is, then it's the misa of strangulation. How do we know that? So Rabbi Omer, how does Rabbi Yonasan know? Rabbi explains Rabbi Yonasan that never misa b'dei mind, and never misa b'dei adam. That the concept of the word misa applies when the Rebbeinu Shalom brings about the death of someone, and it also applies to the word misa when it is applied by Bezin. Mami or b'dei mind, it's just like when there's misa b'dei mind. An ordinary person, a person who gets just dies. So there's no physical impact or there's nothing that you see physically on the body. So therefore, too, when it says misa by a person and doesn't specify otherwise, it means the misa that has no motion. What would that be? That would be strangulation. Where I asked, well, the aim of treifa, because we just spent time yesterday talking about the fact that treifa is the leg gets poured in the mouth, so that there should be only death from the inside and no recognizable impact on the outside. So maybe you can say that should be the punishment anytime the Torah doesn't specify. The Gemara says it can't be treifa. Why? Because the Gemara about the treifa McLeod the halal bat treifa. Because remember, what are we trying to figure out? We're trying to figure out the misa of a noise and that's adulterers, right? And we say it's Tenek. Now we say, well, maybe it should be treifa because that's another case where the death is not recognizable. The problem is we know that the Torah took out a bas kohen from the ordinary category of someone who is an adulterer and said a bas kohen gets something worse. What do they get? They get treifa. So therefore, a regular adulterer must see that they don't get treifa, and therefore they get Tenek. So what we're learning out basically is that in order, according to the way Rabbi explains to Jonathan, anytime the Torah doesn't specify the misa and Tenek, why? Because we have misa b'dei and misa b'dei adam, and it has to be a misa that is not recognizable in the body. So that leaves us two cases, treifa or Tenek. We say it can't be treifa because we know that a regular adulterer, which is the pasuk we're darshaning, it has a different or lesser punishment than a bas kohen. A bas kohen is treifa, so therefore it must be that the simplest punishment and the one that annoys the Rothschild gets would be a Tenek. Strangulation. Okay, top of Gimel. This one, Rabbi Yonasan, to become a fire in Rabbi's time. So it says, okay, so Rabbi Yonasan, we know that Rabbi explained the reading because you learn misa b'dei Shemayim, misa b'dei Adam. Elo Rabbi Yoshia, but according to Rabbi Yoshia, you might ikar Tenek v'olam. So he says, and so Rabbi Yoshia basically said we need to give the lightest misa, right? So the question is, how do you even know that there is a misa of Tenek? Why? Because the Torah specifies Gila, Treifa, and Herod. All of those are referenced. But it never references Tenek, it never references strangulation. So if your only basis of saying what should we do when the Torah doesn't otherwise specify the punishment, so if the Torah only specifies stoning, burning, and sword, the aim of Shayat, I would tell you that to be Shayat. In other words, why did he say, if all we're saying is it's the lightest punishment, then it should be sword, because we don't know about Tenek. Rabbi says, I would need to merge immediately. The fact that there are four mitzvahs to it has for Tenek is the halacha of Mishina. And then once we're left with the fact that there's all four, Rashi explains that once there's all four, and we know that there's Tenek, and we know that the Torah didn't specify Tenek for anyone, so it must be, it can't be that Tenek is Kamo, because otherwise it would come to the Torah that would specify. But from the fact that the Torah never specified Tenek, but yet we know it exists from the halacha of Mishina, it must mean that Tenek is the lightest of the punishments, and therefore, anytime the Torah doesn't specify, according to Rothschild, you cannot give a harsher penalty. You have to give the lightest penalty, hence the rule then any time the Torah doesn't specify that we give the punishment of strangulation. Now, Rabbi Yonatan said to Rabbi Yossi, but he said not because, and Rabbi Yossi said we give the lightest, the most lenient, and therefore, what is that? That's panic. So Rabbi Yonatan came back and said, no, that's not the reason. Why did he say that? So if we remember, Shimon in our Mishnah held that Penic was more somewhere than Paris, than the sword. So therefore, he cannot agree with the Yoshia about the reason we always get Penic is because it's the least trick, it's the least summer, because it's so good Shimon, and that's how Rabbi Yonatan holds as well. It's not the least summer. The least summer is Isaiah, so there must be a different reason, hence we rely on the comparison between these two different reasons. Okay, I'm going to say Rabbi. Karen is going. You're like sitting in kilo. You're reading the ugly dummy in my dummy. The most useful dummy of a man bun dummy. Okay, so long reading of it, this is actually going to become relevant in the next Mishnah, but we're getting a little bit of a preview here. They said as follows, that the people who receive Tefillah fall into two categories. Those where it says Tefillah expressly, and those where it does not expressly say Tefillah, but it's learned out. In most cases, it's learned out from Old Yidoni. Old Yidoni were forms of something like that, like people who speak with the dead, commune with the dead, right? So, and that's author. And by Old Yidoni, it is written specifically that they get tefillah, right? And so what happens is as follows. In Old Yidoni, it's written most and it's written Demayim Bom. Now we have certain cases that tefillah is written expressly, but where it's not written expressly, those categories also have the words most and Demayim Bom. So we're saying that in any case that tefillah is not written specifically, we're learning it from Old Yidoni. And what the Zera is asking Abaya is, well, all of those cases have most and Demayim Bom. Which one is there something that tells you that they have the punishment of tefillah? Amalei, the back to the demand to Bom Gami. We learn it from the fact that one to the demand and Bom and the other. That's how we learn it out. The E, the most Yumtu Gami, demand normally. Because it must be learning out from demand Bom. Because if you're learning it out from most Yumot, what would you otherwise do with demand Bom? So the Gemara says, LMI, demand Gami, you're going to say we learn it from demand Bom. But then most Yumot normally. Then fine. Then are you saying the reason you have to do it most Yumot? And the reason you have to do it in demand Bom is because otherwise, what would you do with demand Bom? The Gemara says, well, if you're learning from demand Bom, what do you do with most Yumot? So how do you know that proves it? We say, because no, most Yumot we have a report to the Tanya of the learning advice. Most Yumot are Makeh. Because it says that the person, you're talking about Ova Eva, he calls the Yado, the Yamas most Yumot are Makeh. It's talking about when someone hit someone with intention that he gets killed, he's a Rothschild. So it says most Yumot, it's a double language, and the Bryce Darshan ain't the element of Mitzvah. Because I only know that you can give someone the punishment that is specified for that. So what happens if we cannot give that punishment and we want to give a different punishment? Rashi elsewhere brings the case. Let's say a guy is escaping on a ship, and so you can't give him, let's say he's kind of strafa. You can't give him strafa, but you have your gun and you shoot at him on the ship or your arrow or whatever it is, and you're going to get him on the ship. So you're not giving him the proper misa, but since it says most Yumot, so if we can give him the misa that we're supposed to give him, then yes. If not, Yumot, you're going to give him the misa that is not the one specified. So you see that the word most Yumot has a limit to learn, and therefore it must be that the extra word that we learn out that the misa is with tefillah in case where it's not specified, it must be from the word Zemei and Bom. Okay, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, okay, so Amalei.
Thank you. You are welcome. Legend, everybody goes on. A little advice for you as well. You already have to set up your username right, but you should also, your display name, but you should also set up your username right. Make it, for example, 1T58 or something like this, so people can find you when they're searching for you on X. Your username and your display name have to be matching. And trust me, legend, this is some off I'm putting you on, and it's very, very important. So everybody go and drop me a follow. And also, guys, let's pass the mic to Scott Word. It's called GoPro. It's freaking rock. I think you rock. I don't know. Yeah, man, the GoPro definitely does that. Yeah, I love Scott as well. I love Scott. I don't think he is in the space anymore. He got drugged. But all right, let's pass the mic to Rabbi Rothschild and hear from this legend. How are you doing today, Rabbi?
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Scales. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Let's get it. Scaling the trends. If you haven't had the opportunity, join the Baby Billionaires Discord. It's an amazing community. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show. This is a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and continue to grow every day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Shower program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you are a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Let's get it, legend. Everybody drop Rabbi a follow fam. He is a true legend. Real quick, I want to give everybody a shout out on the space. I'm going to start from the bottom up. Shout out to Mindy, Maris, Faruk. Shout out to Michael, Sheer45, Jairo, Jenny, Spheric, Paradox, DeFimo, Murphy, Waleed, my boy BK. Everybody shows some love to BK. Everybody shows some love to Liquid. Let's get it, legends. Owen, Royal, Ahibum, sorry for that term, but it's with a graceful, so yeah, bear with me. Becca, Gas, Lightning, and shout out to all the legends on the space. Shout out to everybody on the speaker panel. Let's dive these sequence legends. Let's kill the space to 100 comments in the purple build. So everybody go and max engage with that purple build. Let's kill. Let's get the 100 million views on the space. We had a space with the 10 million views, so I'm sure that we can get 10 million views again on this space. I'm going to talk about a little bit about that later as well. But Before we do that, I want to talk about some money glitches. I'm going to give you guys a couple of course of things that might like work out for you in a way where you get some extra money for yourself in general. So let's dive right into it. So first, I want to go into learning ecosystem propagation so that you can like create some airdrops. In 2025, airdrops remain one of the most effective value creation mechanisms for crypto. So the strongest current
Yo,
I'm going to talk about
what up, Maris? How are you?
systems experiencing, rapid growth and,
Maris, can you hear me?
token expansions. And these tools.
Maris, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Excellent. Pleasure to meet you. How's your day going? Can you hear me? Maris, I saw you sent me a message, and I'm going to help you. You're a registered nurse. That's very impressive. Thank you for your service. Are you currently employed as a nurse? I hear you're trying to talk, but I can't hear what you're saying. Are you currently employed? Okay, go ahead. All right, you are cutting in and out. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm a nurse, want to start my own YouTube automation. Okay, I'll help you with all that. Okay, so I'm sending you, you may already be employed as a nurse, so you don't need a nursing job. But if you do, I sent you a bunch of recruiters from Nigeria who will help you to find a job. And then I'm sending you a social media strategy that will allow you to dominate search engines, social media engines, and AI. And then what I'm doing is there's so I hear you. I hear you talking to me, Maris, but you're not coming through. It's very choppy. So check your Twitter messages right now and read through what I wrote, and then let me know if you have questions. I can help you with YouTube automation as well. But first, before you do YouTube automation, you should have all your social media set up. So check your Twitter messages right now, read through what I wrote, and then either type to me or let me know if you have questions, and then we can take it from there, okay?
Okay.
Consistent stuff. Just be consistent in general.
Maris, maybe just send me a message on Twitter because I can't hear what you're saying. I hear you're trying, but it's just the signal that you've got maybe isn't that clear. So just send me a message on Twitter and I'll help you.
No, no, bro. I raised them to 4. Okay, because I told someone I was raising their hands. If anybody has any questions regarding this, make sure to ask right now before we start getting the station again. So, yeah, let's get it. T-Boy, you can come on. Questions regarding this, make sure to ask right now before we start getting the station again. So, yeah, let's get it. T-Boy, you can come on. I think T-Boy is running. Alright. Let me see something happen with T-Boy. I think he have to remove him from the co-host room. Decentralization is we kind of need people to lead. Is that right? Like you were talking about the KOL website and like so the tip of the spear decentralized. Like what does that look like? Well, yeah, I mean essentially what it means is having it's a blockchain that completely basically runs on itself. It has to be trustless. That code has to be trustless. It can be upgraded. But it can't, you can't get in there and start doing stuff to it. There has to be a trustless system in place. If you can't go forward in this world financially by having human beings
that's men. It's got too complex. I think we need to just get back to the basic stuff. I need to share this value with you, and and I need to store my values. That's pretty much it. Zero. Get to the great judgment and natural things and that. So as I'm talking this morning, it just realized spoke with you guys. The more I realized that basically it's like best match you said. So you can have trustless code, right? That runs basically everything. And so, but for now, what else even if it's a real DeFi, you still need central authority at some point level, right? So I'm curious if you still also think DeFi, or like decentralized chain, it was, so, but you also need somebody who can interfere with you to debate you being specified as DeFi. I think the future is, like I say, at the minute, crypto's being birthed. We're at that birthing stage, so it's not like we've got the perfect stuff there already. So in the early stages, there does need to be more involvement. But aspects of the code can be locked. That's immutable. That's what we need. I think in this birthing stage, the idea is to completely remove human interaction altogether from it. So it's just, this is it, this is what it does. I think that's where we're heading. That's what we need to do. And not think, this is perfect now because nothing is perfect right now.
Yo.
But I think it can, especially
Yo.
focus on right, well, I hope so.
Yo. Yo. Yo.
Exactly, yeah. This is it. You just blink obvious that there's a lot of smart people in crypto, but if your foundational view is not in the right place, you're just creating tech that's not really for the people. So, it's not going to give us that freedom and sovereignty. That was always the promise of crypto. Or it gets hijacked. Yeah, because the execution of Bitcoin and the decentralization of all the nodes and all that, the foundation is basically the central entity, and they can push when you get a software if there's a disagreement, which we've had a couple. It's like we need a founding document or something that was, like the Bitcoin white paper is sort of that. Well, it's the Bible of crypto, isn't it? It's a bit of, so it is, yeah. And it's interesting, there's so many people that are in crypto now, they ask these questions. The first thing I say to them is, look, I'll tell you what, just go and read the Bitcoin white paper. And it's surprising what they get out of it. They're like, wow, really? It's all in there. It's surprising how many people haven't actually read it. And it's, pretty standing normal person can read that and actually understand that. Yeah, true. And there are some resources now. It's on audio book. I've got a little file with the Bitcoin org version, and then there's something on YouTube that I refer people to. It's basically just audio. It makes it a lot easier. People are later up so they're going to read. Of course. So it's going to go over your head probably the first time you read it. But I haven't spent some time on it. Yeah. I think it just needs simplifying. Crypto's got very complicated. Trying to manipulate as much gains and yield out of this. And that's all fine. If you've got a stack of money and you're a small one, it's just stick it somewhere and that's there's no Thank you.
So he's saying as follows. It's not entirely clear to me, and it seems in some of the reports not entirely clear either exactly what the Gemara means here, but it seems to be saying as follows, that when Rav Zera asked the question, which one did you learn it from, he seemed to have a problem, that there was some kind of problem. He wasn't just asking which way is it. So it seemed, and then he was pleased with the outcome when he said he learned it from the Mayan Bum. So it's clear somehow that Reb Zera had a problem with learning it out from Motzi Matzis. So the Gemara is going to ask, what was Reb Zera's problem from learning it out from Motzi Matzis that was solved by learning it out from the Mayan Bum? Okay, so the Gemara is going to put forth a couple of choices and eventually come to a third answer, which is going to be the reason that Reb Zera was concerned about learning it from Motzi Matzis. Ilema, if you're going to say Ashes Ish Kokashalei, that Reb Zera had a problem with learning out from Ovi Adoni to other cases of Misa to say it's Skila. If it's learned from most Yumas, he has a problem with the Psukim by Ashes Ish. Why? Because Lemesi Lumikmar most Yumas me Ovi Adoni. Malahan Beskila, Afkan Beskila. So he says as follows, because if you're learning it out from most Yumas, so then the pasuk that's written by Noah and Noephes, the one we just dealt with, adultery, the pasuk does not say a Misa. And we said that therefore it means chenek, it means strangulation. But why do you say it doesn't say misa? It has the word most yumas. And if we know that most yumas, you can learn from Movi Adoni that it's chayiv skila, so then don't say it doesn't say, it does say. It says most yumas, which means skila based on the Gereshova. So the Gemara, and maybe that would be Rav Zera's problem if you learn out from Movi Adoni from most yumas, is then you should say that adultery should be skila, not chenek. So the Gemara says no, because I would know not to learn it out from there. It's a similar logic to what we said before about Seifa. He's saying as follows, that once I know that the Torah took the punishment of Arusa and made that a more serious punishment and gave it skila, so it took it out of the punishment of chenek, right? So now if you're telling me every case of adultery is chenek because I would learn it from most yumas, from Ovi Adoni, I'm sorry, if you tell me that every case of adultery is skila because I learn out from most yumas, then what's the special punishment you're giving to an arusa over a nesua? So we would know that Ashes Ish can't be skila, so that couldn't be what's bothering her there. We say, okay, no, rather, Reb Zera was bothered. If you learn it out from most Yumas, he has a problem with our halacha of someone who hits his father and mother. Because so he says as follows, he says, why not learn that someone who hits his father and mother, where it's written most Yumas, that they would in fact get skila, and yet we say that it gets herek. The Gemara says, at the government, may all be living room the HSE. The answer is on the Moshe He says no. Even he says that's not a problem, because if you're telling me that the problem with learning it out from most Rumas is the fact that the words most Rumas are written by someone who hits his father and mother, and so instead of saying it's strangulation, instead you should say it's stoning, because I wouldn't do that. Why? Because when I have the pasuk written by hitting a father and mother, I have the word motion written, so I can either compare that to Ovi Adoni and say it's skila, or I can compare it to Eichadish, which we just established is strangulation. So if I'm given that choice, strangulation or skila, I'm always going to choose get strangulation because that's the easier punishment. So therefore, I would not be. It is not a problem to learn from most Yumas because I would know not to change the halacha of Makal from chenek to skila because you're given a choice, and given a choice, you'll always choose the more powerful. The Gemara says on the way, turn the stone to fire for Kashula. He's saying no. That's exactly the problem. Even most Yumas Gami at the government of the Adoni living in the HSE. Because he says if you're learning from the word most Yumas, then in every case, let's take any of the cases we learn out from Ovi Adoni, you can say the word say most Yumas. So you say, well, okay, fine. So it's written most Yumas by HSE, so it's written most Yumas by Ovi Adoni. By HSE, we know it's strangulation. By Ovi Adoni, we know it's stoning. You always pick the lighter punishment. So that's the problem, is that in every case you're faced with this choice. Do you learn from HSEs or Ovidoni? And really you should learn from HSEs. So that was Rizera's problem. So how is it solved that you learn from the man bum? Because the words the man bum are not written by the case of HSEs. We just dealt that puzzle before. It didn't have the man bum. So therefore, if your limud from Ovidoni to the word the man bum, so then you learn out to all those cases, which we're going to learn in Mr. Shem about how you learn from the man bum. So then it's fine. But if you're learning it out from most Yumas, then you have a problem because you know that Eshes is only strangulation and Oviadoni is skila. You would learn out from Eshes instead of learning from Oviadoni. So that was their problem, and therefore he was happy with the answer that the source for learning from Oviadoni is the man bum. In which case. That's a straight comparison, and there's no confusion with HSC. Okay, Mishnah and Gimel and Aleph. Elu Henan and Skelim. So we've now outlined how you do all of the forms of Nisa, and we're now going to break it down to who gets what forms of Nisa. So we're going to deal with people who get skila. The Mishnah has 18 cases. Someone has a relationship with his mother. Galatians to Av, or the wife of his father, who's not his mother. We'll get into that in a minute. The Alakala, someone has a relationship with his daughter-in-law. The Alazakar, someone who commits an act of homosexuality. Al-Bahema, someone who commits an act of bestiality. Va'isha Mabiyas Bahema, that if a woman commits an act of bestiality, Va'amagade, someone who is blasphemes Hashem, or curses Hashem, someone who does Avodah Zarah, someone who puts his children, most was a form of service where they would take their children and put it through over a fire. Rashi points out that this mission is obviously going according to the view that Molech is not a form of Avodah Zarah, it was just a dark Amori, or the pagan practice of some sort, because otherwise, if Molech was in fact Avodah Zarah, it would have been covered by the category we just said, Avodah Zarah. Okay, so technical detail. Baal Ovi, someone who, as we referenced before, seeks to communicate with the dead. Makala Shabbos, someone who does Makala Shabbos, Makala of the Emo, someone who curses his father and mother. Rashi points out, and this has many implications, we won't get into it. Rashi points out, it's interesting that someone who curses his mother and father is a harsher punishment of Gila than someone who hits his mother and father, because someone who hits his mother and father only gets strangulation. So Rashi points out, because, and even though you would think that maybe hitting is worse, the fact is that when someone hits their parents, so they've done an avera with their parents. When they curse their parents, not only have they done an avera to their parents, but they've also used Hashem's name in vain, and so it's a double whammy, a double avera, and therefore it has the harsher misa of skila of stoning. V'haba anara murasa, as we talked about before, that someone, if you have a nara between 12 and 12 and a half, who has had erison, then that is the skila. V'mesis, someone who gets another person to perform avodah zarah. V'media, someone who, we talked about this before, the Medias is the one who got people in the Yerni Dakas. He got most or all of the cities that serve avodah zarah. Those are separate categories. We'll see why. V'machashe, someone who is who does sorcery or magic. Ben Torah Mora, we're now in the 7th paragraph, and the next paragraph deals with this extensively, is someone who has shown that he's going down a bad way, and therefore he gets killed even before he does some of those things. Okay, so now we've completed all of those categories that get skila. So we're going to start to analyze them, and this first thing that we're going to analyze is what is going to occupy us for the rest of today. Haba ala aim, someone who has a relationship with his mother. Chayav aleh mishum aim, mishum eshes av. Is chayav for having a relationship with his mother and for having a relationship with the wife of his father, because his mother is the wife of his father, or could be the wife of his father. So if it is, Rashi points out that what's the difference? And once he's having a relationship with his mother, what's the difference, 1 or 2? So the question would be, if he does it on purpose, okay, he gets killed either way. But if he did it by accident, as Rashi points out, that since it is something that if it's done on purpose and a person could not get killed, they would get courage. And we know if someone has a punishment that they do by accident that would otherwise have courage, then they have to bring a chatas. And as Rashi points out, we see in the Gemara and Makkos that you can be high of multiple averas. So therefore, the significance would be that if someone by accident had relations with his mother, thinking it was someone else, perhaps, that in that case he would have to bring two katos. He would have to bring two carbon katos. But if it's on purpose, he just gets killed because they're both killed. Okay, so the Tanakama of our Mishnah holds that if someone has a relationship with his mother, he's over on two different prohibitions. So in that case, if someone has a relationship with his mother who is not out of wedlock, meaning was also the lawfully wedded wife of his father, he is chayav only one. Which one is he chayav for? He's chayav for the relationship with his mother. He is not chayav for the relationship with the wife of his father. Okay? Now the mission continues. Someone who comes on the wife of his father, which would mean someone that is, as Rashi points out, either married his father after this child was born, or else someone who was born out of wedlock, and so therefore. So it's talking about a case. It's just someone who is not his mother, but just his father. So the Gemara says, "Chayav mishum eshes av, and mishum eshes ish." So now we're talking about a case where the father is still married to this woman, and so therefore he's chayav on eshes av and he's chayav on eshes ish. So two love. Now this is whether the father's alive or dead. Now, as Rashi points out, that's true only for the isser of eshes av, but not for the isser of eshes ish. Because if a woman is married to a man and then the man dies, she's no longer an eshes ish. But the eshes av, the fact that this woman was married to his father, is significant even after his father dies and he cannot have a relationship with her. Whether his father had Erison with her or whether his father had Nesuin with her. So someone who has a illicit relationship with his daughter-in-law, so if his son is still married to this woman and he has a relationship with her, so then he's done two lavim. First of all, it's his daughter-in-law. Second of all, she's a married woman. This is true whether his son is still alive or not. And again, Rashi points out, not on the HTC part, but just on the daughter-in-law part, that he's chayav, even if his son has died and he has relations with his former daughter-in-law, that is still actionable. And again, whether his son was married to this woman, his daughter-in-law, only through Erison or also through Nisuin. Okay, so says the Gemara, Tanya, we learned in a brisa. Now let's just review what the Mishnah said because the brisa is going to say something different. We had in my closest as follows: if someone had relations with his mother, so we say that he is chayav for relations with his mother and for relations with his father's wife. Now, Tosfos points out, by the way, that you could also add Eshes Ish if you assume the father's married, but I think that would just confuse us. So the left it assumes that the father subsequently died. So you're now dealing that he had a relationship with his mother after the father died, and the Mishnah said, the Tanakama said he's over. He violates both the prohibition on relations with his mother and the prohibition on relations with the wife of his father. Okay? So, and Rabbi Yehuda said to that, no, he only violates the prohibition on relations with his mother, but not on the prohibition on relations with his father's wife. Tanya Rabbi Yehuda Omer, so in the Bryce it says something different. It says that Rabbi Yehuda says, in Lo Yehoisas Imo Rubuya Lo Aviv Eino Chayev Elo Mishum Ha'ein Bobad. So in our Mishnah we said, no matter what, if someone has relations with his mother, if someone has relations with the mother, he's only over on that relationship, not with the wife of his father. The Brisa here seems to be saying that when is he only over, is he only violate the restriction on his mother, but not on his father's wife, is if his father was married to this woman inappropriately. In that case, he's not chayav for his father's wife, only for his mother. So the Gemara says, well, let's analyze this Brisa for a minute. What does that mean that he was not supposed to marry her? If you're saying that he was married to a woman that he's totally not allowed to marry. For example, let's say his sister, right? So Mechlal, so then that's what's the problem with that Mechlal, the Rabbanan. So if that's what Rabbi Yehuda is saying, that if someone's married to his sister and has this child, that the child is only over for the relationship with the mother, but not for the wife of the father. Mechlal, the Rabbanan, Savri, Afagav, the Enuria, that you're saying. So then the Rabbanan who argue Rabbi Yehuda and say that he's chayav for both. Would you possibly suggest that if someone's father married a woman he wasn't allowed to marry, that she should be over on marrying her his father's wife? That doesn't make sense because Allah's like kedushin begavah. But that doesn't make sense because you cannot hold the person accountable for having a relationship with his father's wife if the woman was not his wife. Because if kedushin doesn't work, if kedushin is not tofet, you can't call it his wife. So the Gemara says, so it can't be talking about chayve misas bezin or chayve krisus, but rather ela chayve lavin. It must be talking about if his father was married to this woman in a way that was over on a lav. For example, Rashi says that his father married a mamzer or a nisin, or his father was a kohen who married when he shouldn't have married. Those are chayve lavin. Rabbi Yehuda savarlak Rabbi Akiva the Amar ein kiddushin tovsin b'chayve lavin. And Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva, who says that kiddushin are not tofes b'chayve lavin, and so therefore that's the reason that Rabbi Yehuda is saying. That Rabbi Yehuda is saying that according to this view, that he's only the reason he's only chayav for his mother, but not for his wife of his father, is because Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva that in fact that chayve lavin, let's say someone marrying a mamzer, is just like someone marrying his sister. Kiddushin is not tofes. If the kiddushin is not tofes, you can't say that this woman is his father's wife. If the woman is not the father's wife, then he can't be held liable for having a relationship with his father's wife, and therefore it's only he's only over on the prohibition of being married to his mother, of having a relationship with his mother, but not with his father's wife. Okay, so that is the brisa, the understanding of Rabbi Yehuda and the brisa. So what's the difference between the brisa and the Mishnah? The Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda says, a person who has a relationship with his mother, who's a lawfully wedded wife, who whether lawfully wedded or not, or chayve lavin wedded, is only chayav for relationship with his mother, but not for wife of his father. Whereas Rabbi Yehuda of the brisa says that when is he only over on his mother is if his mother and father weren't lawfully wedded, which is the reason that he can't be over on having a relationship with his father's wife. Okay, so that's the difference between the brisa and the Mishnah. Now, the Mishnah, the Gemara is going to get into a side topic of trying to figure out, is it true that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva? Because to understand this brisa, we said that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva, and now we're going to say maybe that's not true. So Maser Rav Yoshi or Maser Rav Shai asks as follows: Isser mitzvah, Isser kedusha, choltos v'lo misyavimas. Okay, so let's take a minute to explain this and remember from our Yavamus days. So we know that if a man dies and he doesn't have children, his brother marries his wife, and which would be Yivam, and if not, he does chalitza. Now, let's say someone is married to someone that the Yavama cannot fault him. So, for example, let's say there's two brothers, one of whom marries the daughter of his brother, so marries his niece, which actually is something that Torah encourages, it's not a problem. So then he marries the niece, right? And so that's a perfectly valid marriage. But what happens? The brother who is married to the niece now dies, and so his brother is supposed to do yibum, but who's the wife of his brother is his own daughter. So he's not allowed to be married to his daughter. So therefore he can't do yibum, and because he can't do yibum, and there's no question of yibum, he's not even relevant to chalitza, nothing doing. So that if an erva falls to a yavam, then that's not yibum, no chalitza. However, there is a case where someone, a yavama, can fall to someone who it's not a chayve krisus. It's not a case where it's not a case like that, but rather it's a case where there's only an isser. It's only an isser drabanan for them to get married. So in which case, min Torah, you could do yibum, but the drabanan they're not allowed to get married. So therefore, we don't want them to Yibum because they're not allowed to get married midrabanan. But we can't say that she's still free to the world because Minat Torah, they should have done Yibum or Chalitza. So therefore, we forced her to be Chalitza. So we're saying there's two cases, Isser Mitzvah and Isser Kedusha, which are do Chalitza, not Yibum, because it's only the Rabbanan. We'll explain what those are in a minute. Admon base. Isser Mitzvah, Shnios, Mitzvah Sofrim. So what does it mean when it says Isser Mitzvah? It's talking about the Shnios, which the Chachamim put in, which were basically people who were similar to the Torah's erba. So what is a good example, a classic case of a Shnia, would be for someone to marry his grandmother. It doesn't say in the Torah you can't do that, but Chazal said you shouldn't marry your grandmother. So that's a Shnia, that is a secondary erba, which is only Rabbanan. So therefore, if someone's brother, and they do not share a mother, someone's brother married his brother's maternal grandmother, and then the maternal grandmother fell to the person as a Yavama. So the problem is, Minat Torah, they're allowed to get married. So you should have to do Yibum or Chalitza, but Midrabanan, they're not allowed to get married. So therefore, we say you do Chalitza, you don't do Yibum. Okay, so that's the Tana says this, as Rashi points out. The Gemara interjects and says, "My kari luhu Isser Mitzvah." Why do you call it Isser Mitzvah? Shemitzvah l'shmo divrei chachamim, because this is something that chachamim put into place. It's a mitzvah to listen to chachamim, so that's why we call it Isser Mitzvah. It's an Isser that comes through the mitzvah of listening to Chazal. Okay, so that's one case where we do Chalitza and not Yibum. Isser Kedusha. What about Isser Kedusha? Is a case of Almana l'kohen gadol, Grusha v'Chalutza l'kohen hedyot. That if you have someone is married to a woman and he dies and the wife falls to the kohen gadol, she by definition in Almana, a kohen gadol is not allowed to marry an Almana. Minat Torah. So therefore we say that is an Isser Lav. Now you might ask, I said before that both cases we're talking about a Drabanan. The Isser of an Almana to kohen gadol is a Deraisa. So why did I say that? As Rashi points out, because in reality, though, you would say that you should do Yibum, you could do Yibum anyway. Why? Because Esei Del Chalos, say a positive commandment negates a negative commandment. So there's a negative commandment that a Kohen Gadol should not marry an Almana, but there's a positive commandment that he should do Yibum. So in Torah, you would say Esei Del Chalos. So why did Chazal not want them to do? Because we've encountered actually during this Masechta in a different context, but the idea is that when you have an Esei Del Chalos, is only would forgive the first act of Bia. So that when they do Bia, he does the mitzvah of Yibum. At that point, he no longer has the mitzvah to be married to this woman, and yet he's the Kohen Gadol, he'd be married to an Almana. So Chazal said, we'd rather he not do Yibum because we're afraid that if they do Bia Rishona, they'll do Bia Shnia. So therefore, it ends up, even though the Isser, Almana Kohen Gadol, the Daraisa, it's only because Rabbanan didn't want to apply Esei Del Chalos. So the reason he's not supposed to do Yibum is midrabanan. So in both cases midrabanan, and therefore you have to do chalitza. You can't say it's like a regular case of erva because where there's no need for chalitza, because in this case it's only erva midrabanan. So amana l'kangadol grusha v'chalitza kohen hedyot. That's the case of Isser Kedusha. But my kari lu Isser Kedusha. Why do they call it Isser Kedusha? The tzir kedoshin yil lehem, that the kohanim should be kadosh to their God, so that we call matters of kahuna getting married Isser Kedusha. Okay. The Tanya Allah, we learned on this. Rabbi Yehuda switched it and said no, that when you're dealing with things like shnios, those are Isser Kedusha, and when you're dealing with things like kohen gadol, amana l'kohen gadol, you're dealing with mitzvah. Why? Because he says that why do we call it kedusha when it's the shnios? Like for example, that someone should marry his grandmother. Because Rashi says, you should make a siyag, you should do something to be careful they don't get messed up. So since grandmother is similar to the other things, we say you shouldn't do it, it's a siyag. You should sanctify yourself with something that's permitted to you and make it impermissible to you. So that's why it's kedusha. And mitzvah is because Rashi says, because at the end of Sefer Vayikra, when you finish all the mitzvahs of kahuna, it says Elah HaMitzvahs. So that's why he calls it Isser Mitzvah. So what do we have? We have the Rabbi Yehuda came on a very technical level. He said, okay, we have this price that says by these Durabanan different relationships, which he calls the Yibum. Since the Durabanan, we don't want them to do Yibum, they do Chalitza. And they called it Isser Mitzvah and Isser Kedusha. And the Tana explained, why do we call it each one? And Rabbi Yehuda said, no, come switch it. Rabbi Yehuda was not arguing on the basic halacha, right? He Chalufi Huda Machlef. So we said all he's doing is he's switching which case you call Isser Kedusha, which you call Isser Mitzvah. Ha-Chalitza Bay, but at the end of the day, he agrees with the basic halacha that you need Chalitza. What's the problem with that? Because we just finished saying Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva that Kiddushin is not tofesh by Chayvei Lavin. That Kiddushin doesn't work when someone is just usher by love, but not by Kare. So he says the Isal Kedaita. And if you're going to say that Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Akiva, that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva, that Chayvei Lavin Kedushin is not tofesh. Mifti, let's see, Chayvei Lavin and Rabbi Akiva, Chayvei Krisis dummy. That Chayvei Lavin, according to Rabbi Akiva, are just like Chayvei Krisis, and Kedushin doesn't take effect. And so, like I said before, the Chayvei Krisis Lav B'nei Chalitza V'Yibam Ninu, and the Chayvei Krisis are not B'nei Chalitza V'Yibam. So, where a person fell, where he felt that his daughter became his Yibama, there's no Chalitza, there's no Yibam. Why? Because there's an Isser Krisis and Kedushin is not Tofes. But according to Rabbi Akiva, Kedushin is not Tofes even by Chayvei Lavin. Like, for example, Amana L'Kohen Gadol. So why did you tell me Rabbi Yehuda is not arguing with the basic halacha that Amana L'Kohen Gadol should do Chalitza? But why should he do Chalitza? Because according to Rabbi Akiva, Kedushin is not Tofes. So the Gemara says, so that's a question on saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara says, regarding the Tanakama Kalmer, the Lei Lo Svirle. He said no, that all Rabbi Yehuda was doing was coming to say, I think what you call this a mitzvah should call this a kedusha. I think what you call this a kedusha should call this a mitzvah. But he wasn't coming to opine on the basic halacha. And in fact, he would disagree because he holds like Rabbi Akiva that Chayvei Lavin is not tofes, kedusha is not tofes, and therefore there would be no need to do chalitza. There's no yibum and there's no chalitza because kedusha is not tofes. Okay, fine. So we now have, what do we have? We have a machlokas. We have our Mishnah that says that Yehuda's halacha, that he's only kaya for relations with his mother, but not his father's wife, is in a case where it's an inappropriate marriage. And the Tanakama says, no, regardless, even if it's his mother, who's the lawfully wedded wife of his father, he's only kaya for the relationship with his mother, according to Yehuda. That's what our Mishnah said. The other is Yitzhak, Tani Kedisnan, Yehuda, Tani Kedisnan. That when Rabbi Yitzchak came, he brought his teaching like we learned in the Mishnah, which is what Rabbi Yehuda Amar says in a chayav only shema einbavad, that he's only chayav for relations with his mother, but not for relations with his father's wife. Okay, so we've now resolved the question of Yitzchak that we go with our Mishnah, not with the Brisa. So now the rest of the Gemara is going to try and figure out what is the reason that Rabbi Yehuda says that he's only chayav for his mother, but not for his father's wife. The time of my, what's that reason? I'm Rabbi says, the pasuk says, Imcha he. Okay, so he says as follows: that the pasuk, there's two psukim written by a father, by a father and his wife, which is as follows. The pasuk in Vayikra, pasuk Zion says, "Ervas avicha," the erva of your father, the ervas imcha, and the erva of your mother, lo tigala, you should not uncover. Imcha he, she is your mother. Focus on those words. Lo tigala erva sa, do not reveal her erva. So this is the pasuk that's written by someone. This is his mother. The next pasuk says, "Ervas eishes avicha lo tigala," that the erva of the wife of your father you should not uncover. Ervas avicha, who is the erva of your father. So there, it's talking about someone who is married to the father. It's not discussing whether it's his mother. Okay, so we say so. The issue is as follows. It says you should not uncover your mother. Imcha he, she is your mother. That is an exclusion to say that when someone has relations with his mother, imcha he is over the isser of his mother, but not the isser of the wife of his father. So the Gemara said, well, that's the drasha alameata ervateshes avicha lo segala erva savicha, who the next pasuk test, which I read, said that the erva of the wife of your father you should not uncover. It is the erva of your father. So when it says it is the erva of your father, you should so that seems to be saying that you are that he's only chayav for the wife of his father, but not for the relationship with his mother. So if you're saying imcha he tells you only for the mother, then why not say erva savicha, who that tells you only the wife of the father? In order to have conflicting things. Ela imo he ages of his koy hakol b'mayit like koy hakol b'mayit law. So he says, but here's the problem. So you're going to end up with a drasha as follows. That one drasha tells you you're only chayav for your mother, but not for your father's wife. And the other one says you're only chayav for your father's wife, but not for your mother. So we could say, okay, those are each saying one case. One is talking where he was married, and one was talking where he wasn't married. So right? So there's one was wedlock, one was legitimately married. So you're covering both cases. But the problem is, if you have these conflicting limudim, what happens in the case where it is his mother and it's the wife of his father? So we're going to end up in a case. Hasta imo she'eno eses aviv. I'm sorry. So he says. Hasta imo she'eno eses aviv. If it's his mother who's not, meaning he was born out of wedlock, and it's not the wife of his father, Machias, Eses aviv she'eno imo, or it's the wife of his father who's not his mother, also Machias. But imo, in the case of his mother, shehi eses aviv, that's also married to his father, lo Machias klal. Then he wouldn't be chayav at all. So that's a bizarre result. So if you have one pasuk that tells you when it's
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. May I please share my project with everyone? Right now I've got coffee. What did you say, Chuggett? No, I don't generally drink. That means I'm smooth? No, I don't do that either. Baby, I'm perfect. What do you want me to do about it? I'm as close as they come.
Yes, bro, what's up? How do you Mbappe is right? I need Mbappe is right now. What do you think? Just, Rabbi, Rabbi, I'm good to you, Rabbi. Is Rabbi the one that wants to release this project?
100%.
Are you following the hosts, the co-hosts?
Of course, I'm following them, and I'm following everybody else that I can in this room. I've retweeted. Absolutely. Why don't you just look at my profile? No, man, absolutely. I reposted. I commented. I liked. I did everything. You tell me what else you want me to do.
I'll tell you what. You're gonna have to sing the Nigerian national anthem.
I don't know if I can do that, but I can name 10 Nigerian universities.
Okay, Dana, we can't fuck about it. Dana's gonna have to decide on that, my brother, if you know that.
All right, well, in place of it, can I name 10 Nigerian universities? Can you name 10 Nigerian universities?
Don't go It's very simple, you know. It's very, very simple. Once we got to the what do you think?
Target, I asked you a question. Can you name 10 Nigerian universities?
Yeah.
My man, I know you're telling tales out of school because there aren't millions of them. There aren't millions of Nigerian universities. There's a limited amount. I'm saying that I can name 10, at least 10 Nigerian universities. I want to know if you can. Yes, it does. I'll tell them to you right now. There's Fountain University, there's Mountaintop University, there's University of Joe's, there's University of Lagos, there's, just one moment, Crescent University, there's Hallmark University. If you want to count uniformed universities, then there's like the Police Academy and the Maritime Academy. There are a lot of universities in Nigeria. You should know this. It most certainly is not fake. You can go to the Wikipedia right now and see that these are real universities with real students. That doesn't matter. No, I haven't been to Nigeria before, but all I want to do is tell you about my project. Yes, there is. I'll tell you all about it. Just, just one moment. Yo, Aeon, I'll be with you in a second, my friend.
Olive wants to say something. Olive is raising her hand. Olive. Yeah, so when I wanted to talk, you can say, now I forgot to.
Everything's good, baby. So in the jumbotron, I put a list of all of the accredited universities of Nigeria. To my man who said there isn't a University of Lagos, there are 55,000 Nigerian people who would like to disagree with you who are currently enrolled. The school's been around since 1962. My point is this. This is a shill and chill. This isn't who knows the most about Nigeria. May I please share my project with you? No, that's absolutely not what I want. Guys, if you're going to allow people to shill and chill, let them do it. Don't quiz them on things. Yo, Aeon, how are you, big dog? Can you hear me? Aeon. Yo, GM. Hey,
GM, I can hear you now.
Hey, can you name 10 Nigerian universities?
10?
Yeah, 10.
10 American universities?
No, not 10 American universities, 10 Nigerian universities.
Okay, we have Ebonyi State University, which is located here in Ebonyi State. We have Anambra, which is called IPSU, Anambra State University. I'm calling federal universities.
That's okay, I know.
I am there's another university in Ndukwa Kibo. That is Funai Federal University. How many now?
I think you're at 4.
Okay, there is another university in Anambra called Chukwemeka Ojukwu University, Anambra State.
Okay, that's 5.
And then another university in sorry, let me remember the name. I can only mention 5.
That's okay. Okay, you ready for 10 right now?
Okay, and you talk about the University of Lagos, University of Imo State, USU, and University of Enugu, just their names.
Yeah, you just pick a city and you get the university. Okay, but that works. They just told me in his face that there isn't a university. So there are 55,000 enrolled. I don't know, do they not understand that Nigeria has some excellent universities? And I don't know. Anyway, what's your Shabbat? Shavuot.
Yeah, sorry, come again. I can't hear you clear.
How was your Shabbat?
Okay. Oh, Baruch Hashem, it went well.
Okay, excellent.
Excellent.
All right, so you've got a list of Linktree social media that you wanted to link, right?
Yeah.
All right, do you have a job currently?
No, the job I'm currently doing is not paying me physical cash. I'm just receiving tokens from their project.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Which I cannot swap, not until they go to mine.
That's not
So
a.
I'm just a moderator and also an influencer. So that's just the job I have now. It's not paying me. So if I see any other job that pay me more than what I'm getting, and of course I will stay locked in.
Okay. I sent you a list of recruiters, and let me make sure I did. Yeah. Okay, so I sent you a list of recruiters in Discord. Manpower Nigeria, Africa Work, Jobber. All right. Do you have a CV, a curriculum vitae, and a resume or a resume?
You asked me to prepare.
Yeah.
The one I did, I don't know which I will submit it. Should I submit it now?
Oh wait, did you make one?
Yes.
Okay, so you made.
Yes, but I don't think it's good.
Okay. So,
I'm trying to do it, but.
Okay, send it to me.
All right.
Just copy the text and send it to me. Aeon, can you hear me? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to download the file.
Okay.
Download it. I will send it once I'm done.
I don't want the file. I just want you to copy the text and send me the text.
You mean a text?
The text. So you just copy the text and then paste it to me in a message.
Okay, let me do that now.
Okay.
Can I send it over because they're saying my message is too lengthy here.
Yeah, you just copy half of it and send it, and then copy the other half and send it.
Okay. Yeah, so now I'm gonna take it now.
Yes, sir. Okay, here we go. Okay, we got your name. Web3 Community Moderator, Network Ambassador, Digital Operations Specialist. Okay, good with that. So you know that you're supposed to add your email, right?
Okay, let me send it now. So
No, don't send it now. But like, you would read through this before you send it.
Yeah.
Okay, and so then you'd add your phone.
Yeah.
And okay, so professional summary. Dedicated Web3 professional with hands-on. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just go through it. If I can use it, then I'll use it on my resume.
Okay. Dedicated Web3 professional with hands-on experience in community moderation, ambassador programs, and ecosystem growth across multiple blockchain networks. Skilled and maintained. Core skills: community moderation management, Discord, and Telegram. Okay. Professional experience: moderator, Cuba network. Okay. Moderator. Okay, when you say you're a moderator, I know what that means. But that's basically you just keep an eye on given telegrams or discords or whatever and make sure nobody posts anything inappropriate, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I manage the community.
Okay. So then at the very bottom, you would want to put your education. Add your highest qualifications here. Example. So tools and platforms, that's fine. Availability open to weekly paying rules. Okay. I mean, so it's good, but you've got to fill in.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you've got to fill in the areas of like your email, your phone, your Telegram or Discord or whatever, and then your education. Okay, but so you want to make good money though, and like people don't pay well in moderation. That's not something that you can make a lot of money doing. What you can make more money doing is social media marketing, but you need the different social media accounts first. So what I would do, like let me put it this way: you could say that you're a community builder and an ambassador and a moderator and get paid. I don't know what you get paid for that, but let's just say in real life, $1 an hour, or you're not even going to make that. You'd make maybe a week, $10 a week, or you could be a social media marketer and make $50 a week. There's just more people who need that type of assistance. So you've got the list of everything for Linktree, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so create those accounts. And then what we can do is look it over. We can build them out. Once they're good, we can say that you're a social media marketer. And that's going to be an easier job for you to get compensation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you want to do, Aon, is did you create your link tree yet?
Yeah, I created those accounts already. I created some of the accounts. Yeah, I'm just left with 3 or 4.
You only have 3 or 4 left to do?
Yeah.
Okay. That's great. Okay, so what's your link tree? Just tell me what your username is.
Aon.
AON?
Yeah.
Then what?
Can you see it?
Did you send it to me?
Let me open the app. Let me copy the link.
That's okay. Do you have tefillin?
My friend, I don't have.
Okay.
Definitely, right?
Okay.
But I have Sido.
Okay, you have a sitter? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Do you know people with tefillin?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know someone I can also buy from.
Well, you want to be careful about that because you don't necessarily know if they're kosher.
Yeah.
And at least in the
That's why I've not got it.
And at least in the United States, they're very expensive.
Exactly.
So you'd want to have a qualified rabbi ensure that they're kosher. So don't go buying anything because it's not necessarily in your best interest right now. Okay. I was just curious. Okay, excellent. All right, so I'm going to your link tree. Okay. So there's nothing linked to it yet. You know that, right?
Yeah, I just created the account.
Oh, you just created
yesterday.
Okay, that's fine. But so
I'm waiting to have all the account created so that I'll link it once.
Okay, that's okay. But you could, once you create each account, just link it and then you build it out.
All right, since we are here now, I am on the menu. Where can I click to link for the account? Is it setting?
What are you asking?
I am on the link tree now. The link tree app. I want to start linking the account I already created.
Okay.
I'm asking how do I go about it? Where can I click to link it? Because I see on my link tree.
Yeah, no, I understand. Are you on Android or iOS?
Android.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a video.
Okay.
And just watch it, and it should teach you how to do it on an Android device because I don't have mine's on an iOS device. So I'm gonna send you text of how to do it, and if that doesn't make sense to you, I'll send you a video as well. And okay, so I sent you the text of how to do it, and then I just sent you a video of how to do it. So I would, if you have the opportunity, look at both of the links that I sent you, and then you want to create that list of social media that I gave you and start linking it. And once you're done with that, and we put some content on it, then we'll redo your resume. And instead of being a community manager, we're going to make sure that you're a social media marketer, and you can get paid more money for that.
Okay. Alright.
All right, so
Thank you so much.
absolutely. So check out the links that I sent you. Check out the video that I sent you, and then if you have questions, come back in here,
Yeah.
and I'll answer them. Okay.
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 Alright.
Excellent. Your name though, Aeon3.
Yeah. For that.
That's a really nice short name. So if you can keep that going,
Yeah, Aeon is just the name is just an initial of my father's name, my own name, and my grandfather's name.
Okay,
That
excellent.
is Afoma Obiola and Omopoku. So I just took out the initials. It gave me Aeon.
Excellent. That's great. So you're good.
I know when I add my English name, it's Gayon. If I'm to take from Gerard, then I got Gayon. So
Okay.
just went to me anyways. But
I'm just saying that it's short and it's a good link to have. It's 4 letters, so or 4 characters. Okay, so check out the links that I sent, and if you have questions, come back to me. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, Big Dog.
Yeah. Godzilla's and the tribe wishes her the well, and we pray and we hope that the interview goes amazing, and she opens up new opportunities that she never expected before. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Definitely appreciate that. Also, effectively on Thursday, I want to send you the products and basically everybody there is a 10-year veteran in their industry. People from the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, Chasa, Yanda are attending the New York City office, obviously, and Wall Street gurus, managing directors, which, are pretty high level in the banking industry. So I would love to meet you there. I'll say the promo again, and hopefully we can see each other on Thursday. Absolutely. Feel free to share the details, and then I'll hit you up on the back channels. And yeah, man, appreciate you. And I believe I have your number from previous conversations. So yeah, for sure, man. Done. That's so nice. I love when the community gets together and we have these conversations. Let me go over to my co-host. Let me start with Web3 Artist Award. How are you today? Yanda, good morning, everyone. I'm doing well. How is everyone? I am doing well. Can't complain. Doing amazing. Very good. What's new, Lucas? What's new? Well, I believe that we're now in the judging phase of the awards, and I can post a link to that in the Jumbotron if that's all right. Yeah, that's good. And I've sent out, my judges are sending me screenshots. They're posting it here on X. So I've had probably 4 or 5 judges already go through. So pretty exciting for the Web3 Artist Awards. And so in the judging, the Web3 Artist Awards, everybody, this is a way to give back to artists, to celebrate the beauty of what's created, whether it's spoken, whether it's the AI Film Festival, whether it's Canvas, spoken work, and so many more categories. So this is the time that now you get to vote for these individuals. Like, I have people in other award opportunities around the world, and they're like sending me their links like, hey, can you vote for me? Can you vote for me? I'm like, I'm excited for them. Can y'all vote for this one over here as well? This award ceremony. So it is taking place on, refresh my memory, Lucas, I believe it's the 12th and the 13th. Yes, and I do not know the time. Do you? I thought we were looking at that 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That was the sweet spot for us last year. So, but don't quote me on that yet. But I want to say it's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next week. And I don't know if we set the space for it yet. But did we set the space? No. I don't think we have. If we have, it's because Blue has done it. But I can look. Yeah, check it out and see if it's already there for the Web3 Artist Awards. I know we're still looking for a few more speakers, a few more entertainers. So if anybody wants to be a part of the Web3 Artist Awards, this is the second year. Then certainly we embrace you being a part of it. So let's go over to our second co-host. Hey there, Spo, what's going on? Hey, good morning, Yanda. Good morning, everyone. Doing well here. Just chilling, waiting for to get the kids up to slow so to make some moves. That's about it. Hey, Spoon, do you have those slits that the kids can slide through? Man, those are some amazing times. I think it's contraption. I don't know what it is. It's circle things, and, things you can stand on. About close to our house across the street is there's a park, and there's a place where we can slide down. So that's what they're waiting for. So we're gonna be hitting that here probably in about a couple hours or something like that. That sounds
That's fun. Yanda, do you remember doing that? Man, just the fact that I hear other people doing it, like, it's amazing because now you can feel the vibes from before. But if you hadn't been in this space, nobody would know. That's when we'll talk about it.
Do I remember it? Absolutely. It's near and dear to my heart. I don't think I would try it at this age, however. I'm glad you said the kids. Thank goodness. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Let's head over and say hi to our friend who has been patiently waiting. Is it Rabbi? Robbie?
It's Rabbi. How are you? Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my project with everybody?
Oh, please, Rabbi.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams are archived on the internet. They go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential individual. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person. I have more content than any person. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Shark program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I'll follow you back. Send me a DM. I'd be happy to respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive part of your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
I'm taking that in, Rabbi.
It's a lot, I know, Yanda.
I am so honored to have you. Like, wow, world peace, like solving some of humanity's big obstacles. You're overcoming it, and you don't mind sharing with the world. They get an opportunity. You talked about living in a glass house. You are living, you are streaming. Now, do you leave the house at all?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
Now, when you do leave the house, by way do you like drive? So you have cameras in the house? Do you like ride a bike and you have cameras on the bike? Tell me about that process.
Absolutely. It gets difficult, as you can imagine, because there's a lot of multitasking. So I have um, basically front and reverse cameras that archive what I'm doing while in the car. Additionally, I use different data plans. I've used as many as 4 different iPhones simultaneously to be able to stream IRL. So basically, people can ride alongside me and through all of my journeys through the freeways of Southern California and to places like Santa Monica Pier, the Queen Mary, certainly the Coliseum, and uh, that is really fun, but I don't always get an opportunity to connect with people that way because when you are driving and you've got all these, streams going and such, you don't, it's not safe to be interacting with your phone. So basically, what I do is I have like suction cups and I have holders and I start the streams and then I just let them archive themselves. So it's easiest for me to be able to interact with people, particularly IRL, or I shouldn't say IRL, but directly in my Discord and also on X Spaces. But when I do that, I don't do it IRL. It's really too much to do, too much to multitask, and isn't really safe. So more recently, I have been promoting myself in X Spaces, which has kept me basically live streaming my life from desktop streams, and that allows me to be able to connect with people in my Discord as well. So I get people from all over the world every single day who come visit me in Discord. I get people who actually live alongside me 24 hours a day. I've got a community of people who just like that I'm doing this and they want to help promote it. And then I get people who just want to come in and sleep. I get people who play games, we watch movies, we watch documentaries. Really, I do my best to be as accessible to the world as possible. And that's just in my Discord. I'm live in about 12 other Discords as well, um, where I give people a portal into my life. And Yonda, you absolutely understand it. It is essentially a glass house in which I allow people to observe my every waking hour and my my every sleeping hour as well, because I sleep on stream as well.
Rabbi, we are so fortunate to have you here, and I want to say thank you. And now I have to follow you on YouTube, and then hopefully I'll be able to chat with you. So congratulations on the job well done. The last question I have for you is you've been doing this for 4 years, and I don't want to hold up the mic, everybody. I just want to understand what made you say I'm going to stream my week.
Excellent question, Yonda. I am someone who never thought they would do this. In addition to being a rabbi, I am a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and it was during the pandemic when my job went remote. And so I went from never being on camera and being quite social media shy, to be honest with you, to being on camera for 4 to 8 hours a day, sometimes as many as 12 hours a day. And my anxiety of being on camera was lessened. And after work, because many activities were closed and my community wasn't necessarily meeting in our normal way due to some of the protocols, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and hit golf balls at the driving range. And I made this a routine throughout the pandemic. And one day I wanted to view my golf swing on camera. And so I started to stream, I shouldn't say stream, I just started to record my golf swing on camera. And I would make some, shots that weren't as good as some of the others. And I'd make jokes to myself on the camera. And I thought, some of this is really cute. It's funny. And God willing, someday I'll have a family. And if and when I do, I'd want them to know what their dear old dad was like before they were even a gleam in my eye. And so after work, I would upload my streams, and after playing golf, I'd upload my streams, my recordings to my Google Cloud um, account, and it was taking me a long time to do. Basically, I would just, if you know how data works and upload speeds, you can get throttled if you do it too much, et cetera, et cetera. And I thought, there's got to be a better way to do this. And after doing a little search, I just recognized that the best way to probably do this is to live stream it. And if I'm going to do that, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it. And so I bought like 10 different laptops and computers and another 23 or so handheld devices and tablets and such. And I put them around myself in 360 degrees and um, just basically took the plunge and became a YouTuber. Created my first YouTube account in the fall of 2021, and so that's more than 4 years ago. And as they say, the rest is history. And you can view my life in all these different cameras, including a ceiling camera, as I say, or 360 degrees, in the link in my profile. And if you ever want to connect with me, join my Discord. I'm available 24 hours a day. So long as I'm awake, I will help you. And this has given me a really great opportunity, not just to share my life with the world, but what I'm also doing is archiving human history. And that to me is very important. I keep a radio going 24 hours a day in the background so people can go to any moment of any day of my life, essentially for the last 4 years, and know not just what I was doing, but what was going on in human events. Maybe a few generations ago, I would have been a diarist or someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But I just use cameras to do it. And I feel like I'm capturing a really amazing story. Not only was I able to capture the pandemic and all the other historic events about which I speak, but additionally, I have an archive of the world prior to the influence of large language models, essentially AI. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022. I was a user when it launched November 30th, 2022, and we've seen the ways in which AI has changed our lives over the course of the last few years. And I think that'll be really interesting to the people of the future to be able to study this. So I really archive my way and archive my life in as many different ways as possible, for the hope that in the future it will be studied and people will have an accurate record of what life was like post pandemic.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. Just fantastic. So I now understand your why and what led you here. Fantastic. And welcome to your new community, Chicken. We would love to have you. Make sure you join the community. We're thankful. Let's head over. I think William was here. And then I think it was Mike. Then Reese. No, it was Wick. Then Hi, William.
$1 million hour. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm just hanging out with the family. My fiance just woke up. My son's awake. All my cats and dogs are in one room. It's fabulous.
Well, that's fantastic. What's new in your world?
I recently signed a 7-figure contract for 11 years, but other than that, just been grinding away, trying to make education free and available for everybody. Recently, I was displayed at the Art Basel through the Upland Duck Society, and apparently the mayor really liked what's going on, and words were exchanged with Scrooge at the Upland Ducks about potentially getting something built for the school system. So, might be stepping in the right direction for Web3, and it's definitely a step in the right direction for my pocket. From zero to hero. I'm loving this 2026 vibe.
That's fantastic. Good. You're making a new contract.
Thank you. A lot of people always say that they give up right before it gets good, and it's almost to that point too. It's not a guarantee. Like the money's not in my account yet, so it's not real. But the paperwork signed, it's all legal and it's all binding. But it's just the point of like 6 years of building portfolio in the form of being a building for everyone else. And it's just it finally came to a pass that I was chosen by name.
Shout to Yonda. What a nice lady. Very professional.
When it's only mother, but not wife of father, and only wife of father but not mother, each of those cases is chayav. But a case where it says mother and the wife, you're not chayav, so that can't be. So it must be that imchahi and eretz avichahu are not the reason to do it. And there's a second question: moreover, if you're learning it from Imcha, that kind of drasha, what are the Rabbanon who argue in Rabbi Yehuda? Why wouldn't they use it? Ella, Ahumi violated the Shisha break Rabbi Yehuda Namya, who violated the Shisha break Rabbi Yehuda. The tomorrow maybe we'll see what the halacha is of the Shisha break Rabbi Yehuda and talk about whether how you know an omesh for someone who has a relationship with his mother. But in any event, so we're going to say, what would the Rabbanon do with Imcha? They must use it for that limud. If Yehuda needs it for that limud also. So we have a double question on Abaya's answer about how we know it. So we're going to say, no, it's not that. So it says as follows, that the pasuk says by his mother, Erva Tavicha Erva Kimcha Lo Tagala, you should uncover the Erva of your mother, Kimcha, you is your mother, Lo Tagala Erva Sa, you should not uncover her Erva. What does it tell you? It tells you that when the pasuk comes to tell you that you can be trying to have a relationship with your mother, Erva Sa, her Erva singular, tells you that you can only be chayav for one Isser, and therefore you're chayav on the Isser of mother, but not wife of father, because only one erva is allowed. The Gemara says, if that's true, erva sa is singular, tells you you can only be chayav for one erva. I have a problem with our Mishnah. But erva kalas lo segala, eshes bin kahi lo segala. The pasuk by daughter-in-law says you should not uncover the erva of your daughter-in-law. She's the wife of your son. You should not cover erva sa, her erva in the singular. So according to your limit, you should say that she can only be chayav for one erva, not two, right? But what's the problem with that? Now we learned in our Mishnah, someone who comes on his daughter-in-law, he's chayav for his daughter-in-law, and for the wife of his son. So what do you see? You see that a man who comes on his daughter-in-law is chayav two ervas, even though it says erva there's singular. So it must be that this limit is not good. The Lord Rabbi Yehuda, you didn't see Rabbi Yehuda come and argue there and say, no, he's only chayav for his daughter-in-law, but not HSD because he's written erva. Ella, how would you explain the word erva in the case of daughter-in-law? Kigon the Kad Kufa, who I forgot to trade Surah Ninu, Siv erva. The reason it wrote erva singular, because we're talking about one person. We might be talking about two Surahs, but at the end of the day, erva, it is her erva. Meaning because it's only one person. So Hakanami, therefore, here too, you can't learn from Erva Shah, because we're going to say that the reason it's written Erva Shah, even the Kashifo, I forgot to say Surah, and it'll shift Erva Shah. Because you're going to say the reason it's written is because it's written Erva Shah is just because it's a singular person with two Surahs. So I think we're going to stop here because the next part is a little more complicated. I tried studying we had our technical difficulties, so I'll send around the WhatsApp. We'll probably start a few minutes early tomorrow because it'll take a couple minutes to explain, and then I'll let you know what time we're starting.
Podcasts are very funny. Yeah, no, I actually agree with that. He's very good on TV
All right, so let's say good morning, everyone. Give my take overpower responses for this morning should take. Our Talmud response report, Kafshin Hey Hey, our annual Talmud response to Tolkien Shkach of our stuff for dedicating all the Shuman Russell's this year. As he's Chus, and Soros goes for all the Talmud songs. Our only sponsors for today, Ralph and Karen Gold, formerly of Baltimore, now Lakewood, New Jersey, in memory of Bob's father, Bruce Gold, is formerly Rabbi of the American Bar Talmud Torah. The show will have an aliyah, the family in the Talmud, Shvizio Fener, Hashem, Kisim, Rabis, and more of our hostages. This Shabbos and Merit Hashem in the coming days, and our holy soldiers should be successful in all of Maaseh. Once we're back to us, today's daf is 1 day 52. We are picking up on the Talmud days 51b. 51b. Did we get up to Rabbi Akiva over? So now, okay, good. So it says the Gemara says, so now the sun is again. Let's pick up 2, 4, 6, 8, about 2 lines up from the 40 bits wide. Remember again, still steeped in the conversation regarding straightforward. And we'll get straightforward. The interesting idea is that the word now is challenging is hello. So now the Ram Misas is Torah. Shem Arbasis and Lo Tash for some of Nasas La'okiv, the Lo La'akol Shol, Divrei Rabbi Shmuel. I ended up with so I love the nice again. The Gemara says like this, Rabbi Shmuel understands, and this is the convention of the and halach l'maisa unique in a sreifa for a bas kohen is only a human part. It doesn't apply to her confidence in pride, nor does it apply to the Zoom. Now again, remember, everyone is going to get death penalty, right? So in other words, the man who commits adultery is also going to get a death penalty. The witnesses will also get a reciprocal death penalty. So they do not get her unique safeguards for her and her own. Such a high standard that even if she commits an act of immorality as a single, maybe she's going to be subject to this. We saw this already yesterday. So it says here at the it says in the previous context it says over here Aviyah by the case of Baskoi. It says Aviyah in the context of it says I'm sorry, it says in both how a lot of Christians think about after immorality, where there is an element of marriage, so too again Allah as we were talking about with this element of Shmuel. He Mal'alon Na'ala Biyarusa after Na'ala Biyarusa. First one line of us in Lamma I was the case. Maybe we see just like the Lord says that she's Na'ala and she's a Rusa. So too over here, the second one should also be only applying if she's a Na'ala and she's a Rusa. I'm going to be keeping Shmalachi Bas Ubas and It's interesting enough, so if you back to 12, the pasuk could have just said Bas, but it says Ubas, the Bob. That Bob is usually a ribui, and Bob comes to include. So what is it going to do? So although the pasuk is talking about the Nara, who is Nara, the extra Bob comes in that includes all pieces of a married Bas. So the Gemara says, Amalei, the people of Nisha Adadori should listen to so Rabbi Shmuel, in fact, Rabbi Akiva. And he said like this. It says, interestingly enough, the second one like English and Doric Bas Ubas. Notice you Sreifa, Sushkaya, Yidarshan, Ubas, Yidarshan above. The first one he says that's the correct letter. So because Yidarshan an extra above, therefore we're going to take this one out for Sreifa. Again, of us, I just want to be clear. Remember, no one's disagreeing on the fact that there is death penalty for adultery. Remember again, what's the disagreement over here? What's the death penalty? So the Gemara says, in Mashma lahadis ha'asua, maybe it's ha'pnuya. In Mashma lahotzi es ha'pnuya, hotzi es ha'asua. The Gemara says like this, if we're going to darshan it, to include an asua, then by definition also include a pnuya. Right? It includes all types of basketball in which are married. The Mashma lahotzi es ha'pnuya, if you're going to exclude a single girl, hotzi es ha'asua. In fact, you should exclude the hotzi es ha'asua. That is two bodies in even 65. Shabbat will help to exclude a Buddha, that single girl, single bas not subject to any Shabbat. And ultimately, you're going to be false, said bas coin. Why does he say bas? What does he do with the extra love? Let's be honest. I'm not talking like this. Very interesting. I'm not talking the same way. The Torah makes it distinctly that Kohanim have no Kohanim. It's a book called Blemish and Unblemished Kohanim. It's a distinction that Allah makes a point is about more. It's not going to be that way. There's a distinction between Blemish and Unblemished Kohanim. I'm not a Kohanim. And that's applies to the class story, which is correct. Maybe the din of class story specifically, the din of straight from by a class story. Only applies to the where does Rabbi Akiva learn this out from? Rabbi Akiva made the hem makridim b'ayu kodesh. Rabbi Akiva says, learn from the pasuk, the hem makridim, they will offer the that the sanctity of the Yochai is fundamentally covered to his unblemished states. But that's only because that by Yochai is but by us, because there is no element of therefore, again, her status is independent of whether incredible. Maybe Shlomo say, "Imiyahi, halamina halamina inu haval b'no seyando." So from that, I'm not talking maybe the only people who have Kohen status for themselves, maybe their brothers don't have at all. How much for long? What does it mean when the pasuk says that she feeds the father? What does that mean? This is incredible. Shem hayu nogin bo kodesh, nogin bo chol. The pasuk is actually telling us how to relate to the father of the bas kol. So remember, I was just figure this out. I used to use Rothschild. Rothschild is whatever. I used to use a short name. She Rothschild is the daughter of Rothschild means sculptures. The pasuk says through Rothschild's adultery, what does it mean? Father's status changes as a result of the home. So, for example, the Lord says, "How you both know again, you're going to treat him in a more, in a more exalted way, right? In a holy way. You just don't know you treat him in a more mundane way. Covet, you're not only giving covet, no one can hold the sight. You're treating disparaging. The idea is that husband is never behavior. Father, yes, he's still a cult. And he's still a cult. And he's still doing a whole bunch. Strip of covet. You don't give him covet. Why is that? The Lord says, you say, person is the person. There becomes such a child. Or that person is the person who raised such a child. Or she person is the person who will be again such a person who is the transition. This is worth fundamental. Rabashi. You might bring a Shia about it, Shia about me and you. So I say, Rabashi says, this is important to say. The person is a Russia, call them a Russia, the son of a Russia, even though their parents may be a son. Even though they really may be a Russia, so who is that? Command by God. This is a factual discussion. Is that it is parental certain actions and decisions. And therefore, again, Rothschild ignored it commits adultery. They say, clearly there's something fundamentally flawed in the child. There's something fundamentally flawed in the home which is the child. Because for a child to make these type of lifestyle decisions means that obviously, again, he did something wrong. He did something wrong. And you know, says earlier, that's what it is. This has a impact on the heart. So their father, you know, this is the child. Person is the person who raised the child. So I say, so oh my God, it's fascinating. Parents want to point out that things that sound themselves in. There is such a fundamental machlokas about the liability or responsibility of parents for how their children turn out. And you see very different competing motifs in Chazal. And again, you know this as parents. There are times that parents do every single thing right. Yet, my kid makes their own decisions. Children become adults, and adults make their own decisions. And the parent might have done every single thing, every single thing they're supposed to do, and the kid is still going to make their own decisions. But, on the other hand, it is also quite possible that the decisions that children make are absolutely in the upbringing values, on the back of values, and that's a difficult thing to swallow, because says, something that's bent, something that we made straight. That's what it says. So the Gemara says, what person is like that the object of the open terminal are really complex. Whenever I do one, I can always fix. What do you say is bent? The Gemara says, Zesha only demands it. First of all, demands it. So I was going to say this Gemara literally. What is the Gemara literally? Which is, what is Zesha only demands it? So a person has an illicit relationship, the result of that illicit union is a non-zero. No matter how bad you feel for what you did, right? No matter how much children you do, you can't what? You can't what? You can't undo it. The non-zero is there. I'll tell you, it's like sometimes such for a non-zero. But it's also sometimes the other things you can't undo is the way you raise your children. And the thing is, influences you allow in your home, things you allow your children to do, don't allow your children to do. That, you can't undo things. And it's one of the hardest parts because often we learn to be a parent on the job. And then when you realize my mistakes afterwards. So what you're saying is like after I've created the monster. Like in other words, again, I'm not calling out that, but sort of says that like after I made some mistakes, and then I realized I didn't make some mistakes. And the incredible part is you can't undo it. You can't. Clinic is one of those things where a lot of times, and again, I could go back open and honest conversation with my kids and see, I was trying to tell you, those things that I did, they weren't right. They weren't right, and I want to be clear that they weren't right. But no matter how much I'm looking to my kids that they weren't right, I've created the nonsense. I've created the flood field. I've created the flood paradigm in the home, and I can't walk it back. So there's this fast, so again, on one hand, there's this idea that a parent can do everything right and the child still makes their own decisions. Who says that Ruffles' action reflects on her father, Aaron Cohen? But again, there's also a question Chazal that says no. What a child does and how a child behaves and how a child leads his life is a direct reflection of the chinuch that he or she has received in the home growing up. Which is right. They're both right. There are elements of both of this, which is why, again, the chinuch we give our children, the example we set for our children, the behaviors we model for our children, the homes we create for our children, the lifestyles we create for our children, everything goes into the chinuch. And again, if it's good, great. But if it's flawed, if it's telling us, we, the parent, are responsible. Incredible. So the Zoom is on its own. It was the night time of the place in on its own. Why did the mitzvah end off? Right? The mitzvah ended off by saying, this is the mitzvah of skila. So why does the mitzvah end off this way? Mishum Ketana, Nigmar Hadin, Motzian Oso L'Sakno. Because remember again, what did we say before? So for that if Allah L'maisi liable to skila, you take him out to skila. Base skila hayav is the previous mitzvah. Not the last mitzvah. Base skila hayav is what they come out. But I did the kabbalah in the mitzvah had a strapping, and another mitzvah had a strapping. Even though we spoke about Arba but it was really following on the heels of the skila, right? So therefore, we had skila, then it went to Arba Misos, and then it wanted to close out the discussion of skila. And that's why the Mishnah ends up by saying, Zu mitzvahs haniskalin. That's the end of the skila discussion. And I want to say, now we begin the Sreifa. Here we go. Mishnah. Mitzvahs haniskalin. This is pretty wild stuff. So what is Sreifa? What is Sreifa? Now I want to say, I was going to point out, just start before we go on. Hello for the nice, and that's the nicest, right? What are we doing with Bas Cohen? So I'm not asking you, not supposed to see the idea of Allah Gimel. Bas Cohen is inside. She is ish. Beisha Haya Baila Cohen, Beisha Haya Yisrael, Bakiba Haya Baila Mamzer, on Nasi, or some Hadilavin, or in Zeus is Sreifa. So the halacha is the Bas Cohen, whether she's in Arisa or she's in a Surah. Whether she writes a coin, maybe, Yisrael, Mamzer, Yisim, Mishki, Givoni, whatever it is, right? So that's it. Has to do. Right? So the nice again, her judgment for adultery is Sreifa. However, U'Po'ala, the Chanek, right? But yeah, I was saying, but Allah is the man who's in this adultery, and by extension, also Rabbi doesn't say it over here, but ultimately again, but he can zoom as well, will get Chanek. Chanek strangulation is the normal punishment for adultery. So the only person who gets this new punishment for adultery is the Bas Kohen herself, whatever you know, but everyone else, about Chanek. Good, that's the Rabbi. Mishnah, Mrs. Hanashrafi. They say, how do we administer the punishment of Sreifa? Are you mashkin also? The Zeba ad also. So we go ahead and we immerse him in manure up until his thighs. We immerse him in manure. Now, what's that? So Rashi says over here, mashkin also. He's happy. The people have silab from the person. We're going to see if we need to keep him immobilized. So the way we keep him immobilized and he can't move around is we put him in manure up until his legs, up until his thighs. Now we keep him immobilized. We know since the kasha so halakha, and we take a soft rope. I should say we take a rough rope and we put it inside of the soft rope. So essentially we take a rough rope and then again on the inside of that rope is a soft rope. So the soft rope is going to go around the neck of the guilty party. So we call it al savara and we wrap it around his neck. So this is just the next, let's say that's from Ruvain is Kais Reva. Step 1, put him in the north to his knees, immobilized. Step 2, take a 2-spine rope. The outside rope is the coarse rope, the inside rope is the soft rope. Turn that around his neck. 2 people stand on either side of Ruvain, each one holding an end of the rope. And what happens? Zemotion Exlo, each one holds the rope towards him until one of the adults is pitched. Until Ruvain is forced to open his mouth. Right? So the act of pulling the rope will force him to open his mouth. So as soon as this expression means we ignite the wick. The circle is so thin, and we throw it down his throat. So straight part, interestingly enough, is like a burning of the state of the person. That's not what it is. The way you see it is pulling of molten lead down the throat. That's the so of course, he's immobilized, force his mouth open, and we pour the molten lead. Close it up. We'll see a wick. We'll see why he closed things. These are from soft bit. You're right, that's the soft layer. throws them down into his Jewish goods. The Chomeres has been in there, but essentially he is killed from the inside. Like his insides are incinerated, like he's incinerated internally. It says, after who missed the Adam Lahayim Hashem Bo Misasway, that means there's the problem. The problem is not the straight right? But the problem over here he says is you're trying to administer the straight off, but you may end up what? You may end up strangling the guy. Right? Which by the way is a different mitzvah, right? It's chenek. So the problem is if somebody is chayiv straight off and you end up giving him chenek, isn't that problematic? So what should you do? So you first of all, we take tongues and we pry his mouth open. Pry his mouth open. We mother is hafsila, we dark to the sofid, yoredes was sofmeah, bichomeres as benedea. Rather, what do? We use tongues. Now, obviously, somehow they must be immobilizing the whole stuff. Right? Because you're kind of mobilizing it. Rather than move in the whole thing. Remember again, the issue is the open leg used to go down his throat. Doesn't go down his throat, so it's going to burn him on the outside, and that's not straight up. Straight up is internal incineration. But yeah, Rabbi Huda says you can't do the rope thing because you risk strangulation, so instead force his mouth open with tongues. I'm Rabbi Elazar, but myself last coin achos, the zinsa, the kiflach habiles mules. Rabbi Elazar ben Zalek said one time, he was a last coin, he committed adultery, and therefore got straight up. And what did they do? They surrounded him with branches, this are too hot, and they burnt him. So the laws of themselves is the same thing he did with the didn't straight off. The didn't straight off ultimately eventually actually burning someone. To which the Gemara says, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. Now you're listening. Now remember again, it's a mistake in the manner of execution. It may not be a mistake in the execution itself. But the point that we're thinking is that was a misunderstanding of what Sreifa was. Said to you, I see that. First of all, what does it mean when it's a wick? Was it a wick? Of lead. But actually points out over here. What they would do. Sorry, Mr. points out what they would do is they would take like a long piece of lead, and they would mold it, and they would melt it down. So they call it a psila because it was long. It resembled the lead. Okay, Manova. So first of all, what do you know? This is a little bit mind blowing. But again, how do you know that Sreifa means internal incineration? Where does that come from? So what's like, this is quite interesting. Gemara asks Sreifa from the Aris Korach. Make it zero. Shabbat Sreifa from Korach into the sun. Remember again, Korach means rebellion against Moshe Rabbeinu. And again, his assembly. Some of them were swallowed up by the earth, and some of them were incinerated. Look at Rashi. Rashi asks Sreifa. Ksiv Hava be'eshti sarei. Ksiv Hasam Asheri Krivu Hasrufim. Remember again, part of what happened with Korach was that a bunch of people brought Ketores. The people who brought Ketores, remember, everybody's jockeying for the position of Kohen Gadol. So whoever brought the Ketores was incinerated. Was killed by Sreifa. So again, a large number of followers were swallowed up by the earth. Others who brought the Ketores were incinerated. So the Gemara says, it says Sreifa over here, it says Sreifa by Korach. So the Gemara says, just like by Korach. So again, they were killed by internal incineration. Fire went into their body, killed them internally, but their bodies were still intact. So too over here, the way Sreifa is done is internal incineration, but the body remains intact. Okay, so that's the first thing, kind of combo. Rabbi Elazar Amar asked Sreifa from Aaron. Then we learn Sreifa from Nadav and Avihu. Nadav and Avihu, remember again, also went ahead with whatever they did, like we know exactly what they did, but whatever they did was unsanctioned service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and they were killed. So the Gemara says, they are just like by Nadav and Avihu, fire incinerated them internally, but their bodies were intact. Afkan, Sreifas, the sum of this time. So to over here again. So to over here by Sreifa, so internally, ultimately again, we incinerate the person internally, but the body remains intact. So it's kind of much more. It's interesting. Everyone is agreeing on the concept that Sreifa is internal incineration. What's from a car? Tanakama says Korach, but the Elazar says Bnei Aaron. So Moshe Mandiel and Shadas Korach Minole. So here's what's interesting. How do you know? In other words, the Torah tells us that people offered up to the Torah to burn, but how do you know that it's this eternal incineration? The siv as machtos hachotim ha'ela benafsho sam. Sheneshmasham nisrafas beguf kayot. Okay, we darshan is mission benafsho sam. We darshan again that ultimately again internally. In other words, they were their nefesh, so to speak, their soul, which means just their internal life was snuffed out, but ultimately again their bodies were remained intact. The Edos, the other thing, he doesn't know anything he'll say, and he's straight up mamish. No, they were literally burned. My benafshosam. So what does it mean the pasuk says benafshosam? Shenischay b'shreifa iski nafshosam. That they were chayv shreifa ultimately again because of what they did, right? Because of iski nafshosam. It wasn't iski nafshosam. This is incredible. Gidei Shlakish. My dechsiv v'chanti la'agei ma'od karak alay shemimot. What does it mean? Let's look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, v'chanti la'agei ma'od b'charufas shalagimot ma'od she'achilam b'hishkan korach la'adasol u'nischabri imo. Because it's how do you know? Literally it means chanufa or chanifa is flattery. So literally the pasuk over here, where you are quoting from the v'chanti la'agei ma'od karak alay shemimot. Because of the flattery that Korach showed to his followers. He bared the he is a reference to Gehenna. Gehenna bared. How did Korach go ahead and onboard his followers? Food and drink. He put out a nice spread in his tent. I don't know, whatever. Shmulevitz and tapas, whatever he did in the desert, right? So you go ahead and he put out in the desert. And that's how he went onboarded his followers. So in other words, because what Hanifa does is sometimes Hanifa speaks to the soul. Right? In other words, everybody likes to feel good about themselves. So if somebody goes ahead and flatters me, even if it's not real, it still feels good. Because of the Chanufa, that Korach went ahead and it was dual flattery. He flattered them, they flattered him, and because of this, again, the Sar Shal Gehenna bared its teeth in a smile because Gehenna recognized it was going to get many more inhabitants. So according to the one who learned that Sreifa, the Sreifa is eternal incineration from the Aaron. Where did you know that from? It's by a Muslim Hashem. It was in the pasuk by Nazir ben Abiyu that they died before Hashem. That was a net, which is a Ki'in Nisa. It was like death. What does it mean like? It was like a normal death. What does it mean like a normal death? Right? What's a normal death? The body is intact, but the internal processes stop working. That's a normal death. When Nazir ben Abiyu died, they died before Hashem by a Musu, a regular Nisa, which means everything that happened to them was internal. But externally, everything remained the same. Everything was like, no, it's not true. Nadav and Avi were actually incinerated, fully incinerated. They're actually incinerated. So what does it mean by Amusu? It means that the incineration began internally and then spread externally. The Sanya, Rabbi Yossi ben Dostai Omer, another than Abiyu died. We're looking at, remember again, all the questions by another than Abiyu is by Hashem, by Amusu. They came before Hashem, they came too close. But again, remember, the whole point is exactly what it is that they did. So for our purposes now, the fraction is almost irrelevant. What matters is that they died and how they died. Now the Gemara says, how did they die? Two little again, two pillars of fire. Emerged from the whole vehicle. This is the stunt. The next look will the arbor split into four. The nickness who shine the Pokemon shows that, shine the Pokemon shows that. Two pillars of fire went into the nose of Nagav, two into the nose of Abiyu, the Sarfa, and burnt them. The Gemara says, that's how they died. So in other words, the Gemara suggesting again, so the incineration began internally. Now, at least according to the other opinions, they went ahead and spread externally. I've also said, Shatofal Osam, because it says it consumed them. Osam below the day. It consumed them, but not their clothing. Even according to the opinion that says, none of them fully incinerated, only them, and not their clothing. Incredible. So we'll say, so therefore, again, what we emerge with over here is the good news is everyone is What does everyone mean about? Then halacha is sleifa. Sleifa is internal incineration. Right? That's the process outlined. Where do we learn from? Machlokas. Someone from Torah. Where are they in Torah? One is in the okay, commercial I have a nailed you part in kind of stuff. So why not learn it out from Kabbalas? From Parman Stocking. So the Gemara says, we have like a paradise stick. We burn Kabbalas, if you burn Kabbalas, we see that Parman Stocking. Remember, currently, whenever we come about Parim, it's the Par Helam David Shal Par Coin Mashiach. These are generally like sin offerings, like which are fully consumed. We want to learn out from Parman Stocking. Mala long Shifa Manish, Afghan Shifa Manish. So like Parman Stocking, again, it's total incineration. Total incineration. The Stavra is interesting. The Stavra may Adam Havilay Love, Shikin Adam Chodei, the Shama Pickle. Because most it makes more sense to learn out to do a Srifa by people from Adam. Why? Because again, if you learn from Adam, you have 4 elements. Number 1, Adam, you multiply people. Number 1, the most multiple day by sinners. Number 3, there's an element of the Shama, right? The Kali of the Shama. And number 4, you're not subject to people. Okay, other rabbis see the opposite. The Parman of Satan, don't enough Parman of Satan. Why? She can makshir l'dolos. Because ultimately, again, Harim, like we have over here, is a makshir l'dolos. Ultimately, again, tell us what Rashi. Actually, makshir is almost very close to Rashi. Makshir, Seifa is based in makshir, action, mitzvah, halacha. Remember again, the action of Seifa, the base of the death penalty, is what we call a makshir. It's a preparatory act. In other words, it cleanses a person. The same Parman of Shachar. So to ultimately, the same Parman of Shachar. Allah, Seifa, the Hani, Lasi, the Adamu, should come to have mitzvah, halacha. But the Seifa by Torah, Seifa by Nebuchadnezzar, you're not carried out by these. You're carried out by Kodesh Baruch Hu, which the Gemara says, there are still more comparisons to Seifa Beis Din, to other cases of people dying than to Purim. Man Yolas Me'adas Korah, my Kamal Yolas Me'adas Korah. So the one who learns out from Adas Korah, why doesn't he learn it out from Bnei Aaron? Who Seifa B'nai? He will say that Bnei Aaron will actually fully incinerated. Fully incinerated. Bnei left Bnei. So okay, so if you want to think that Bnei Aaron are fully incinerated, so why not just out of the paradigm? Say that just like none of the idea of fully incinerated, you have to watch. Seifa means complete incineration. Rav Nachman, Rav Abu, Amar Krag, Yehab Tulare Achad Kamocha, Baruch Lo Yisrael. So let's say we just keep coming up over it. As you have to Kamocha, love your brother, you love yourself, even in death, all you do is which means again, the truth for him they or proper death. So the act of internal incineration, which at least does what? It's not body rebellion. But a burial, person is able to have a burial, and as much as the burial is incredible. But in the Akhir, we could have nothing, Zir Shabbat. Why did he Zir Shabbat at all? He loved Zir Shabbat, Havamina, straight past the Shabbat, because we're not, if I didn't have the Zir Shabbat, I would have thought like this. That internal incineration with its intact body is not called Sleifa at all. And again, and without that, I would have just said, because they have how do you fulfill the Yachlecha? Just add on more wood to the fire. Cause the fire to burn brighter, to burn more intensely. That's it, and therefore the person will die faster. Kamash Yachlecha means internal incineration and leave the body intact. Okay, so once it's therefore the bottom line takeaway is everyone is agreeing that Sreifa, the Nisa station of Sreifa is internal incineration. That's internal incineration. And now the Gemara says, what's the makar for that? So again, that's the makar. Is it rather than a new or is it Torah? Ultimately, again, that's makar. So interestingly enough, because of this makar, each opinion holds something different happened by the other. For example, the opinion that says the makar is Adas Korah, the followers hold that none of an Avihu is fully incinerated. And the opinion that says it's none of an Avihu holds that Korah's followers were completely incinerated. So fundamental Machlokes is start from Machlokes. Again, so Machlokes is about source, but agreement about incredible. Because now with the Gemara mentioned none of an Avihu, the Gemara tells neighbor of the story. The Kfar Hayu Moshe V'Aaron Mahalkim B'Derech. The not about being Mahalkim B'Derech. Moshe and Aaron are walking. Imagine just like the fly on the wall. Moshe and Aaron are walking. What that must have looked like. So Moshe and Aaron are walking. And what happens? Nadav and Abihu Mahalkim Achareim. Nadav and Abihu, Aaron's sons, were walking behind them. Sorry. The Kol Yisrael Achareim, and all the fathers are walking behind Nadav and Abihu. Amar lo Nadav la'Abihu, Emosai Yamusu Shnei Zikanim Halavim. Nadav and Abihu say to each other, when are these two old men going to die? Speaking about Moshe and Aaron, when are they going to die? And you and me will go ahead and lead the generation. There is so much to say about this. Like, what is this? I just want to point out something amazing. And it's just incredible how, like, the wisdom of the Marshal has a Marshal. But he happens to have this discussion about the fact that Moshe's children did not inherit, right? In other words, Moshe's children essentially fade away into obscurity. We don't hear about them. We don't learn about them. They certainly do not become their father. There's a lot to be said for that in general. The concept of being the children of a great person. On one hand, it can be a source of inspiration. On the other hand, it can be a tremendous source of difficulty. They're always living in their father's shadow, never really being what is or what he was. So just this idea over here, so another idea like this. Look, Moshe's kids are not taking over. Moshe's kids are not taking over. And Aaron's kids are Aaron's kids. And I will say, the Maharsha says something fascinating. So they saw a fundamental flaw in Moshe. On one hand, Moshe obviously wasn't the kind of his kids in the right, because where are they? By the way, and it's tremendous time to run the top of the daf. It's spoke about Kiddush, right? Again, you gotta take ownership. Listen, at the end of the day, you gotta take ownership for how you keep turn out. You don't have to take ownership necessarily for every single decision they make. But you absolutely need to own, to a very large degree, how they turn out. That's me. That's on me. They were told, they were not. That's on me. So everything say Moshe, obviously Moshe, again, we're a kid. Right? Aaron, Dad, you're great. Dad, you're great. But you're only number two. And you are really number two. So Moshe can't keep it together with his kids. Aaron, Dad, you're great, but you're only number two. I think it's not much. I think at the end of the day, both of you are great in your own ways to a degree, but clearly neither of you have discovered the secret. The secret sauce. You don't have the secret to success. So Kevin, maybe it's time for new ideas, new leadership, stand down. So the Gemara says, I'm going to come to Baruch. I need you to leak over us. We'll see who's going to bury you. Like, we'll see who's going to bury you. And ultimately, again, you expect it. Okay, it's terrible. I'm going to Papa. I know that means she's great. Now, Papa says, people, there's a famous adage. What's the adage? If you shake down me, Sabi, it's only mostly the husband. So the adage is like this. There are many old camels carrying the hides of young camels. It sounds much like the Arabic, right? But the idea is also there's a lot of times young people think they know everything, right? And yet, again, they know absolutely. There's a lot of old camels carrying the hides of young camels. Like that, but again, sometimes the beauty of youth is an idealism and a recognition that, like, I feel like you conquer the world. And I know everything. The challenge of youth is, I think I know everything. Again, as you get older, you recognize that we don't know everything. We know very little, and there's much to learn from people who are older than us. Even if they're not, quote unquote, as successful as we think they should have been, there is wisdom that comes age. He said what he really thinks about that. I'm going to love it. I'm going to say, not come talk on Gomer. The one case I'm talking, he says, the Amaretz, he will say, so again, this is telling you that the relationship between a Talmud Chacham and an Amaretz. How is a Talmud Chacham used by an Amaretz, by an English person? So the Gemara says, the Tefillah, don't let keep ourselves up from the beginning, right? So even an Amaretz, even a Talmud Chacham, ultimately they get as a golden vessel. See very many things to this. When you come from Shmuz, the Amaretz, don't let keep ourselves up. He's standing in the I don't know why the word itself schmoozing. Like, what does schmoozing sound like? It's like talking for the sake of talking. Why would anyone talk for the sake of talking? If you have something to say it. If there's something meaningful to discuss it. But if there's nothing to talk about, or there's nothing meaningful, you don't just shoot the breeze. You don't just shoot the breeze. There's no such thing. Shooting the breeze is a fundamental waste of time. If there's a targeted conversation to be had, then have it. But not, again, nothing to do it. It's a waste of time. So the Gemara says, it's incredible. If the Amaretz sees it from Chacham shooting the breeze, what does that do? It diminishes the standing of the Chacham. Chacham doesn't shoot the breeze. He doesn't get together to have a schmooze, right? If there's something to talk about, let's talk about it. But if there's nothing to talk about, there's not a targeted discussion, then again, there are so many better things to do with one's time. So therefore, it becomes Chacham, schmoozes, shows the Amaretz that it doesn't treat seriously, it diminishes the standing in the eyes of the Amaretz. No. So listen to this. Once the Amaretz gives something from Chacham takes something from the Amaretz. So in general, you know what human nature is. When you give something to someone, so what's the automatic default is? You feel that person owes you something. That person is beholden. It's just human nature. That person is beholden to you. So once the Amaretz gives something from Chacham accepts it, then again, now the Amaretz feels that Chacham is beholden to him, and his status is diminished even more. No one is Hebrew Shakaras. Ultimately, when it comes to the ultimate vessel, gave us the Mishpar Shulchan as a vessel. Once you break it, you can't put it back together. So it's like just a tremendous idea, right? So in the beginning, that Chacham is like a golden vessel Amaretz. Chacham schmoozes, such a schmoozes just like shows that he does not take his time seriously. His standing is diminished in the eyes of the Amaretz. Takes something from the Amaretz, is like, I owe you because you did something for me. And ultimately, Chacham comes up with it's incredible. You might tell the story. In Musa Bas Pali, Bas finishes himself. He was this girl. This is literally a person. Her name was Musa Bas Pali. She was the girl according to the adultery. Ask for like some of our children having these words. Aside from Akhabat Police, by Kabir literally against her, judged her, she was liable to death, surrounded her with branches, and they burned her. They burned her. Omar Yosef taught the party. So Yosef says there are two mistakes that are made over here. Number one, talking about Masna. They talked about Masna. They made a mistake about Masna. I remember it was like the Masna said that's not how you do Shreifa. Shreifa is not with branches. Shreifa is with red, with molten. That's number one. That was the mistake. They thought we could sign that. Masna Khan and Alexander said, there's not she's calling this Mishpat. There's not she ain't going English, but so the other mistake that they made was Beis-Din is not empowered to administer death penalty until when? So unless, of course, there's a court, there's a mikvah, there's a Sanhedrin. So Allah again, two mistakes he made. Number one, he should have administered the death penalty altogether. That's number one. Number two, he did not administer the death penalty in the right way. Incredible. All right, I'm going to go to the nice thing about Spencer's and stuff. We'll say, said the story. Now, this is the Mishnah, right? The Mishnah says, at the end of the Mishnah, Rabbi says there was a story of a Bas committing adultery. They surrounded her with branches and they burned her. And they said back to the Lozar, Ben Sanov, that was a mistake of the Beis-Din. So says the Gemara as follows. Rabbi Yosef was looking at it. This was the basin of Sukkot. And then he said, we want to reject the Torah. He probably thinks that Gavin Newsom was like pouring gasoline on shit and lighting it on fire. And Allah comments again, this is the basin of Sukkot. So we were talking about the Rothschild. That time, y'all. Amr Belazar said that it's running. The Shalisi Tino, he worked about Siva Shu'aba. Those are the times that I remember when I was a child. Like, I remember I was a child. I was riding on my father's shoulders. The few bas point, the Sinsa, the Iskua, Shadid, Ishmon, Shafua. And they brought a bas point to the adultery, surrounded her with branches, and they burned it. Talk about these traumatic childhood memories. And let's say, so again, I remember I was with my father on his shoulders, and they burnt the bas going. I don't know. Katan used to them being right in that Katan. They said to him, okay, thank you, Lord. You were a child when you saw this, and the person was very confused before. A person is not believed to give testimony as an adult about events they witnessed as a child. Right? That's the halacha. Number one, so therefore they kind of reject that story in its entirety. So the Gemara says, furthermore, there was the truth of the interesting in there are two episodes. He saw this once as a child and saw this once as an adult. The one who just mentioned the one as a child, the one who mentioned in the Mishnah is the one he saw as an adult. So the Gemara says, hey, which one of Rabbi Elazar and Tzadok would count first? The childhood episode or the adult episode? Amalek Yeshugad below Ash Kuchubei. The Gemara says, Amalek Yeshugad below Ash Kuchubei. Amalek Yeshugad below Ash Kuchubei. So again, if you omitted the adult one first, and they rejected it, they said that was a basic Torah. Would he go ahead and mention anything about something that happened as a child? Rather again, Ella Ha Amru Bereisha Amru Katan Yisah. Okay, so here's how it happened. Those are the first set. When I was a kid, I remember that they burnt a baskoi. They literally burnt her. And they said, come on, we're not listening to you. You're not believed to talk about as an adult events that you saw as a child. Then again, he sort of said it when he was an adult. Then he related and he said, that was a big thing. Okay, good. Mishka, mitzvahs nerod. So now we did that. That was all. That came with Sreifa. That's Sreifa. That's how they actually went ahead and carried out the Sreifa. Next, mitzvahs and nerod. So we'll say now we're up to herek. Herek means less decapitation. So how would they do this? The Gemara says, "Oh, you might teasing us goes to the side." They will literally decapitate him with a sword. The Gemara says, "First one, the same way that the monarchy executes. So the you take a sharp sword, decapitate him. The Buddha says, "Nivel ulo, kasa shalom." That would nivel means that would be a lack of respect to the dead. Just the messiness of decapitation is not going to be good. Rather, what do? To make it a little bit cleaner? Manitin Asgosha Alastan, you take a wooden block, you put it in the ground, you tell him to lay his head down on the block, the coat takes the culprits, and you decapitate him with an axe. It's not seem to be much better. Anything was Amarlo, aim Nisam Nivelas, what are you talking about? Like, that's terrible. Like, that's a sword could be a lot cleaner, certainly a lot cleaner, a lot faster, a lot easier. This is a much uglier death. So, Tanya, I'm going to read the following. Rabbi says as follows: I know that using a axe is not nice. I know that it's not nice. About my ass, what should I do? I would also put this in the sword. But the Muslim is halacha. What halacha? Do not follow the ways of God. Do not follow the ways of the Gentile nations. The Gentile nations, when they administer capital punishment, they do decapitation by sword. We're not allowed to do it the same way. Rabbi, what are we talking about? Even the same Sayyid Baraisa, no, when are you not allowed to follow in the ways of the Gentile nations? When we just want to replicate what they're doing. But if we're already doing the same thing, or we're doing something and they replicate it, following that standard practice is not considered Gentile replication. And therefore, Allah it already says death by a sword. part of the Torah. Because it says it by us, we're allowed to do it. They do it. Because if you don't do this, how can sign up? Suffer now, Malochin, you only got Mori. What's it? Hey, Pisatino. Talk to kids. What's the number again? It's interesting. I love it. Yes, you saw this reference earlier on the week. But I love the nice when a king dies, he burned the possessions of the king. He burned the possessions. And the logic behind that is, because he's the king, no one else should use his stuff. Now, I will say it's interesting because that's what the Gentile nations do as well, as a sign of respect to the king. But yet, we're allowed to do it. Why? Because essentially we had it first. We had it first. So the Gemara says, you see from here that anything that we're doing already anyway, even if it's done by the Gentile nations, we're still allowed to continue. Elakiva, 6, Reka Baraisa, 5th, 6, Mr. Fox, Avosecha, says, I'm sorry, Mr. Avosecha, so therefore, again, you seal the other by the burning of the king's possession. Since we already had it first, we were doing it already, even the Gentile nations started doing it, it's not considered Gentile replication or emulation. So I'm not going to Hakanami, the 6 Cyrus Baraisa, love, so to over here, since it says sword, we're talking about the sword and we're talking about sword, but since it says sword in the Torah, therefore again, that by sword is something we were already doing, and even the Gentile nations that are using it as well, it is not considered to be Gentile replication. I'm going to stop over here. We're going to try to record the rest up until the Mishnah before Shabbos. So Shabbos we start with the Mishnah. Osai, what a week, Shabbat, everyone. All right, everyone's good. Shabbos, Shabbos.
What's happening here is a bit rough, but it's nothing in comparison to having like a killed wolf in town. I'm good on that, dude. Never give him a chance, dude. These motherfuckers gave him a chance. Could you imagine if you were like a city like Austin, but all of a sudden someone spilled the beans on you?
All right, good morning.
Go ahead, Jen. A Florida man has been arrested after allegedly engaging in sexual acts with a horse.
Yeah. He's probably running around with horses and muscle.
Yo, Cosmopolitan, how you living? Fuck.
This is stupid. That's stupid place for stupid people.
So make sure that when you see him, make sure when you see him that you give him a tremendous thank you, not just for the updates, but for the coffee each and every morning.
People want that. Make me great for that shit. That would be legitimately entertaining. He's going to be working with his stand-up if he was Austin. But the reason why he's going to be working with his stand-up is because there's no video recording of him. So they can't be close to that horse. But just knowing that he's on stage
all the children drugs this year as a zuchus from Soda
That's the thing is like, you
I got
can't
two
just stop.
sponsors for today.
Now, when you did
Two
comedy specials and one of them is one of those, it's not good or whatever, and it's like, I mean, it's one of those famous specials ever. You have a Reddit of almost 30,000 people. Who else has that? No comedians have that, I don't think. I don't know, maybe they do. I have no idea. I've done no research. But anyways, there's a child. Alright, let's see what's next. This is posted by Born to Be Wise, the important mother tried to look at all records. Don't tell me to love Joe.
Beautiful. All right, one second. So with that, let us do it. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning to this reference has to be here. Which folks should bring them home. The shalom and the cause and the sister of our holy soldiers may be successful. That's all my say. But with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. An interesting guy filled with just a lot of, at times, random information, but really interesting. I just remember that we're still steeped, here like a little bit. On one end, interesting Gemara, on the other end, like puzzles yesterday, and it's very heavy, constantly being involved in that. Right, and just saying,
I'm like, so I know these things ended.
When we started this super sometimes being like
weird if
is a powerful thing because being constantly around death could be actually life affirming. And I know that sounds inherently contradictory, but sometimes all you're doing is death, and you realize that all of a sudden I'm alive. I'm here. It's a new day. It's only 5:57 in the morning. The whole day is ahead of me, and it's mine to decide what I want to do with it. There's nothing to go easy. So sometimes, again, spending a lot of time with that reminds us how much power we have in life. So with that, let us begin. So we left off yesterday.
He called management.
Carolina.
That's crazy. I wish I could hear that phone call. I complained like a total Karen. Told them he was disgusted that they would be swimming within his eyesight. He also complained about that Sister Wives TV show, as well as Big Brother saying that the women are too ugly and that he won't watch his TV show unless he wants to sleep with a woman on it. Definitely not realizing that by this logic, no one should be watching this content.
Just get to it, doesn't yell this
Just examples, but there are some
so what's the business of running shit and deciding to shit over three clothes under Bascoin? So there are two rules set by Bascoin. One second. The Bascoin law Bascoin. So these two rules were set by Bascoin about a church of the overwhelming ambiguity of all of this. It's just what we know. A Bascoin commits adultery is subject to a different type of death penalty. What's the challenge? The challenge is you have two people. One person says zero, one person says straight up. So we're trying to figure out what is what. So the Shimon says, so rather again, the Torah says, rather say that these two is applied even to Bas Yisrael, but also applied to Yisrael, Meflam Yisrael, Va'arusa, Meflam Arusa. By Bas Kohen, whereas it happened over years, the Torah removes a Bas Kohen Yisrael from the general penalty of Yisrael, and a Bas Kohen Arusa from the general penalty of Arusa. I think we'll quickly get back to just a moment. Rashi says over Yisrael, Arusa Bas Kohen Meflam Arusa Bas Yisrael. It's in the short lines of Rashi about 8 lines up before it gets wide. Arusa Bas Kohen Meflam Arusa Bas Yisrael, Miskiva L'Seifa. So right, so generally an Arusa would get skiva, but about Shimon says about Kohen, who commits the Arusa, will get Sreifa. Okay? And the seal of the Bible, the Chemek is Sreifa. The seal of the man, the Sreifa Kamura. And again, by Yeshua, so regular Yeshua, regular married woman who is called Judy Chaya. Bas Kohen, ultimately again, will get Sreifa. Will get Sreifa. But this all feeds into the Rishonim. What the Rishonim premise? Rishonim premise is that when the Rishonim argument how to come in Israel, according to Rishonim, what is the most common form of Nisa, most common form of death? Skiva. According to Rishonim, most common form of death? Sreifa. And remember again, so much of what we see with the Rishonim is really forged in this old Bas Kohen discussion. And since we see that Bas Kohen is pulled out, and the woman is done like a punishment, and ultimately, again, giving something different, and the different thing that she's giving us Sreifa indicates that Sreifa is a different kind of ownership. The Lord says, not to show the account of the soul of God Yeshua, here, just like when the Torah pulls out a Bas Kohen Yeshua. Then we go to the Yeshua to be Machmir. כשאול כי אתה שבארוסו מפעל ארוסו, להחמיר. כשאול כי when it pulls out the rule of Bas Kohen Aruso commits adultery, the regular Bas Kohen, regular Aruso commits adultery, it's supposed to be Machmir. If the rule is still so stuck to Korea, comes to get Sreifa. So when you see a Sreifa, it must come up on Aruso. Zone Yeshua Bas Kohen Mefal, Zone Yeshua Bas Yisrael. So Zone Aruso Bas Kohen Mefal, Zone Aruso Bas Yisrael. So let's say this is let's say Zone Newcomb. So let's say Rothschild is a Bas Kohen. She's about to marry. But thinking out of what we're going to do, maybe she show up and they say, you saw Rothschild in the adultery. And then it turns out that Halacha Reisa is like, or I should say, another set of these came along and said to the person, you cannot exceed what you're supposed to exceed. Why? You say, you're really fast. What's it, German? What's it, Right? Kasha's on a reciprocal punishment. Here it's a Kiddush. even though a Bas Kohen gets a unique punishment for adultery, i.e. Sreifa, that's unique Chumrah for her, Aiden Zolim do not get her unique punishment. Instead, Aiden Zolim get whatever a normal adulteress would have gotten in that scenario. So that's such how we'll see the drop for that in the end of the day. So again, the unique punishment only goes to the Bas Kohen herself, does not go to her Aiden Zolim. The Bas Kohen, you see that again. Rashi is the first five lines. Herself. So the Lord says, okay, profane, maybe it means that she was in Chal Shabbos. Maybe they're telling us that maybe a Bas Kohen does Sreifa, even for just desecrating Shabbos.
Yeah, she's on one day. She's just posted.
The word ultimately against
I see. You know what I was thinking about just now? I kept thinking about here. I didn't even hear that when I read it. My mind keeps going back to like calling the meeting. Yeah, there's fat chicks in the middle. I wonder if the managers ever got it. What do you say? I mean, that sounds like something that might happen to you at the golf course. The golf guy comes up to you and he's like, I just want to have a multi-day tour. I'm like a 12 handicap. Fat chicks. Like, they're dressed kind of like, even dressed real fat.
And it says in the second part,
It's like,
it's like,
what do you, that's one of those like tricky customer service things where you're just like, you're like, oh, okay, yeah. But then what get the out is that if someone's cursing you, you can always be like, actually, you're not allowed to curse. But yeah, I mean, John, that's the thing, when you just go, if you're gonna get a lot of joint stuff, we try and filter her out, because I don't want to like focus on this stuff, but yeah, this is the dumbest thing ever. She's a moron, obviously, but, the guy who's in a little credentials for PTA, and I'm trying to comment, I go to a lot of hotels, and never have I seen this many fat chicks in the whole. It's really, it's like, you go there, and you're shocked because there's like 40 fat women in the pool, and all bikinis, and like, this is like, I want to go hot fat chick, how do you go to Hinge? I mean, it was like, you would think, like, you're probably dead, or like a dreaming or something, if that had to be a dream, like, like a light switch is either awake or not, I'd be going whatever, and like, fucking, like, what the fuck is going on at Optimal Creek? There's everything going on. It wouldn't gross me out, but I'd just be like, that is something amazing sex. Yeah. Alright. It's we're both very tired.
Whatever is stated in the first pasuk, which talks about Sreifa. Maybe you're comparing Psukim. Just like the second pasuk is talking about a girl who's a Nara, which of course is a particular stage in the physical reality. And she's an Arusa. So it's about Sreifa, she'll only get Sreifa if she's a Nara, and she's an Arusa. To which the Gemara says, how do you know?
We've seen this a few times, this picture. I never made that connection. The cats are always one step
How
ahead.
do I know that she's an Nara? She's had this
Almost not like Tony.
Bulgaris. See, Arusa, she's a Bulgaris, right? She's an adult. And she's an Arusa. What Bulgaris is used to? A Bulgaris is
Why is he, I mean, I'm no one to comment, but why is he dressed like this? Is he, where is he coming from? And this is what the whole, even if you don't like dress, what's it called? You're gonna hide the dog and that goes, and I guess the glasses look like they're cogs. This is the strange, this was around the XD called Totally Chicken
is a Bas Cohen commits adultery. The Bas Cohen is Bas Cohen, half of your life, if you want to ever say,
I don't like that, really. I mean, what's the point? Don't you have a lot of time then? Like, what's he in a hurry?
The fact that it's
Just take
referring
the
to as a
glasses
Bas
off.
Cohen maybe means that
Let's
she
say he's
has a marriage.
coming out of a shed,
Maybe
or
it's a
like,
Bas Cohen
he just
marriage.
worked on a truck. He's a new truck shed, or it's cold. I just said, I don't know, man. Don't worry about it. It looks like it's Halloween. He's dressed like
I don't know that the truth is that we need to have halacha. The Bas Cohen commits adultery as a being subject to straight up. How do we know the halacha of myself? No matter who she marries, that she's subject to straight up. How do we know? That was like, if you look at this, the list is very interesting. This was included in this list. Obviously, again, according to Israel, but also even in the sin, they don't have to look at, by the way, I think I love myself that way. One of the things that I choose treasure about this is, as much as sometimes it's frustrating, not necessarily from a second talking about time, attention, over all the details of that. So when you're doing this stuff like this, so close. One of the things my books that we had is when we say tradition takes in the private life. Right? If you marry someone who you're not allowed to marry, that's the tradition you want. So there's a thing that's not in your sheep of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds tradition in the takes in the private life. So if you try to marry someone you're not allowed to marry, even if you're only limited by a lie, Rabbi Akiva says the marriage is not yours.
Sometimes I never really think that.
A man tries to marry his sister, you're not going to work. Tries to marry his wife, it's not going to work. But if a man tries to, if a woman marries a manager, marries a manager, right, or a sin, or a color, so it's a lot. It's like every woman in a marriage is a prohibition, but the marriage itself works. So how do I know that even if this woman is married to you, marrying you, but now the last again, she's about to and she's subject to straight, so it's interesting enough, because this halacha applies to the daughter of a Kohen, even if she herself is not a Kohen. Right? Even if she herself has kind of compromised her status either by marrying out of the Kohen, or ultimately again even by marrying into the okay, she's straight, but we've all got straight, that's what very important one. Just like we said before, so you know, halacha, she punishment of straight up. For a Bas Kohen from this adultery, that has been in a Bas Kohen, in the woman herself. It does not apply to her as the room. Now again, she's like the doesn't get her unique straight up fire station. All that. So you want to get so you straight up, sorry, keep it straight up, then born on straight up. First line, right? Keep it straight up, then some of that straight up. Assuming again she gets straight up, but ultimately again, the Israelis do not get straight up. So again, this is what we saw about the halacha of the stuff. This is punishment, this is punishment for gospel to her, and not for anyone else. Not for anyone else, not for the ball. The rest is coming. But like we have this ball, let's come out this year. So it's another thing, it's a very consistent statement over here, right? She says that with her, that we'll have to just read it and then we'll have to see exactly
probably looks at Schultz as like, damn, he's doing really good.
And when her father-in-law would see it's Ida. So the Gemara said this follows. I'm a marriage. So again, we don't know exactly what that statement actually means to be seen. All right. So the Gemara says, if she just violates Shabbos, because remember again, it's like the Lashon of the Pasuk that we keep on referencing. They're all good. You're not. You still champion these fucking morons who do their job. Don't give a flying fuck about it. She's subject to strafa. So the Gemara says, I think Chol Shabbos is about security. Right? Of course, everybody knows that. Everyone knows that Chol Shabbos is the security. Right? Chol Shabbos is not strafa. Or Amrava Hamani of the Shem. Strafa coming up. The Shem holds that Strafa coming up. So what's the thing? They see my Tigger is Jacob. This is fascinating. You know, to get the Torah introducing to me something dramatically different. Everyone introducing me that Kohanim in general have a totally different punishment system. Right? Why? Because since Kohanim are put on a spiritual pedestal, since they have additional mitzvot, maybe just the ante is much higher by Kohanim. And since Halacha Lamaisa, again, they have what we call mitzvot yisera, so all these additional mitzvot that perhaps even for any Avera, which carries a death penalty, Halacha Lamaisa, again, she should get straight up. Right? And therefore, even if she's Mechal Shabbos, she should get straight up. Kamash Molado, Kamash Molado, that straight up, that's good in adultery and not by anything else.
Is that what you like to make change?
So much not what exactly? My chum, if you look at that, my chum in 80 days, the chum is lovely, nothing like Davis, so they just understand the happening that we might just put forward. You must support the happening that maybe a box coin, if you tell the Shabbos, she gets to it. That's the happening. Why? Because he's kind of like somebody who's in the high level of safety, and then when you go Shabbos, she gets to it. You know this, by the way. The happening was for who? The happening was for a box color, she was making a Shabbos. So the happening was only a box coin, and that's the happening. But why would we suggest straight from the Shabbos for a box coin, and not straight from the Kohanim? What's the shot? What's the value? Because on that time, you started with Shabbos, the Rabbi Avoda, he keeping the low starting Shabbos, they got bought, they must keep them the straight up. This is fascinating. Kohanim already themselves have a single Kohanim when it comes to Shabbos. I think that works out right. Again, Kohanim, remember, are permitted to offer korbanos on Shabbos. So we only see that Kohanim have a different male Kohanim, have a different relationship with Shabbos. They have these stuff on Shabbos, but obviously this is this type of dispensation that they have for Avodah. That obviously only applies to them, doesn't apply to women. So I'm going to just maybe a lot of things they can maybe only do a straight of that whole Shabbos because to her, not to that. How much will I know? How much will I get the whole Shabbos? The penalty is always a sila for everyone. Doesn't matter Kohen or non-Kohen. Good.
Yo. 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 Test. Yo. Shout out to my boy Saint, slinging dick like a motherfucker.
That's not only using Zona as a specific halakha, right? Notoriously. Even single people that engage in a sexual relationship is prohibited. It's prohibited. Or maybe it says Avira. Maybe there's one of the parts that says Avira. Ultimately, is what?
It does feel like a stretch for him to say the lines have used. It also feels like it's right there.
That is purged by Sreva, but not by other men. She was Elamini, who should be the Rabbi. She was
and I would say, I'm like those first things we had live.
She had news with her father. That's the case we're talking about. So what's the best case? My name is Coin. I feel about this one. That's the case. What's the bless you? Then the punishment should not be dependent on whether or not she's about Coin. Still, what applies if she's about Israel? The I'm going to be Asya, Reina, Asya, Zima, Zima. I will say, look at Zima Shabbat, Reina, and Zima.
Just saying, go from unanimous to unanimous is crazy.
To compare
that is crazy.
For a bas
that's another one that's going to drive like I'm laughing, but I'm also a little worried.
And just like the punishment for a bas
This is the reason why whenever I agree with you, I'm like, oh my god.
So to the punishment for incest is Sreifa as well.
Sure, yeah, it should
So therefore, again, you're talking about that she's living the life of her father. Isn't it the difference if she's a bas coin or she's a bas Israel? Either way, the punishment is simply Sreifa. No, you still require it. Why? I mean, I would have thought Krava would be with the Rabbi. I might have thought that the box was coming to exclude the position of Rabbi. So you might Gemara says, "You go to that one of us can blow us."
I don't like giving credit to Brian Count, but he is what you
is هذا اللي يتلقى بعد عصرنا بس إسرائيل كماش ملنا كماش من بس كوين بس I'm sorry بس كماش ملنا so bus coin any other species of coin. Okay, here's what's interesting. Once again, you might circle back. Now, we just dissect through the brace off we mentioned before. So we talk about bus coin. Now, let's say it's interesting because like this default assumption of the Gemara is that what does bus coin mean? Bus coin means the coin you want married to a coin. That's just a default understanding of it. So Gemara says bus coin, any other species of coin. I don't even know that she actually married a coin. Usually when ladies leave still, we will always
next time.
I don't know that she married anyone.
Hey, Brendan, you got 29 cents right.
So how do I know that is same halacha? How did she committed that she's subject to I don't know it's no right. I don't know. Well, the party says that's his coin. I'll get in the covenant. Even if you no longer a covenant, you shouldn't be fine. Even if you no longer a covenant, so you have to one second. You shouldn't be least of all. This is a honey love that's coin.
I'm terrified.
The title covenant of us. The title covenant is bestowed upon. It's bestowed on someone, a woman, who's the daughter of a coin. Now, why would that status change depending on who she marries? In other words, it's effective biology. She's born to a coin, right? Or the coin, and she's the best coin. Let's say, let's say a man and a woman, right? A man who abdicates this particular status. You get a man who is a coin, but he marries someone who's not allowed to marry. He abdicates that status. He could be gaining it after, but he's not. But remember, by a best coin, why would you think that a best coin is married to a coin? Best coin is one of a coin, independent of who she's married to. So you want to assume you can go in as a coin step furthermore. Does the pasuk itself say we're talking about a coin as you married to a coin? Of course not. I would have thought he said Chaluznos Amrachmana. So I would have thought when the pasuk says as follows, who are we talking about over here? A bas coin, Kisei Chaluznos. Kisei Chaluznos means what? He commenced the act of adultery. I would have thought as follows, how do you be? That's when the act of znus, so the inappropriate relationship started now. How about us? Keeping the Hamas will become a new color. But maybe, let's say in the case was that, for example, Russell was married to a manager. So how do we talk like this? Or they did, but forgot Russell's relationship, right? In her marriage stage. When did they begin? The moment she spent with a couple of months. Right? You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. So therefore, the problem is that you never talk down to you. As long as you keep it, only show you my belly. For adultery of a boy is when literally appreciate. The problematic relationship now. What is the pre-existing problematic in actual marriage? I'm going to talk about how often I saw she's not subject to split up under those circumstances. That's what we said. That's going to conceal your desire. So I think at the end of the last part of the world marriage, this job that we for 5 minutes ago, not a coin. Even if you look at the talks about pasta, you look at myself, you know it's a box coin. Consolation with a man with whom she's not allowed to marry, ultimately that's compromising her status. You might say, well, lady, you strong married, but I lady, you strong as well. The Shabbat is a very so let's remember again, this is very important, when a box coin marries a non-coin, what happens to a Kohanic status? What happens to 6 years. So it's compromised. Now, again, it depends on who she marries. If she marries someone who she's not allowed to, she's compromised her status and she cannot revert. If she marries someone who's kosher, let's say she marries, for example, a Yisrael, right? Or a Levi, then the halacha is she loses certain Kohanic privileges. So, for example, while she's married, she can't do truma. But should her husband die without, should her husband die if she doesn't have children or divorced without children, then halacha l'maaseh she goes back to her father's home. But what do we see? When a bas kohen marries someone who's not a kohen, for the duration of, at least for the duration of that marriage, possibly beyond, she's compromised her Kohanic status. So the Gemara says, that's what maybe you start now, you can shove up inside. You have to know that. The Pasuk says, if you're married to a lady, Or if you so when she's married, then she can't do truma. But if those guys die, right, husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and consume the truma. What do you see from this? The project is Issa got to go off. You see from that when she was married, she's not allowed to eat truma. Therefore, I would have thought, let's see them this way. So let's say, see, let's have a this is fascinating. We might like this. I might have thought that the only kind of straight up for a bunch is when quote unquote the problem began with the family. That was the first kind of fissure in this relationship edifice. But perhaps when there was some type of halachic pre-existing condition in the marriage. For example, her Kohanic identity was compromised. Why would it be compromised? Essentially, because she married anyone other than a Kohen. I would have thought that in that case, there's no sreifa, kamash morag. Even if there was some type of pre-existing halachic issue in the marriage, let's say she's not a manja, right? And so that's a real halachic issue, that's a real problem. But not just that it compromises her Kohanic identity a little bit, that's a halachic problem. Even in that case, pre-existing marital condition, marital issue, halakha l'maisa, which eventually is still subject to sreifa. Example, we look at it. What's all this stuff that we're so we find your past version is the Islam of Truma. That's why this is so interesting. This is interesting. Listen to this. A past card from my view, so they call Rachel. Rachel married Judah. Rachel comes from her family. She married out. Right? She married to a regular guy. So what happens? And what happens? She goes ahead and she eats Truma. That wasn't on the halacha. It's not a culture. It's not permitted to eat Truma. So again, generally, now you come up with shogeg. Now let's come up and generally if you go ahead and eat Truma with shogeg. So the halacha is, remember, there is keren and chomesh. You have to pay back principal plus an additional fee. So listen to this. First question, you say she was able to offer Truma. So the whole is about Kohen. She married a regular guy named Ruben in Israel, and she acted as the Truma. Which was like, you can see that by the way, right? It must have been a case that didn't happen infrequently, right? The girl grew up in a Kohanic home, comes back to her parents, right? Comes back to her parents, they eat Truma of that child, she eats the Truma, so what's the halacha? She's not halacha. And she's killed by sreifa. Whoa. What just happened over there? So, okay, so there's a lot of information being packed into that line. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. So Rashi says over here, it's in the white line. It's in the white line 2, 4, 6, 8, about 9 lines down. Rashi, Shalom says, I can't. The Eben the Lord is the Gaba, the Shin of Yetzel. And Shalom says, the Lab is Zorah, Holok, so it's very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows: she has to pay principal. Why does she have to pay principal? Because she stole something. She doesn't want it. She doesn't have to pay the fifth. Why? Who has to pay the fifth in general? A zar. Non-Indian is the first. She doesn't have zar status. Why not? Because if her husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and consume food. Interestingly enough, so she's chayavis for the fast. This is just the principle. That's not the fifth. What is it if she's chayavis? So she's convinced that. She can come back to that. She can make it all. She can make it all. She's chayavis. Because again, it's about her. She's remember who you see from here. You're speaking with for herself. Is being our bas coin bas sofa? Is there any bas coin with respect to who she marries? Interestingly enough, even when she gets married, she retains an element of her Kohanic status, right? Loharaya, she eats Shirok, she only has to pay Karen, doesn't have to pay Chomesh. Good. Next, Nisi Chacham Ratzir. Now again, all of this is assuming that she's in a legal marriage. A legal marriage is to a non-Kohen. What happened if she's in an illegal marriage? She married a non-Kohen. So what's that about? Which I want to carry the comments. And the boy said she says carry on comments. Why? Because remember what's happened over here. When a fast queen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, what happens? So the boy said she takes on Zona status. And Zona status, she is forever precluded from going back into the Kumina. Once that happens, she's a Zara. She's a stranger to the Kumina, just like anyone else. In which case, if she accidentally eats too much, it's Karen and Komesh. Karen and Komesh, and interestingly enough, when we suss up the Karen, they really know, wow. And there she also, she no longer has the status of a Bas Kohen. Because she no longer has the status of a Bas Kohen, if she commits adultery, she just gets the punishment for adultery, which is Karen and not straight. Because it looks like that is the position right there. So again, what's the highlight over here? No highlight, but I'm saying, well, what the Ramir's position is that when a Bas Kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, actively loses her Bas Kohen status. And it manifests itself for us in 2 ways. Number one, if she accidentally eats Truma, she's going to have to pay Karen and Komesh. And if she commits adultery, she's going to be punished like a regular woman. Not straight like a Bas Kohen, but rather like a regular adulterer. Come straight, come woman. She's going to find a scandal of Komesh, and he doesn't shit on it. Come disagree. I'm going to say that Allah even if a Bas Kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she still retains her Bas Kohen status. Very different. And therefore, Allah said she accidentally Truma, she's going to go out and only have to go shit and check to her Karen, doesn't have to pay Komesh, and if she commits adultery, ultimately a man, she is judged by Shlofa. So it's not incredible. What a fascinating concept. Essentially, does a Bas Kohen, can a Bas Kohen compromise her Bas Kohen status? And the Rebbe says yes. Yes, if she marries someone who compromises her Bas Kohen status, that manifests itself in the fact that she consumes Truma accidentally, that's the Karen and Komesh, and if she commits adultery, she'll get Karen and Sin. Rabbi says, once a Bas Kohen, always a Bas Kohen. Can't compromise that status, and therefore she accidentally Truma. Allah makes the only Karen and Komesh, and for those she will always be punished by Sreifa. Fascinating. The Gemara goes back there. The words are over Esavi of the Sreifa, that's coming out of the Skila. The Gemara says, with the father of the Sreifa, the father of the Skila. So what is that? My Esavi is coming out. What are you talking about? So the Gemara says, even in Esavi of the Aviyah, that's coming out. So it doesn't allow her to go with her father. It's a Sreifa. And it's a lot with her father-in-law. You don't want to understand. I hear you about Kohen, but again, we're talking about Moses, man. We're talking about incest. And then we're to the father-in-law. That halacha does not vary from Bas Kohen to anyone else. Rather, again, my view of Bas Kohen, Ashidus Bas Nami.
Yeah, man. She was in Chicago.
This halacha is the halacha incest, custom with the brother, is Sreifa. And legal relations with the brother-in-law, ultimately, that's a cross. First of all, Ella, Esavi of the Sreifa. Oh, interesting. No, what it means is like this. What I mean is like this. What I mean is that, sorry, the Rabbi says, Avina means she's in the domain of her father. Kamel means she's in the domain of her father. What does that mean? When she's in the domain of her father, what is that? And when she's in the domain of her father-in-law, it's the essential of what it is. When you see her becoming a area of his her in-laws. So whatever wants to suggest that Allah can say, essentially when she's in Arisa, it's your fault.
Like when he's talking about the
again, Arusa is what we go up to Nana Sua. Es Kamel, Kanaku. So the Marcus, who's it being? Is it? Charles Shaka Yosira Canada. Katia Shamish. Let's say here's how going in the Mishnah. You know what Kirabana? The reality is that of Rabbanan, Vatican, means to say, Koshu, Matami, Sasavia, Rashi says Rashi is 5 lines up on the bottom. We're not going to Sasavia, straight thought. Remember, Rabbi says straight thought. So essentially, anytime you have a punishment, right? Anytime that relations with
Yes,
the father,
thank you so much for the opportunity.
punishment that is less than straight thought can go
I appreciate that. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. If you don't know who I am, you will. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can watch my life 24 hours a day in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these streams, there's a link in my profile to my YouTube. Additionally, you'll find a link to my YouTube streams in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media archived on the internet than any person ever. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I have more content archived on the internet than any person ever. You can also find a link to my Discord. The link is discord.me/rabbi. I'm live 24 hours a day there to help you with whatever it is that you may need. In addition to streaming my life for world peace and wanting to help make you financially independent, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you are a community manager or a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, friend, and coach, send me a DM, I will respond. Send me a follow, I will follow you back. I want you to know that I want you to be successful in all of your endeavors. I want you to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Ma'arusa had darga maskila miskila l'shreifa, just like an arusa, we move her past we move her one step higher in punishment from miskila to shreifa. Aflusua had darga maskila lo mechanik l'skila. Okay? Incredible. So once I saw again, Rabbi Moses of the opinion that Allah provides essentially what we do over here is in the case of a bas coin, we always move her up one level of severity and punishment. So whatever the normal punishment is, we move her up. So therefore, again, by arusa, normally again she gets skiva, again, this is Rabbi Moses, but really, in accordance with Rabbi Shimon, who holds that straight as the highest level. So we'll take her again from skiva to straight bar. By Neshua, she normally get chenek, we'll move her up from chenek to skiva. Okay? That's what I mean. This way for Kamar. I'm Rabbi, the Olam Kirabana of April. Like, for Rabbi, the Rabbanan say, Rabbi says, in reality, it's Rabbanan and switch things around. As Rabbi is skiva, let's come out straight up. Again, with her father, it's skilo. With her father-in-law, it's straight up. The high just come up as Abiyah, and that ultimately, again, he said, as Abiyah, if you might just inform you, or the vice president, the normal blessing. Okay? I'm not going the halacha follows ultimately again, as Rabbi said in the name of Rabbi Yosef Hanina. So I said, this is kind of Rabbi Yosef. Help us on the Mashiach. I said, this is fascinating. So watch this. We're gonna button up this sugya right now. The other halacha nice as well. So the Gemara says the halacha follows as Rabbi sent in the name of Rabbi Yosef Rabbi Hanina. Okay. So now the Gemara says, who cares? Essentially, Rabbi Yossi says, now what does this mean? So Rabbi Yossi was saying this halacha is only pertinent for the Messianic era. Now what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, halacha zu kishiyavo yivos Mashiach, it's tzrich lanu she'eshivu dalan misas bezim koman. So I was like, this is fascinating. So Rabbi Yosef seems to be saying this, Chevra, why are we spending all of this time on this? Right? In other words, this has absolutely no repercussion and ramification for now. Which is always fascinating to hear the Gemara say something like that. Consider like how much time is spent on discussions that may or may not be accurately correct. But again, Rabbi Yosef says, right now we have no ability to administer a death sentence. Right? Remember again, death sentence requires Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires Beis Hamikdash. So we need Mashiach. So again, it was like the Lashon is so beautiful. This is a halacha which will apply ultimately again when Mashiach comes. Mashiach comes. So Abaye says, really? I'm going to say, you can say that so much. So why do we learn kachim? Right? Why do we go ahead and learn anything about karbanos? Right? After all, again, anytime the Gemara brings up Arvos, for that matter, Tumantara, right? Why even bring up these sugyas at all? It's only relevant for Messianic era. So why bring all this up at all? Rabbi says, Turosh v'kabel schar. So the Rabbi say ultimately again, rather, what's the avod over here? The avod over here is to learn and to receive schar. That's why we learn karbanos. That's why we learn Tuman Tara. Hachinami. So to over here again, by this entire discussion, Turosh v'kabel schar. I will say this is very affirming Gemara. Because I think for many of us, after the last 2 days, we're kind of wondering to ourselves, what are we doing, right? And we're going to see the bottom line in just a little bit. We'll do that in just a few moments. But again, it's almost as if sometimes it's something when you struggle with something, it's very affirming to hear someone else who's struggling with it. And this makes you might be struggling, but at least I know I'm not crazy. So it's interesting because this is coming out of the Gemara. So again, you have Rabbi Yosef saying, Chevra, what are we doing? What do we do? It's very interesting. But what are Mashiach? So Rabbi says, what are you talking about? We spend so much time focusing on things that are not yet relevant, but will be in the future. So why do we do that? Drosh v'kabel schar. Learn and receive reward for it. So Shabbos says, so the Pashup Pshat over here is the Gemara saying. Pashup Pshat is the Gemara saying that halacha l'maisa is a value to learning, even if there's not something immediately applicable to do with your learning. Right? In other words, what do I do with a sugya like this? Okay, so we take a Musar skill that when you learn so much about death, it becomes a life-affirming experience, recognizing I'm alive. My gosh, life is such a precious thing. I need to be 6, 7, 6, 59. Right? The sun is back kind of 5:57. Look how quickly time goes by when you're having fun. Right? And then what happens? And then the night saying, I gotta live. But in the general idea, sometimes it is that you do things and you're not sure about the relevance of it. It may or may not be halakhically relevant. But even if it's not halakhically relevant, there is a power to engaging with Torah. Learning Torah is not just about gaining information that you know how to operate. Torah is an operating system, it's true. But I don't just learn in order to know how to operate. I learn because learning fundamentally changes me. Learning uplifts me. If I see in the Yamshat Talmud, I become a different person. Right? I learn a different. I'm not the same person. Although, what did you learn? I have no idea. I cannot convey to you one piece of information.
Yo, what up, Spear?
I'm absolutely a different person than I was an hour ago.
Big man, how are you?
Hey, man. Hey, Rabbi.
What's good, son?
Yo, man, I'm logged in. I'm about to upgrade my login to version 2. Logged in version 2. So, yeah, I actually got my Discord together, and I got my link tree together, right? And I think I'm good to go from there. I'm not sure it's up to 30, but the basic ones that we have up on link tree, I have them set up now. And I'm working on my feeds as well. When I work spaces, go tell that I can, get the social media, their projects on as much as maybe 10 or 20, 30 social media, right? I want this to be a thing that I'm actually capable of. So I want to get all of that running to see if there's more procedures to it so that I can go up on spaces, tell them that they can put their projects up on 30 social media platforms to promote it for them and something interesting to them that they should call me. So I want to make sure that it's all put together in place.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You're looking for a job too, right? Okay, I'm sending you a list of recruiters in Nigeria. You want to create your CV, your curriculum vitae, and or your resume, and you want to take it into ChatGPT and say, what your name is, what your contact information is, what your previous work experience is, what your previous education is, and what kind of job you want. And I think for you, you'd want to be a social media marketer. You send this and upload it to these different recruiters, and then you're going to have a team of people who get paid to get you paid. So basically, you have people who are looking to find you jobs in addition to you shilling yourself on Twitter. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, man. Most makes sense.
Excellent. So I sent you that in Discord, and I can hear the motivation in your voice, and that's excellent. And if you recognize that, you're going to be able to say to people, I'm going to promote you on my 30 different social medias. That's going to help you to get more clients. That's going to open up new communication channels on 30 different platforms. It's going to allow you to promote yourself on 30 different platforms. It's going to allow you to dominate social media, search engines, AI, and it's going to make it difficult to impersonate you. So I know you get it.
Yes, man. Yes, man. So much appreciation for the list. I see Manpower Nigeria, Africa, Work Africa, whichever man. Please consulting. Yo, bro, I'm absolutely logged in. I'm trying to upgrade really because I need a job.
Yes, you
I
do.
really need to get a job, and I won't be like.
Yes, you do.
I don't want to be like every other guy.
I know.
I want to upskill.
And Spear,
make mine really exceptional.
You're not. I hear so many reply guys, and you're a lot different than that. And so, what these recruiters will do, if they have something that might be good for you, they're going to contact you and they're going to say, let's do an interview. And you speak very eloquently. You're going to be able to dominate it, and then they're going to find you a job. Another platform, we won't do this right now, but another one that'll be good for you is Fiverr, Fiverr. It's basically a third-party marketplace where people will find you and ask you to post stuff for them, and you can charge them $5 or $500, whatever you want. And then people will rate how you do. And that's another way for you to make money. You're good enough, Spear, that you can just get a full-time job as a social media marketer. I know that is the goal. And so in the meantime, you continue to do your Twitter spaces because you're really good at that. And you continue to shill in these spaces. But as you know, there are so many different people who do what you do right now on Twitter spaces that it's a good idea for you to work with a recruiter so that you have a professional who already has relationships with people who understand the challenges of Nigeria, of getting jobs in Nigeria or wherever you may be. And they're going to help to connect you with the right individuals. So if you have questions about your CV or your resume, you certainly can come to me. I'm willing to help you. But basically, ChatGPT is going to make the best resume you've ever seen. Once you put your name in it, your contact information, your work history, your education history, and then say that you're looking to be a social media marketer. Plus, you're going to have this giant link tree with all kinds of social media. And then when you're done with that, we'll make some videos for you using AI to be able to put some content on it, and you'll be made in the shade, okay?
Excellent. I'll get back to you as soon as I'm done creating all of this.
Absolutely.
Job sites, especially Fiverr.
Absolutely. I'm here to help you. So if you have questions, let me know. Okay?
Right, sure. Yeah, thanks so much for the appreciation. I'll see you in the next call.
Absolutely. You're doing great, Spear. You keep it up. Keep up the good work, my man. Shout out to Spear. He's good. I don't say everybody's good, but he's good.
That is an unequivocal, indisputable truth. I'm different. That breaks the Kabbalah style. Just learn. So I said, the
always, try the Patreon, try the Discord,
the reward
try the
itself
Reddit,
is in the act of learning.
Patreon. We watched Hassan Minaj.
The
What
Kabbalah
was he
style.
off
You
of
will
the
receive
your
the
head
reward.
or
Once
off
you
of
open
the
the reward, that's
off with your off with his head? Because they see how you got
you become a
persecuted
different
for
person. I'm someone
living his
different
truth,
now.
for lying.
And because I'm someone different, that was like, what is the greatest sound in the world?
But anyways,
The
that's
greatest
not
sound in
why
the
they're
world
here
is
today.
when you feel good about
Of course,
yourself.
you guys are here to
Because
watch
you feel that you
10
are
minutes of
engaged in a
straw.
life of
So start the
self-transcendence.
timer.
When I
Play
feel
the
that I'm
cheap
just
clip.
pushing
Also, we
forward
do
to
the
becoming the
early
best
access
version
on
of me, that
Patreon. The only reason why I'm saying that is because there's going to be a lot of good news stuff on this
sometimes
episode.
it's just
All
about
right,
learning.
some songs,
The Kabbalah
some
style
other things.
is the
But
benefit
on Patreon,
of
they're
becoming
full
someone
episodes.
different.
And
The
even on
benefit of
Spotify, it's
becoming
full
someone
episodes,
holier.
not edited,
Happens to be
right?
the
And that's where the
M910.
censorship is made,
Like
because we don't really care. We don't really
he said
matter.
there's another
Okay,
part
never
in
mattered
George the
once.
Kabbalah style.
But yeah, check
He
it
says
out. We got
also
the
in
new
his
one.
songs,
Look
he
at
says,
that. Check it out. We got this goddamn
sometimes
raccoon
when
tweet
you learn something,
design.
you learn about something that's not
That's
yet
our
an
production.
effect.
What
And it's
about?
going to be an effect one
Yeah,
day.
we
What it
finally
does
got
is
the
it awakens within you
sponsorship
an
back.
anticipatory
Yes,
desire
it
for what
was
is going
weird.
to be.
They didn't talk to us
So
for a
that
while.
mankind
And I
says,
called them
when
up. I
you
was
learn
like, hey,
about things
when I
that
guess
are only
people
going
are
to happen
posted,
in
I
a
said,
messianic era,
cool story, bro.
is that to
We're gonna trash your show, but we know you guys are Bob.
desire for
Work the
Mashiach.
deal out.
It awakens within you a desire for
Handshake.
Beis HaMikdash.
6
It
lamps.
awakens within you a
Yes,
desire for
it
the
is what it
Sahel.
is.
The Rebbe says,
Also, shout out to everyone who's watching and loving the set and not leaving negative comments about it too. Don't hurt Jordan. I know he seems like a big guy, you know, like a fighting analyst in Jordan. Like you have nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? You seem like a big guy, but you have feelings, yeah, right? Like you're a guy who hurt
sometimes
sometimes.
you learn something
It's not
that
all
doesn't
fucking,
apply now.
you
But
know,
when I
seeing
learn it, it
Red
awakens
X
within you this desire to have it. Okay,
I
so I
didn't
don't know
know
about
that
new
Red X really.
saturation,
I mean,
right?
this
But it
is Sean
applies as
McCorkle
well.
was the
But
first
you
guy I
learn
on
some things
today's
about
show.
Kabbalah, or you
Who
say
said,
Kabbalah
most
in
of
the
my get
morning.
off these
And
nuts
gosh, I
5,000.
can't wait.
I've got it
I can't
almost
wait
for
to be able
years.
to talk about
That's
Kabbalah.
his
I
username,
can't wait
right?
to be able to do
Yeah,
this English. I can't wait to see the kind of
Post
the
himself.
people. I
I've been
can't wait
homeless
to
for
walk with my
years.
family over the
And
Holy Sunday and
he's
just
obviously
see the
heavy in the
beautiful
Facebook
fire
game.
street.
He's still living in my truck.
For that. So
5
sometimes
years
when you
ago
learn
on this
things
day,
that
Sean
none of you
McCorkle,
yet
despite how
applying
beautiful
now,
the weather is in
awakens
Southern California
within you
almost year round,
anticipatory
orgasm.
desire for what
Brendan
is
Chops
going to
Television
come.
open his
So
window at
do
night.
you so this
On
is
the
just
nights
the
he
Kabbalah
performs his
style.
stand-up.
Number one,
He
the
sounds
act
like
of
he gets to make it
learning
impossible for him to
changes
relax
us.
because he feels like
Even
he's
if
on
it doesn't
stage
give
still.
you concrete information from my life operating system. So
It's
learn,
very
and learn as much as
good
you can.
joke.
The
Like
Kabbalah
that.
style reap the benefits
Like
of
wordy.
becoming a
Was that
different
little
kind
wordy?
of
For
person.
you.
Or
I like that it's 69 likes.
just the
That was
Kabbalah style.
Urban
At the end of the day,
69.
learn and awaken within
Inside the
yourself
bit.
this
Within
desire
a bit.
for what
15
is going to come. Awaken
comment.
within yourself a desire
One
for
share.
what the
Who
future
shared?
holds.
Sean
Incredible.
Clark.
So
Sean
you must
Clark.
say, okay, that's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say.
Do you have a Facebook? I do. I'm not on it a lot.
So you might say, rather, when you make the
Facebook
same
is
result,
it's just not as
why do
interesting
you
to
have
me
to
as
go
it used to
ahead
be.
and
Oh
make this
yeah,
statement
definitely.
of
Facebook is like what you get.
Halacha follows so and
It's
so?
like a social
You must
security
have
plan,
suki
stuff like that.
halacha comer.
I've always been a Twitter guy.
Straightforward trivia. Like, all right, I
Can't do
think so, but
numbers.
okay.
Means like this big square rate. Sean Clark.
So the man says
69.
nine. So all of a sudden, nine. If you show, you sign
That's
up.
what
Bas
James.
ish kointi siko
It
lizno.
is 1K
Kenya
uploads,
Rabbi
dude.
Yarusa Kosim Adaber.
Let's see what else we got
The
here.
Torah says as follows. The Torah
This
says,
one's posted by
Bas koin,
Flash.
like, kiseka liznos.
Flash
So
over
talking about a Nara,
962.
and she's an Arusa.
Good thing God my
So
gardeners
Nara
came
is an
today. Our
Arusa. She
backyard was
is
a
subject
disaster.
to straight
The
Atma
city's
ben
burning
Arabi
slowed
Yarusa.
down.
Aki Yusua.
That's,
You're saying it's now she's
thank
Arusa.
God.
Maybe it's only Yusua.
Mount
Tamaloma.
gardeners
Each
came
actually,
today.
not as each is
Cleaned up our backyard.
most
It was a
Yumas
complete
and
disaster.
FS.
This morning I was laughing.
Everyone was
Like,
included in the
what are
general
you
rule
laughing
of
about? Like,
non-FS.
God damn it, I have to tell her what I'm laughing about. Is this post? I was like,
Torah
sounds why I just posted that.
the Basi Sol with Dr. Skilo.
Like, she was like, my gardeners, thank God my gardeners came today. Your lawn was a mess. And then my girlfriend started laughing. And then she was like, I'm sure the
Just like when the Torah goes ahead and pulls out about deception and Arusa Basisol is subject to Skiva, so this pulls out about pulling, is pulling out about pulling Arusa. There's not the Arusa is subject to Sripa and not the Yeshua. We'll take up. I'm leaving up mid-sentence. I'm going to make a line. I'm not going to get confused tomorrow. So I'm leaving up mid-sentence over here by Zolomon. But I'll put that one for tomorrow. Tremendous rest of ourselves.
Why can't you spell check something real quick? You know what I mean? Thank God Mount Gardner's came today. You know? Yeah, I saw the MT thing and I was like, why didn't you fix that? It's so insane to me. It's not a good look, but you know, I don't know why it surprises you. There's a lot of statuses that are not most of it is not a good look, right? This is a theme for her. So bad post, taste, like kind of taste is weird, and then you know, kind of in the English is from someone here illegally. She just got here like a few months ago. Dude, you're being a little fucking. I don't want to get on you. You can tell when she's getting ketoed out. She's not ketoed out. Exactly. She barely speaks English.
All right, Josai. Good morning. Good morning.
Oh yeah, that's true.
First of all, thank you to Ari for the weather advisories. Again, we should just know that text gets sent out. So the timestamp 5:22 this morning. Wondering what Ari is doing at 5:22 this morning is preparing the coffee. You know, we all go in, Baruch Hashem, and we take and we enjoy it. It's wonderful. I understand that Ari really is happy he's not here to see what Shabbat Bankers did. But there's tremendous Mesiras Nefesh on his part when he does it. So make sure that when you see him, that you give him a tremendous thank you, not just for the weather updates, but for the coffee each and every morning. Ari, on behalf of the entire share, thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. We really, really appreciate it. The weather update aside, also just the coffee every single morning. You understand Mesiras Nefesh, and thank you for it. Thank you for it. Also, we also thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tavshin Pei Hei, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Toasting Mishpat of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shurim Drushos this year as a zichus from Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dachyomi sponsors for today: Malki Rosenblum in honor of Josh's 40th birthday. Mazel Tov. And our Dachyomi sponsors today: friends of Josh Rosenblum. Or the friends wrote special birthday. The wife wrote the actual birthday. Right? It's like the child. With Josh, I'm going to have the entire show wish you a tremendous birthday. You a year of growth, of hatzlacha, of bracha, of continued greatness, and Chomesh Halos Yibech L'Tova Me'eves Mazel Tov. Beautiful. All right, Vosai. So with that, let us be a person who is going to right. A lot of people aren't doing the logo thing as much. The Shalom and the Karab, and I'm supposed to hold soldiers to be successful in the whole Maaseh. Also, with that, let us begin a lot to pray. An interesting document with just a lot of, at times, random information, but really interesting ideas. Remember, again, we're still steeped. You know, it feels like a little bit, on one hand, interesting Gemara, on the other hand, I felt it's less than a turn down. Very constantly being involved in death. Right? And just, these are death audiences. But as I mentioned before, I think when we started this Sugya Skila, you know, sometimes being around death is a powerful thing, because being constantly around death could be actually life or purpose. And I know that sounds inherently contradictory, but sometimes all you're doing is death, and you recognize that Baruch Hashem, I'm alive, I'm here. It's a new day. It's only 5:57 in the morning. The whole day is ahead of me, and it's mine to decide what I want to do with it. So sometimes, again, spending a lot of time with death reminds us how much power we have in life. So as with that, let us begin. So we left off yesterday. Tell me where I am. Rabbi Shimon.
This
Good.
website is
Okay,
amazing
so let's do
for
this. Rabbi Shimon.
getting
That one?
legitimate
Okay, one person talk.
Twitter
Tell me where I am.
followers, comma, likes, comma, reposts, comma.
Good.
And they have some really nice services that I think would be great for our main account, period. Additional, comma, for as few as $20, we could get over 1,000 listeners into a Twitter space
So there are two rules set by
for an hour, period. I am of the opinion that I feel like we need to do that to
all of this.
inject
Abbas Cohen
more
is subject to a different type
life
of
into our Twitter
What's the
spaces.
challenge? The challenge is we have two psukim. One pasuk says skila, one pasuk says sreifa. So we're trying to figure out who is who, right? What is
People
what?
ask me all the time about the coin and why we don't have spaces anymore. Period. Having spaces with a boost like this would give us an incredible amount of
Torah removes Abbas Cohen from the general penalty of
influence
Nisuah,
on
and
Twitter
Abbas
again,
Cohen
period.
from the general penalty of Arusa. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says that Nisuah, Arusa Bas Cohen Nechwal, Arusa Bas Yisrael. It's in the short lines of Rashi about 8 lines up in the point. That's why. Arusa Bas Cohen Nechwal, Arusa Bas Yisrael, the skila is streifa. So right, so generally an Arusa would get skila, but a Bas Rabbi Shimon says a Bas Cohen who commits start choosing Arusa will get streifa. Okay, and Nisuah Mechwal Nisuah. Mechanek l'sreifa. Zir lamad mikan shasreifa chamura. And again, by Nisuah, so regular married woman is adultery. Mechanek. Bas Cohen, ultimately again, will get sreifa. So by the way, this all feeds into Rabbi Shimon's rule, or what Rabbi Shimon's premise. Rabbi Shimon's premise is that remember Rabbi Shimon argued on Tanakh according to Rabbi Shimon, what is the most according to Tanakh, what's the most common form of Nisa, most common form of death? Skila. According to Rabbi Shimon, the most common form of death? Sreifa. And remember again, so much of what we're seeing of Rabbi Shimon's opinion is really forged in this whole Bas Cohen discussion. Because since we see that Bas Cohen is pulled out in the normative framework of punishment, and ultimately again given something different, and the different thing that she's giving Sreifa indicates to us that Sreifa is a different kind of ownership. Just like when the Torah pulled out Bas Cohen Nisuah, in a regular case of Nisuah is to be Mahmir. So too when it pulls out the rule of a Kol Bas Cohen Arusa commits adultery, from a regular Arusa commits adultery, it's supposed to be Mahmir. And here you see
We
also
don't need to have them every day, but maybe once a week, a boosted space would help for us to regain our presence on the platform. Period.
Let's say
These are just my thoughts.
So let's say
Period.
Rachel is a Bas Cohen. She's about to marry. It doesn't matter what Ruben is. The Cohen is not a Cohen. It's absolutely no difference. Witnesses show up and they say, we saw Rachel commit adultery. Then it turns out that halacha l'maisa, they lied. Or I should say, another set of witnesses came along and said, the first thing, why? You are with us. Even Zoman. What's the punishment? What's the punishment?
I have used countless types of these services, and this is by far the
Even
best
though a Bas Cohen
platform I have found for these types of services, they guarantee their work, they have 24/7 chat support, and work very quickly to fulfill orders, period.
And again, the Torah says over here, if you look at Rashi, it's the first 5 lines.
Using these strategies is how all these influencers are getting really big Twitter spaces, and I think it's a really great opportunity for our coin to get some revitalized interest, period.
Strangulation and not okay. Let's go back to it. Let's say we are base 50 feet, 3 lines into the wide line. And if a daughter of a coin will commit adultery, so let's say the lush of the passage is very interesting. The daughter of a coin will profane herself. So the Gemara says, okay, profane, maybe it means that she was Mechal Shabbos. Maybe the Torah is telling us that maybe a Bas Cohen gets straight up, even for just desecrating Shabbos. There is nos. Therefore, the pasuk adds in the word ultimately against nus, immorality. If you move in Shabbos nus, the Torah is talking about again a profanation that occurs that is right. It's a profanation or profanity that occurs as a result ultimately again of immorality. The sin. Right? The Gemara says, Yochol afilu priyo. You went from maybe it's a bascoin even if she's single. Even if she's single, Ne'amar kan aviyah. Ne'amar lahalon aviyah. Moshe says over here aviyah, and it says in the second pasuk, V'hotzi yasanara al pesach beis aviyah uskalua. Ma lahalon is nus in zikas habal. Just like in the first pasuk, he's talking about nus in zikas habal, which means immorality, where there's a husband involved, right? Again, maybe not nisuin, but at least nisuin. Afkan nus in zikas habal. So it's what again there's nus in zikas habal about. Oh, Adam. Maybe when it says aviyah, it means that when is a basicor subject to seifa when she commits adultery, maybe with her father, right? Maybe it's only incestual adultery that's problematic. He's a guy that became a stand-up. Havi Omer called Adam Amar. But it says Mechaleles ultimately again that comes to adultery with anyone. Okay. Ha Ma'ani Mekaye Aviyah. So what says? So Ha Ma'ani Mekaye. So what? That's basically what the Gemara says. Ha Ma'ani Mekaye Aviyah. Nema Kana Aviyah V'Nera La'Ran Aviyah. It says over here. It says the second pasuk Aviyah. Ma'al Halon's Nos Nizek Asabal. Just like over here, it's immorality with a connection to a husband. Afkan's nose in Zekas Habal. Okay. Imal Halon Na'ara Biyarusa. Afkan Na'ara Biyarusa. Okay, here's the difference. So remember again. The Torah speaks about the idea, ultimately again, of a Nara, a Baskun is a Nara, Umurasa. By Bahotias and Nara Pasach B'Saviyah. So we're trying to apply anything that's stated in the second pasuk to whatever is stated in the first pasuk, which talks about Seifa. So maybe if we're comparing Psukim, just like the second pasuk is talking about a girl who's a Nara, which is the stage in her physical development, and she's not Rusa. So by Seifa, she'll only get Seifa if she's a Nara, and she's not Rusa. To which the Gemara says, how do we know? How do we know Nesua Bogeres? I'm sorry. Afkan Nara B'Him Turasha. Nara B'Him Nesua. How do I know that if she's a Nara, she has Nesua? Or Bogeres. Biarusma. She's a Bogeres, right? She's an adult, full adult. And she's an Rusa. Or Bogeres B'Him Nesua. Or Bogeres B'Him Skina. Even if she's a much older woman, 79, how do I know that if she's a Baskin who commits adultery, she's subject to sin? If a Torah uses a more generic question of Baskon to tell us whoever is the Baskon, whatever Surah she is, a Nara, a Bogeres, a Nesua, an Arusa, it doesn't make a difference. This is the punishment handed down to a girl who is, or to a woman who is a Baskon who commits adultery. You know, Baskon is, so Baskon, Kappa Luna, 51 will say, Ainli Ella Shemises Lagoy. So here's what's interesting. The Gemara assumes over here that a bas, and the fact that it's referring to her as a bas kohen, maybe means that she also married a kohen. Or maybe it's a bas kohen who married a kohen. Maybe the Shemises Lagoy. Mises the Levi, or the Yisrael, La'ovei Kochavim, L'chalal, the Mamzer, and the Sinai. How do I know that the truth is there's the unique halacha, the bas kohen who commits adultery? And her being subject to Seifa. How do we know that halacha knows that no matter who she marries, that she's subject to Seifa? How do we know? In other words, if you look at the list is very interesting. She's included in this list. It's obviously again, according to you know, but also even in the sin, even around the by the way. I think what I love most about that stupid fake voice. I cannot take one of the things that I truly treasure about this is, as much as sometimes it is frustrating, not to necessarily for myself talking about, have the attention over all the details of stuff. Along the journey, you pick up like sodos that stick with you. Remember again, one of the things about books that you had is do we say Kiddushin Toksin B'Chayvei Lavi? Right? If you marry someone who you're not allowed to marry, does the Kiddushin go? So the thing is not to make sheep of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds Kiddushin and Toksin B'Chayvei Lavi. If you try to marry someone you're not allowed to marry, you have to only prohibit you by Allah. Rabbi Akiva says marriage does not work. We don't. we hold condition in the process of type of Lisa. Right? A man tries to marry his sister, not going to work. Tries to marry another man's wife, it's not going to work. But if a man tries to, if a woman marries a mamzer, right, or in a slave, and every moment during the marriage, there's a prohibition. But the marriage itself works. So how do I know that even if this woman is married illegally, she's married illegally, but nevertheless, again, if she's a bastard and she's got to this way, so I say, interestingly enough, because this halakha applies to the daughter of a Kohen, even if she herself is not a Koheness. Right? In other words, even if she herself has kind of compromised her status either by marrying out of the Kingdom or ultimately again even by marrying illegally. Okay, he besrei, by being ball of the Srei. This is very important. Furthermore, just like we saw before, so this unique halakha, this unique punishment of Sreifa, for a Bas Kohen from adultery is dafka again in a Bas Kohen, in the woman herself. It does not apply to her adulterer. Now again, he's killed, right? He's also death penalty, but he doesn't get her unique Sreifa. So the Gemara says as follows: so he was Sreifa, he was Sreifa, they follow the Sreifa. First line, he was Sreifa, they Somameh the Sreifa. Similarly again, she gets Sreifa, but ultimately again, the Even Somameh do not get Sreifa. So again, I say this is what we saw before the halacha l'meisa. This unique punishment was dafka for her and not for anyone else. Not for anyone else, not for the Eden, not for the ball. Rabbi says as follows: Esadina b'Sreifa, ves hameha b'Sira. So Rabbi makes a very interesting statement over here, right? He says that with her, now we'll just read it and then we'll have to see exactly what it means. With her father with Sreifa, and with her father-in-law with Skila. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar Yochel Afilu Chilul Shabbos. So again, we don't know exactly what that statement actually means. Remains to be seen. Amar Yochel Afilu Chilul Shabbos. So the Gemara says, I would have thought that even if she just violates Shabbos, because remember again, it was like the washing of the hospital. He's on that one. He's Ubas Ish Kohen. He's Secha. Right? Profanation. I'm out of thought, even if you can Shabbos subject to Sreifa. So the Gemara says, I think the Chol Shabbos is Bas Skili. Right? Everybody knows that. Everyone knows that Chol Shabbos is Skila. Right? Chol Shabbos is not Sreifa. So it's Amarava Hamani B'Shimon. Who is this? B'Shimon. Damar Sreifa Kamira. B'Shimon holds that Sreifa is more Kamira. Tzadai Kamira. So this is a matter of fact that Tzadai is very interesting. Tzadai Kamira. Holo Ba'achim Be'Behu Rachamana B'Chahanim. Trabi De Mitzvos Seros. Tizon B'Sreifa. This is fascinating. You must suggest the nature of the Torah introducing to me something dramatically different. Maybe the Torah introducing to me like Kohanim in general have a totally different punishment system. Right? Why? Because since Kohanim are put on a spiritual pedestal, since they have additional mitzvos, maybe just the ante is much higher by Kohanim. And since halacha l'maisa again, they have what we call mitzvos suseros, they have all these additional mitzvos that perhaps even for any avera which carries a death penalty, halacha l'maisa again, she should get sreifa, or they should get sreifa, right? And therefore, even if she's mechal Shabbos, she should get sreifa. Kamash malano that sreifa is dafka again, in adultery and not by anything else. The mother's like so. So my shna mine day. So you must say I would have thought as far as so again. What exactly? My shna look at actually very fast. My shna day. Even Shabbos lami yachnu up in the caves. Just in the sun. So it's like so just understand the havamina that you might just put forward. You might put forward the havamina maybe. A Bas Kohen is Mechal Shabbos, she gets Sreifa. That's the Havamina. Why? Because this kind of has so many additional mitzvahs, maybe there's a high level of sanctity, and therefore even for Shabbos, she gets Sreifa. I will say, you know this, by the way, the Havamina was for who? The Havamina was for women. A Bas Kohen gets Sreifa on Shabbos. The Havamina was all Bas Kohen and not Kohanim. Why would you suggest Sreifa for Shabbos for a Bas Kohen and not Sreifa for a Kohanim? What's the Shabbos? That's very interesting. Now that even the Shtayli Shabbos, the Gabi Avoda, he came in the lowest Shtayli Shabbos, the Gabba, This is fascinating. Kohanim already themselves have a shtickle of dispensation when it comes to sex. Now, let me careful with that word. Not really dispensation, but rather again, Kohanim, remember, are permitted to offer korbanos on Shabbos. So we already see that Kohanim have a different, male Kohanim have a different relationship with Shabbos. Right? Now, obviously, again, it's up to keep Shabbos, but obviously there is this unique type of dispensation that they have for Avodah that obviously only applies to men, doesn't apply to women. So I might have thought maybe halacha l'maisa again, maybe only the din of Sreifa that whole Shabbos should apply to her, not to them. Kamashmalan, no. Kamashmalan, again, for Kol Shabbos, the penalty is always still up to everyone, doesn't matter. Good. Yochel afilu pneuyavi. I'm a thought. Yochel afilu pneuyav. I'm at a thought that even if the bas kohen is single, maybe she should be subject to Sreifa for adultery, which you must a list of sin, but it says listnos. It says listnos. Which you must maybe it's because of Rabbi Lazar. Hanoi habala pneuyav shalol l'shem ishus asa azona. The Rothschild holds that even two single people who engage in a sexual relationship, that relationship makes a woman into a zona. Now, that's not he's using zona as a descriptive halakhic term, right? Zona means someone who a Kohen is not allowed to marry. The point over here is that the Rothschild holds that halacha l'maisa, even single people, by engaging in a sexual relationship, is prohibited. Oh, you know, Omar. Oh, you know, Omar Abiyah, Alahotias Kaladam, or maybe it says Abiyah. Maybe the reason why the pasuk says Abiyah ultimately is what? Is to go ahead and say that maybe it's only incestual adultery that is punishable by Sreifa, but not by other men. Which the words Elamaini, which is in some Abiyah. So what are you talking about? She's talking about a case where she was innocent, she was innocent, with another man. She had sex with her father. That's the case we're going to talk about. So if that's the case, my area bas kohen, afilu bas Yisrael. If that's the case, then the punishment should not be dependent on whether or not she's a bas kohen. So qualified when she's a bas Yisrael. The Amar Rabba, Amar Rabbi Yitzchak Baratini, Asya Heina, Asya Zima. It was a unique Zira Shaba of Heina, and Zima. So it's ultimately again to compare the penalty for a baby who commits adultery to incest. And just like the punishment for a bas kohen who commits adultery ultimately is Sreifa, so too the punishment for incest is Sreifa as well. That's what I want to suggest. So therefore, again, we're talking about that she committed adultery with her father. So it doesn't make a difference if she's a bas kohen or she's a bas Yisrael. Either way, the punishment is going to be Sreifa, to which you must have no, you still require it. Why? Tell that, I would have thought, I might have thought that the pasuk is coming to exclude the position of Rava. So the Gemara says, maybe because that's one of us can Rava bas Yisrael. Since the Torah over here, since the Torah is highlighting this halacha by bas kohen or bas Yisrael, Kamash Malano, Kamash bas kohen in bas. I'm sorry, Kamash Malano. Good. So bas kohen, Amy Elishni sees the choice. Once again, the Gemara circling back. Now we're just dissecting the place of we listened before. So we said before bas kohen. Let's say it's interesting. Because like the default assumption of the Gemara is that what does bas kohen mean? Bas kohen means the daughter of a kohen is what? Married to a kohen. That's like the default understanding of it. So the Gemara says bas kohen in the Elishni sees the kohen. I only know that she actually married a kohen. This is the Levi, the Yisrael, the Obey Father. The Chalal Minasim Ulamamzer Minam. How do I know that the halacha l'maisa again? She married anyone, right? Yisrael, calling Lady Yisrael, even someone illegally. Chalal, a Nasir, a Mamzer. So how do I know that this same halacha, other she committed adultery, she's subject to strafe? I don't know that it's the right. Lomar, Bas Ish Kohen. So when the pasuk says Bas Ish Kohen, Af Akish Ina Kohenes. Even if she is no longer a Kohenes, we shouldn't fight. Even though she's no longer a Kohenes, we shouldn't get Isapa, was Bahani Vlad Bas Koini, Kohenes. The title Kohenes of us, who is the title Kohenes bestowed upon? It's bestowed upon someone, a woman, who is the daughter of a Kohen. Now, why does that status change depending on who she marries? In other words, it's a factor biology. If she's born still going, right? Then she's a bas kohen. This is a man or a woman, right? A man can abdicate his Kohen status. She can have a man who is a kohen, but if he marries someone who's not allowed to marry, abdicate status. He could regain it afterwards. But for myself, he's not. But I want to buy a basket. Why would you think that a basket is going to marry your Kohen? Basket is going to a Kohen, independent of society. So the Gemara says, "So maybe Kohen is the Kohen." Say furthermore, does the pasuk itself say? No, it's talking about a Kohen married to a Kohen. Of course not. I would have thought Sechel is most Amrachonov. I would have thought when the pasuk says as follows: who are we talking about over here? Abbas Kohen, Sechel Liznos. Sechel Liznos means what? She commenced the act of adultery. I would have thought as follows. What I do for that? How do you read? That's when the act of znos, so the inappropriate relationship, started now. Even those that maybe, let's say in the case, let's say for example, Rothschild is married to a mamzer. So I would have thought like this: when the issues in Rothschild's relationship, right, in her marriage, so to speak, when did they begin? The moment she stood under the couple with the mamzer, right? You're not allowed to do that. So therefore, there's a problem. There's a break in the marriage already pre-existing. I would have thought maybe the only time that the sreifa for adultery of Asakori is when quote unquote the znos, the problematic relationship began now. What if there was a pre-existing problematic relationship in her actual marriage? I would have thought that halacha myself, she's not subject to sreifa under those circumstances. Damar exactly what we said. Damar Bas Kohen Kisir Ishzar. So ultimately, again, the last time we'll marry Ishzar, the living, the foreign man, a strange man, meaning not a Kohen. Even Shenival al Apostle al Pasta. Because I love myself. What is the Bas Kohen? Has relations with a man she's not allowed to marry. Ultimately, that compromises her status. Gemara says, "Levi Yisrael Nami." By leaving Israel as well, the Shabbat is so let's remember again, this is very important, when a Bas Kohen marries a non-Kohen, what happens to her Kohanic status? What happens to it? So it's compromised. Now again, it depends who she marries. If she marries someone who she's not allowed to, she's done. She's compromised her status and she cannot revert. If she marries someone who's kosher, let's say she marries, for example, a Yisrael, right, or a Levi, then the halacha is she loses certain Kohanic privileges. For example, while she's married, she can't be true. But should her husband die without she doesn't have children or divorce without children, then the halacha reminds me that she goes back to her father's home. But the point is, we see that when a Bas Kohen marries someone who's not Kohen, for the duration of, at least for the duration of that marriage, possibly beyond, she's compromised her Kohanic status. So the Gemara says, "Maybe you saw Nami b'Shabbat Beisav." You know that. The pasuk says that she was married to a Levi or to Yisrael. So when she's married to him, she can't be truma. But if those guys die, if her husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and consume truma. What do you see from here? You see from here that when she was married, she's not allowed to eat truma. To which the Gemara says, therefore, I would have thought, let's see them this way. But so let's say, see, you know what's happening over? This is fascinating. You might say like this. I might have thought that the only time there's sreifa for adultery is when, quote unquote, the problem began with the adultery. That was the first kind of fissure in this relationship edifice. But perhaps when there was some type of halakhic pre-existing condition in the marriage, for example, her Kohanic identity was compromised. Why would it have been compromised? Essentially, because she married anyone other than a Kohen, I would have thought that in that case, there's no sreifa. Even if there was some type of pre-existing halakhic issue in the marriage, let's say she married a mamzer, right? And so that's a real halakhic issue, right? Not just that it compromises her Kohanic identity a little bit, that's a halakhic problem. Even in that case, where there is a pre-existing marital issue, halacha reminds us that she makes adultery, she's still subject to sreifa. Incredible. We go down there. We'll say all this stuff is down there. Where's the news? The sign of Pasuk, he says the Yisrael ba'achla truma. Let's say this is so interesting. Listen to this. Pasuk, he married the Yisrael. Let's call it Rothschild. Rothschild marries Reuben. Rothschild comes from a nice family. She married out, right? She married to a regular Yisrael. So what happens? So now she's with Reuben, and what happens? She goes ahead and she eats truma. And most of the halacha is, remember, a non-Kohen, a zar, is not permitted to eat truma. Again, generally, now we're talking about the shogeg. The shogeg. Now, what's the halacha generally to go ahead and eat truma of the shogeg? So the halacha is, remember, there is keren and chodesh. You have to pay back principal plus an additional fee. So listen to this. First question is basically Rabbi Akla Truma. So Rachel is about Kohen. She married a regular guy named Ruvain in Israel, and she accidentally ate Truma. You can see that by the way, right? It says it must have been a case that didn't happen quickly, right? The girl who grew up in a Bahamic home comes back to her parents, right? And at her parents, there could be Truma that's out. She eats Truma. So what's the halacha? The halacha is the shalem says carry the inner shalem says a chomesh, and we saw some straight up. So it says the halacha is as follows: she only has to pay the karen, and she does not have to pay the additional gift, and she's killed by sreifa. Whoa! What just happened over there? So there's a lot of information being packed into that line. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. So Rashi says over here, it's in the wide lines. 2, 4, 6, 8, about 9 lines down. Rashi Mishalem says like Karen. The Chayvon the law is Rothschild Rahman of the Gavad. The same with the Exlav. And Mishalem says a chomesh. The lab Zora he Hoil Uru Lach Zor in Yomus Baila is Zara Elis. This is very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. The vice says here that Halakha Lamaisa she has to pay principal. Why does she have to pay principal? When she stole something, sure doesn't belong to her. There's this principle. She doesn't have to pay the fifth. Why? Who has to pay the fifth in general? A zar, not paying the fifth. Interestingly enough, she doesn't have zar status. Why not? Because if her husband dies, she can go back to her parents' home and consume shumas. Interestingly enough, so she's chayavis for the cat. Therefore, she has to be a principal. Doesn't have to pay the fifth. What does it mean that she's chayav? So Rashi says imzinsa. Okay, calm down. Not for the truma. If she commits adultery, then she's chayav straight. Because again, she's a bas kohen. There's a number of things you see from here. Really, what you see from here is, first of all, the din of bas kohen by sreifa is that any bas kohen, irrespective of who she marries, interestingly enough, even when she gets married, she retains an element of her kohanic status, right? Maharaya, she only has to pay Karen, doesn't have to pay chomesh. Good. Next, Nisis Dacham Apsulim. Now, again, all of this is assuming that she's in a legal marriage. A legal marriage is to a non-Kohen. What happened if she's in an illegal marriage? She married a mamzer. So what's that about? Mishalem is chomesh. Then both say she pays Karen and chomesh. Why? Remember again, what's happened over here? When a class point marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, what happens? So I must say, she takes on Zona status. As Zona status, she is forever precluded from going backwards to the princess. Once that happens, she's a zar. She's a stranger to the Torah. She's just like anyone else. In which case, if she accidentally eats truma, it's Karen and chomesh. And interestingly enough, in the sasa b'chenek, they've already made it. Wow. And there says also she no longer has the status of a bas kohen. The question no longer has status of a bas kohen. If she commits adultery, she gets the punishment for adultery, which is chenek and not sreifa. Incredible. So we'll say that is the position right there. So again, what's the highlight over here? No highlight, but I'm saying, well, what is Rabbi's position is that when a bas kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she effectively loses her bas kohen status. And it manifests itself to us in 2 ways. Number one, if she accidentally eats truma, she's going to have to pay karen and chomesh. If she commits adultery, she's going to be punished like a regular woman. Not straight like a bas kohen, but rather chenek, like a regular adulterer. Come say, come moment, zu v'zu mishlan eskem chomesh, and he says the Chum disagree. The Chachamim say that halacha l'maisa, even if a bas kohen marries someone who she's not allowed to marry, she still retains her bas kohen status. Very interesting. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, she she's going to go and only have to pay Karen, doesn't have to pay chomesh, and if she commits adultery, ultimately, again, she is judged by sreifa.